Chapter 1165 Arrival of the Peerless Great Saint, Request for Monthly Tickets at the Beginning of the Month. So many treasures. Lin Yuan glanced in all directions. In the Grand Hall, countless treasures floated in the air. These treasures, be they rare wonders or weapons, etc. Each treasure was surrounded by the power of space-time, suppressing any strange phenomena from the treasures themselves that would have otherwise pierced the sky. Even an invincible great saint couldn't possibly own so many treasures. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Each treasure in the hall was at the level of the dark sky heart, each belonging to an invincible great saint tier. Various rare wonders, materials, and even many coveted great elixirs desired by invincible great saints were neatly arranged in the corners of the hall. Naturally, the tomb spirit said with pride, how can His Majesty compare to those invincible great saints? With His Majesty's power, the many dangerous ruins of the Chaos Void have long been explored completely, thus yielding plentiful rewards. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. The Chaos Void contains many ruins, the most famous among them being the 9 great ruins like the Taiyuan ruins. These 9 ruins are all associated with 13-tier time beings. When Lin Yuan was still in his home universe, the white paper that could reduce dimensions erupted from the depths of the Taiyuan ruins. These ruins are filled with many dangers, yet also nurture countless opportunities. If one's strength is adequate, exploring these ruins will undoubtedly be profitable. Among these treasures are 33 invincible great saint tier weapons, 62 rare wonders of the same tier, the tomb spirit continued. Were it not for His Majesty distributing many treasures among his followers before his struggle to achieve the 13th tier, there would be many more now. Although His Majesty Shen Huang was hasty in deciding to strive for the 13th tier, he made many preparations. To establish the Shen Huang kingdom, His Majesty Shen Huang fiercely clashed with many invincible great saints. While His Majesty Shen Huang was present, those invincible great saints naturally dared not make a move. But if His Majesty Shen Huang were to attempt reaching the 13th tier and remained in the shackles of time cycles for a long period, then, those invincible great saints who had once harbored enmity against His Majesty Shen Huang would certainly act to settle scores with the profound Shen Huang lineage. Therefore, before striving for the 13th tier, His Majesty Shen Huang dispersed many disciples and followers of the profound Shen Huang lineage. That is, Lin Yuan's gaze scanned over each treasure in the Grand Hall but quickly fell upon the highest platform. On it, there lay 3 weapons, a fist-sized seal, a golden suit of armor, and a golden sword. These 3 weapons gave Lin Yuan a feeling different from the others. Indistinctly, there was a sense of familiarity. Those are the Shen Huang seal, the armor of Shen Huang, and the Shen Huang sword, the life weapons crafted by His Majesty, and the strongest among the various weapons. The tomb spirit spoke, these 3 weapons are naturally yours as well. Lin Yuan gazed at the Shen Huang seal, armor of Shen Huang, and the Shen Huang sword, already informed by the spirit of the Shen Huang secret realm about His Majesty Xuanhuang's primary battle weapons. Indeed, they were these 3. The Shen Huang seal is a suppression-type weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Shen Huang, one seal can shroud the heavens, and even invincible great saints dare not directly block it. And the armor of Shen Huang further combines physical defense, soul defense, and mental will defense, truly an exceptional all-around defensive weapon. As for the Shen Huang sword, it is an ultimate attacking weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Shen Huang, the Shen Huang sword has extinguished not just one invincible great saint's flesh and soul. Of course, extinguishing an invincible great saint's flesh and soul doesn't imply completely killing them, but it definitely inflicts severe injury. These treasures are all mine. What if His Majesty later breaks free from the time cycles? Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. Other treasures aside, but the Shen Huang seal, armor of Shen Huang sword are His Majesty Xuanhuang's life weapons, similar to Lin Yuan's origin clock. What are life weapons? They are as bound as kin, equivalent to a familial relationship. Over 30 million cosmic eras have passed since His Majesty broke free from the time cycles. The tomb spirit shook its head gently. The earlier the break from time cycles occurs, the greater the hope. Surpassing 100 cosmic eras sees hope considerably reduced. Exceeding 1,000 cosmic eras, there's virtually no hope. And to surpass over 30 million cosmic eras? Moreover, if His Majesty really breaks free from the time cycles, becoming a time being, would he even care about these things? The tomb spirit said. True. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed so. Even if His Majesty Shen Huang escapes the time cycles in the future, with the status of a 13-tier time being, he likely wouldn't regard these treasures. Then I won't hold back. Lin Yuan promptly gathered up the numerous treasures within the Grand Hall. The tomb spirit watched quietly without any hindrance. Ultimately, after hesitating for a while, the tomb spirit still spoke. As for the supreme treasure by which His Majesty left the suppression of time cycles. The tomb spirit reached out, and a Xian yellow bead appeared before him. Is this the supreme treasure? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. He speculated the final supreme treasure His Majesty obtained likely relates to the 13th-tier time being, otherwise, it wouldn't require the power of time cycles to suppress. No. The tomb spirit shook its head. No. Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Wasn't the Xin yellow bead the supreme treasure? Then why did the tomb spirit specifically bring it out? But as long as this bead is crushed, it can yield that supreme treasure. After a long silence, the tomb spirit finally spoke. This was an order given to him by His Majesty Shen Huang before his struggle for the 13th tier, as the spirit created by His Majesty Shen Huang. The tomb spirit cannot disobey any order from His Majesty Shen Huang. Crush it and you can gain that supreme treasure? Lin Yuan was very curious, scrutinizing the Xin yellow bead closely. In a vague sense, Lin Yuan perceived this bead to be suffused with the power of time, albeit incredibly weak. Indeed. The tomb spirit nodded before saying, however, I hope you refrain from crushing it for now. That treasure holds great importance. Even His Majesty relied on the 13th tier breakthrough coupled with descending time cycles to temporarily suppress it. If you crush it prematurely, danger may arise. The tomb spirit looked at Lin Yuan. Moreover, me personally do not wish for you to crush it too quickly. His Majesty Xuanhuang's original command left for him was to crush the yellow bead immediately once the successor arrived and inherited everything. But the tomb spirit instinctively did not want to do this, knowing what it signified. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He could discern that the tomb spirit was reluctant to have this yellow bead crushed. Although unaware of the reasons, Lin Yuan did not plan to act contrary. His journey to the Shenhuang universe had already yielded ample rewards. The numerous mystical treasures outside the tomb, and so many treasure weapons within, including His Majesty Xuanhuang's main battle weapon, all had been gained. Lin Yuan was already quite satisfied. As for that supreme treasure acquired by His Majesty Shenhuang, the fact that it compelled His Majesty Shenhuang to advance prematurely to the 13th tier implies its significance. Even if the tomb spirit asked him to crush the yellow bead now, Lin Yuan would consider it cautiously and finally most probably choose not to crush it. Even if he had to crush it, he would wait until he stepped into the Chaos Realm or thoroughly cultivated to the peak of the Chaos Realm. With Lin Yuan's foundation, if he cultivates to the peak of the Chaos Realm, he may not necessarily reach the invincible Great Saint level, but it would probably be close. With a little more accumulation, he would become the strongest invincible Great Saint in the history of Chaos Void. Alright, this tomb is also a weapon. You can refine it now, the tomb spirit spoke. After refining, leave the Shenhuang universe quickly. Leave the Shenhuang universe? Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that ever since this tomb manifested, the deep-seated space-time collapse of the Shenhuang universe seemed to hasten. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, outside the Shenhuang universe, the Chaos Venerables haven't left. Though they dare not enter, they want to wait outside for a while longer. To see when the mysterious galaxy Great Saint would emerge. Suddenly, a remote space-time silently began to permeate with an enigmatic aura. This aura made the rules of the Chaos Void retreat and form a completely new set of rules, distinct from those of Chaos Void. This? What's happening? I can't sense the external rule fluctuations? Why does it feel like new unexplored fluctuations are emerging? Has a peerless Great Saint arrived by a thought turning into void? The many Chaos Venerables' expressions changed drastically. The standing of a peerless Great Saint can form a world of its own rule domain, in which the peerless Great Saint creates rules favorable to oneself. For example, the peerless Great Saint rule within a domain world disallows void traversing, so void traversing becomes impossible. Of course, the rules set by the peerless Great Saint must also be followed by themselves. Enemies cannot traverse the void and neither can the peerless Great Saint. Despite such limitations, these means of reversing rules put the strength of peerless Great Saints beyond that of Chaos Great Saints. See the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is it them too? In distant twisted spacetime, the eye of myriad laws and other special entities sense something and gaze toward distant spacetime. Weren't these two always in a deep slumber? Yes, I recall they had a grudge with His Majesty Shenhuang. After over 30 million cosmic eras, still planning for revenge? The halved-long blade spoke, somewhat surprised. Most peerless great saints and even the chaos great saints eventually choose to advance to the 13th tier. But still a minority of peerless great saints choose not to, opting instead to sleep through cosmic eras. Choosing revenge over advancing to the 13th tier? The Eye of Myriad Laws also looked from afar. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit sat cross-legged. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Is the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion seeking me? Lin Yuan's mind stirred subtly as the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, seeking audience outside, appeared before him. Galaxy. The Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion opened an eye suddenly in the middle of the brow, its pupil a pale gold, exuding an air of supremacy. Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly stern, immediately realizing the Pavilion Master standing before him was possessed by the Eye of Myriad Laws, who now appeared had to be the Eye of Myriad Laws itself. What business do you have with me? Lin Yuan asked solemnly. The personal visit of the Eye of Myriad Laws surely signified major happenings. You should still be inside the Shenhuang universe, correct? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave quickly. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. 2 peerless great saints are proceeding there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1166 Hunshao and Yulin, please subscribe. 2 absolute saints? Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The emergence of the Shenhuang universe attracting a large number of chaos venerables and several chaos great saints is entirely normal. But absolute saints? Search * the Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Firstly, compared to the chaos great saints, the number of absolute saints is much fewer. The probability of an absolute saint appearing near a newly emerged postnatal universe in the dispersed chaos void is almost negligible. Great saints like Black Light and Dual Origin, among others, manage to come over through various means because they happen to be within 10,000 void domains around the emerging Shenhuang universe. Hence, they could afford the price for the Eye of Myriad Laws and the ancient altar spirit to teleport them. If it were farther, the cost would increase significantly. Within the range of 10,000 void domains, there would likely be about 8 or 9 chaos great saints. As for absolute saints, even in 10 million or a billion void domains, it's almost impossible for an absolute saint to appear. Most absolute saints hide in mysterious special places within the chaos void, seldom contacting the outside world easily. For an absolute saint, they can create their own postnatal universe unless it is explicitly known that this postnatal universe comes from His Majesty Shenhuang, who is an absolute saint. Otherwise they are unlikely to come personally. According to the Eye of Myriad Laws, are there currently 2 absolute saints approaching the Shenhuang universe? Absolute saints? And 2 at a time? Don't doubt, these 2 absolute saints have a grudge against that kid Shenhuang. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook slightly. Back when Shenhuang was attempting the 13th tier, after 10,000 cosmic eras, when it was clear that the chances of advancing to the 13th tier were slim, it was these 2 absolute saints who pushed the decline of the profound Shenhuang line. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan understood suddenly. Although he didn't know the specific deeds of His Majesty Shenhuang in the Chaos Void, it was obviously extremely domineering. To call oneself His Majesty, how could one not be domineering? Being domineering naturally leads to many enemies who dare not emerge when you are alive, but when you attempt the 13th tier and lack hope of escaping the cycle of time, they secretly stir up trouble to take revenge. After the Moyu Tower Master attempted the 13th tier, the rapid decline of the Magic Jade Tower was probably for this reason. Of course, every great saint will arrange everything for their subordinates before attempting the 13th tier. Rather than saying that the profound Shenhuang line and the Magic Jade Tower were forced to decline, it's more like they chose to fade away with time. What do these 2 absolute saints want to do when they come? Completely eradicate the Shenhuang universe? Lin Yuan asked. Pretty much. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. I didn't expect, after more than 30 million cosmic eras, that Hunshao and Jade Qilin still hold a grudge. Great Saint Hunshao, Jade Qilin, Great Saint. These names of the 2 absolute saints have almost faded in the history of time. Only a special existence like the Eye of Myriad Laws, which has witnessed nearly the entire past and present of the Chaos Void, knows the details about them. What should I do? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Although Lin Yuan could suppress formidable great saints like Dual Origin and Black Light, it doesn't mean he's equivalent to an absolute saint. Lin Yuan achieved this through his nearly flawless abilities, domain suppression, and various offensive means, completely restraining most Chaos Great Saints. However, if facing absolute saints, Lin Yuan has no confidence. In such a situation, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to confront head-on. Where in the Xian Huang universe are you currently? As long as you can come out within 10 breaths, I can send you away before Hun Shao and Jade Qilin arrive. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. The entire Xian Huang universe is filled with the rules set by His Majesty Xian Huang. The Eye of Myriad Laws, such a special existence, wouldn't enter such a place easily, at most observing from outside. 10 breaths. Lin Yuan frowned. I'm in the deepest part of the universe, I can't come out in 10 breaths. Not to mention 10 breaths, even 100 or 1,000 breaths wouldn't suffice for Lin Yuan. It took him several months to reach the depths of the Xian Huang universe. Can't come out. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, still in the deepest part of the Xian Huang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws also felt troubled. How are your gains in the Xian Huang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws knew about Lin Yuan receiving His Majesty Xuanhuang's inheritance, guessing he should have great gains inside. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. Not just not bad, Lin Yuan had collected almost all the treasures, rare items and weapons within the Xian Huang universe, even obtaining His Majesty Xuanhuang's personal weapon. If it's just not bad, then I'd suggest you hand over everything you've gained in the Xian Huang universe and he'll mediate. Jade Qilin and Hun Shao might show some leniency and let you go once. The Eye of Myriad Laws suggested, even if Lin Yuan obtained the inheritance from His Majesty Xian Huang, he's ultimately not a member of the profound Xian Huang line from that era. Even though Jade Qilin and Hun Shao have immense hatred towards the profound Xian Huang line, taking a step back and voluntarily handing over all the gains would prevent them from taking extreme actions. Even absolute saints would have some qualms considering the Eye of Myriad Laws' relationship with life at the 13th tier, even if it can't directly meddle with the causes and effects in the Chaos Void. Hand over all the gains? Lin Yuan frowned tightly. This time, the gains within the Xian Huang universe were enormous for him. Was he to give them up just like that? Lin Yuan was naturally unwilling. If you're really unwilling to hand over the gains, the Eye of Myriad Laws noticed Lin Yuan's thoughts, immediately saying, then let me mediate directly, but if you show no gesture, Jade Qilin and Hun Shao might not heed my words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167 Hun Shao and Yulin, please subscribe. _2 For an absolute saint, a special entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws is at most something to be wary of, but fear? Far from it. After all, the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot intervene directly, while an absolute saint has essentially reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Void. The absolute saint dares not provoke the Eye of Myriad Laws, fearing to attract the attention of the life behind it, but the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot force any absolute saint to do anything. Then please. Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws and said with a slightly solemn tone. I can only try, there's no guarantee that Jade Qilin or Hun Shao will listen to me. The Eye of Myriad Laws said directly. Over the long years he has formed good relations with many absolute saints, but to have them oppose two absolute saints, especially those from more than 30 million cosmic eras ago? It's difficult. And it's already too late. Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hun Shao dared not cause trouble while Xian Huang was alive, but that does not mean these two absolute saints are weak. On the contrary, Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hun Shao are considered powerful among absolute saints. The ability to endure under the cosmic suppression of an almost invincible great saint like Xian Huang for so many cosmic eras is not something an ordinary absolute saint can accomplish. Outside the Xian Huang universe, two figures appeared silently. These two figures stood calmly, and the rules of space-time and the Great Tao all retreated, permeated by an entirely new rule of the Great Tao covering from themselves. Each chaos venerable shivered in fear, trembling under the invisible aura. Xian Huang universe? This is the universe created by Xian Huang. It's been so long since I felt this kind of aura. The figure on the left, wearing jade armor and with an ancient gaze, looked at the distant entrance of the Xian Huang universe, his voice traveling through time and space. At that moment, all beings who heard the voice had their minds and wills affected, twisted, as though they would completely submit to the voice's owner. Erase this Xian Huang universe and there won't be much trace left of Xian Huang in this chaos void. The fear in our hearts will dissipate significantly, and then we can attempt to break through to the 13th stage. The other figure spoke up. The first to speak among these two figures was Great Saint Jade Qilin, and next was Great Saint Hunshao. Breaking through to the 13th stage will face time loops. Not only will it be tests we've never encountered before, but they will also target our psychological weaknesses. Great Saint Jade Qilin said in a low voice. For these two absolute saints, Xianhuang has already become something akin to a heart demon. For over 30 million cosmic eras, the reason the two absolute saints kept pushing for the downfall of the profound Xianhuang lineage included a hatred for Xianhuang. They also want to erase traces of Xuanhuang's existence, thereby weakening their own psychological obsession and heart demon. Only in this way can they increase their chances of surviving the time loop. Let's go and see what Xianhuang left behind. Great Saint Hunshao glanced at Great Saint Jade Qilin and first stepped into the Xianhuang universe. Great Saint Jade Qilin followed closely behind. Rumble, as soon as the two absolute saints entered the Xianhuang universe. They were immediately suppressed by the rules of the Xianhuang universe, but in an instant, the suppression originating from the universe's origin source was diluted and neutralized. Xianhuang, this is merely a universe you left behind. In over 40 million cosmic eras, its internal spacetime has begun to collapse and can no longer affect us. Great Saint Hungxiao's gaze was calm. If Xianhuang were still alive, no matter how bold they would not dare enter this postnatal universe. But Xianhuang has already fallen into a time loop. With this postnatal universe operating and suppressing on instinct, how could it possibly deal with them? In the deepest part of the Xianhuang universe, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and at the same time, avatars from across the universe quickly approached him. Senior. Lin Yuan released the tomb spirit. Can you still merge the tomb into the depths of spacetime? Just like it manifested before I arrived? Such means of merging with spacetime must be personally executed by His Majesty. The tomb spirit paused slightly and shook his head. Since you have come and inherited everything from His Majesty, even the tomb is now yours. Naturally it cannot be merged. What's wrong? Has some issue occurred? The tomb spirit also noticed that Lin Yuan's tone seemed a bit off. The two enemies of Your Majesty, Great Saint Hunshao and Great Saint Jade Qilin, have arrived, Lin Yuan immediately said. Those two. Tomb spirit's expression subtly changed. As the spirit created by Xianhuang, it inherited some memories and was aware of these two peerless great saints. Before His Majesty last attempted to ascend to the 13th tier, he had specifically sought them out, killed 39 of their physical bodies, and only stopped once the causal linkage was confirmed to have disappeared. Unexpectedly they managed to endure it, Tomb Spirit said. Does this universe have any other exits? Lin Yuan immediately asked. I am just the Tomb Spirit, not the spirit of the universe, Tomb Spirit replied helplessly. Oh. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. He could feel two presences different from the Xianhuang universe rapidly occupying the surrounding time and space, and in an instant covering more than half. Whether it was Lin Yuan or other great saints, upon entering the Xianhuang universe, they usually integrated their presence into the universe. However, these two presences were making themselves transcend the universe, even beginning to replace the laws and operations of the Xianhuang universe. Swish. Lin Yuan immediately stowed away the tomb spirit and simultaneously began communicating with the Eye of Myriad Laws. In no time, Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hunshao descended into the deepest part of the universe. Did not expect its Xianhuang remnants. Great Saint Jade Qilin glanced at Lin Yuan and instantly recognized the aura indicating Lin Yuan practiced the evolutionary path of Xianhuang. From the time they entered the Xianhuang universe until now, the two peerless great saints had only spent 10 breaths, unaffected in the slightest by the time-space suppression within the Xianhuang universe. Two great saints. Lin Yuan spoke, with the exterior universe operating, resisting the oppression of the two peerless great saints. Interesting. Great Saint Hunshao gazed down at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Throughout so many cosmic eras, we have eradicated many Xianhuang remnants. You are the most powerful of them. But, at this moment, virtual air breath drew into shape, forming a giant eye. Hunshao Jade Qilin. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the two peerless great saints. He was reluctant to enter the Xianhuang universe, but it wasn't impossible for him to do so. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Eye of Myriad Laws? What are you doing coming in? Great Saint Hunshao appeared surprised. Perhaps other entities were unaware of their feud with Xuanhuang's lineage, but the Eye of Myriad Laws certainly understood, so why bother joining at this moment? The galaxy has causation with our 10,000 Paths Pavilion, may I let him out? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke. Rest assured, I can make him vow never to participate in anything related to Xuanhuang's lineage in the future. Let him out. Great Saint Hunshao looked at the Eye of No Laws, speaking blandly. Eye of Myriad Laws, you really want to meddle in everything. Other matters can be discussed, but not this one. Great Saint Jade Qilin directly said. Although Lin Yuan wasn't a peerless great saint, his strength was certainly at the pinnacle among chaos great saints. Letting Lin Yuan go? It would absolutely be an unignorable hazard. We will not only refrain from letting him go, but we will also hunt all of his true bodies and avatars. Great Saint Hunshao spoke. It was precisely because Xianhuang did not completely annihilate them that led to the insane revenge on Xuanhuang's lineage by the two peerless great saints later. Now, Great Saint Hunshao naturally wouldn't make the same mistake. Hunt all my true bodies and avatars? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Originally, he intended to simply hand over his gains if there was truly no choice. After all, given Lin Yuan's growth speed, Great Saint Hunshao and Great Saint Jade Qilin would at most just be temporary custodians. Once Lin Yuan breakthroughs to the Chaos Realm and possesses strength akin to an invincible Great Saint, he could easily retrieve it. But to hunt down all his true bodies and avatars? Do you really have to take things this far? The Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't anticipated the two peerless Great Saints to be this ruthless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168, Crush It, Seeking Subscription. The Eye of Myriad Laws, your creator, is a great time being. The Jade Qilin Great Saint looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. Precisely for this reason, you cannot intervene in the entanglements and causality within the chaos void, nor can you directly stop us. You can call in favors to have other Supreme Saints stop us, but for how long? The Jade Qilin Great Saint said with a smile. Throughout the long years, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion has helped many cultivators with great potential, a few of whom eventually became Supreme Saints. But to expect these Supreme Saints to oppose us because of past assistance? The Jade Qilin Great Saint didn't believe any Supreme Saint would do so. Moreover, the galaxy is now before us, and this physical body is doomed to annihilation. The Eye of Myriad Laws can at most prevent us from hunting down the true bodies of the galaxy. But only a Supreme Saint can stop me, and essentially no Supreme Saint would do so. The Eye of Myriad Laws remained silent. Indeed it was so. It is a special existence related to the 13th stage, holding a transcendent position in the chaos void, with no Supreme Saint daring to provoke it willingly. Even the Xian Emperor and the Moyu Tower Master, such invincible great saints, would not dare to provoke it actively. But ultimately, it is not a true time being and cannot bring much intimidation to Supreme Saints. Supreme Saints hold it and respect it most, not in fear. Leave. The Great Saint Hunshao spoke, also having no intention of thoroughly offending the Eye of Myriad Laws, but Lin Yuan, this remnant of the profound Xianhuang, would certainly not be let go. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he cannot become a Supreme Saint in the future, he can easily pose a threat to their tribe when the two of them ascend to the 13th stage. The two Supreme Saints have lived through numerous cosmic eras with relatives and friends mostly deceased, but their tribe remains. Jade Qilin Hunshao, I will remember you. The Eye of Myriad Laws directly dissipated on the spot. At the same time, the star-tier fragment world. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, am helpless. The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed, although before coming forward, it had predicted there was a high possibility that the two Supreme Saints would not heed its words. But truly facing this scene, the Eye of Myriad Laws still felt somewhat helpless. However, with me here, those two can only erase your physical body in the Xianhuang universe. As for all your true bodies and avatars, that's impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws said with a cold laugh. I know a few special mysterious places that can isolate causality in spacetime. Besides me, no other beings, even invincible great saints, can enter. The Eye of Myriad Laws said, now prepare to bring along your tribe and friends, and I will transport you there. While the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot directly intervene in the chaos and causality within the chaos void, it can indirectly influence it. Like now, as the two Supreme Saints want to hunt down all Lin Yuan's true bodies and avatars, the Eye of Myriad Laws simply sends Lin Yuan to a place the two Supreme Saints cannot enter, such that the two Supreme Saints are naturally helpless. Thank you. Lin Yuan said with a slight tone of gratitude. In fact, even without the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan had means to protect his primordial spirit avatars. The safest way is to place all the human civilization tribes into a micro-world and then descend into other dimensional worlds via the door of myriad worlds. As long as the human civilization within the micro-world doesn't come out, they won't notice the world's changes. When Lin Yuan grows powerful enough to sweep through those two supreme saints, he can naturally bring the human civilization back. However, this method involves different dimensions and perhaps risks exposing the door of myriad worlds. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan still prefers not to do so. So far, Lin Yuan has never let a second person contact the door of myriad worlds. No need to thank me. I'm also doing it for myself. The door of myriad worlds said, if you die at the hands of Jade Qilin and the others, wouldn't my previous efforts to spread the path of martial path evolution to you be in vain? The door of myriad worlds helped Lin Yuan with its own plans as well. One reason it held Lin Yuan in high regard, believing that as long as he continued growing smoothly, he would at least become an invincible great saint. The second is that the door of myriad worlds had already made many investments in Lin Yuan, and naturally could not watch those two supreme saints make a move against him idly. Xianhuang Universe. The Jade Qilin Great Saint and the Great Saint Hunxiao looked down at Lin Yuan. I'm curious about what you've gained in this Xianhuang Universe. Did the Xian Emperor leave anything concerning us? The Jade Qilin Great Saint said. Now the entire Xianhuang universe is under the control of the two supreme saints, so there is no rush. No. Lin Yuan observed the two supreme saints while speaking. Inside the Xianhuang Mausoleum, there are many murals depicting the great events of the Xian Emperor from obscurity to overlooking the entire chaos void. But throughout, Lin Yuan never saw any record concerning the Jade Qilin Great Saint or the Great Saint Hunxiao. If it weren't for learning from the tomb spirit that the Xian Emperor wiped out 39 bodies of the two supreme saints before attempting to ascend to the 13th stage, Lin Yuan wouldn't even know the deeds of these two supreme saints. No. The Xian Emperor didn't leave any information on us. The Jade Qilin Great Saint's face turned ugly, and so did the Great Saint Hunxiao beside him. The implication being that the Xian Emperor never regarded them highly. Upon realizing this, the aura of the two supreme saints began to ripple softly. It's now. Lin Yuan stepped forward. The spacetime around started to warp, specifically the profound Xuanwang's three great Dao-protecting secret skills, spacetime 9 steps. Facing the two supreme saints, Lin Yuan had no intention of opposing them, but focused on escape instead. Spacetime 9 steps? The Jade Qilin Great Saint shook his head slightly. We've hunted enough of the disciples of the profound Xianhuang tribe and long developed means to suppress such escape secret skills. Just as the words fell, Lin Yuan noticed the surrounding space-time beginning to change, and his grasp over time and space rapidly waned. Failed on the first step? Lin Yuan thought to himself, likewise looking up at the two supreme saints. If that's the case, then we'll fight to the death. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly burned with fighting spirit, and the universe around him began to whirl crazily. The Jade Qilin Great Saint showed a somewhat astonished expression. Though not a supreme saint on account of the personal domain, he can compel the great Daos rules to retreat. Impressive. I increasingly want to kill you. The Great Saint Hunxiao's tone gradually turned icy. The more formidable Lin Yuan seemed, the stronger their desire to kill him grew. Rumbling sounds. In the next moment, the Great Saint Hunxiao decisively acted, slapping at the universe around Lin Yuan. Outside the Xianhuang universe, in the twisted space-time, the Eye of Myriad Laws and several other special existences still had not left. Myriad Laws, what did you go in there for just now? The broken long blade glanced at the Eye of Myriad Laws. The Eye of Myriad Laws had split a trace of power into the Xianhuang universe, and they naturally noticed it. Nothing in particular, just wanted to take someone away. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. Take someone away? The broken long blade said, rejected by Hunxiao and the others? Yes. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Humph. Ants doomed to be trapped in a time loop, they can only show off their might now. The broken long blade shook its head. As an existence similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, it naturally stood in opposition to the invincible Great Saint. Huh. Just then, the nearby ancient altar spirit was slightly surprised. Is there a fight inside? At this moment, within the Xianhuang universe, vast spacetime fluctuations faintly spread, like two prehistoric behemoths trembling in deep waters, causing the water surface to become unsteady. Deep within the Xianhuang universe. See the novel, Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan exerted all his might to activate the cosmos outside his body, contending with Great Saint Hunxiao. Combining the devouring of the fierce sun's origin, along with mastering the second level of infinite void, and the enhancement of refining the dark sky heart, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos was already stronger than that of a normal invincible great saint. But the means of an invincible great saint are by no means limited to the internal cosmos, let alone Great Saint Hunxiao, who is not just any invincible great saint. Not a match. Lin Yuan's heart was heavy. Although at this moment he barely contended with Great Saint Hunxiao, Lin Yuan knew it was only temporary. As time passed, he would inevitably be suppressed by this invincible great saint. Detonate the external cosmos? Lin Yuan thought of this method, simultaneously glancing at the other invincible great saint, Jade Qilin Great Saint. No great hope in his heart. With only Great Saint Hunxiao here, suddenly detonating the external cosmos might indeed create a chance to escape. But beside Great Saint Hunxiao, there was also Jade Qilin Great Saint. Under the pressure of two invincible great saints, even detonating the external cosmos would hardly offer a chance to escape. Even if I lose this body, it'll shatter all treasures and rare wonders in the end. Lin Yuan made up his mind he couldn't destroy great saint-level weapons temporarily, but treasures and rare wonders? Those he could annihilate. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. Within his internal cosmos, the Xianhuang Mausoleum was suspended, and the tomb spirit appeared. Can you withstand Hunxiao and Jade Qilin? The tomb spirit asked. Probably not, Lin Yuan said truthfully. If not for Great Saint Hunxiao being unwilling to pay any price during his suppression, he would probably already be at a disadvantage. Alas, the tomb spirit fell silent. Once Lin Yuan couldn't resist, everything in the Shenhuang universe would fall into the hands of Xuanhuang's enemies. Especially the three personal weapons of His Majesty, and that one bead. That bead, you should crush it. The tomb spirit said bitterly as if it had made a certain decision. Crush that bead. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Wouldn't that summon the treasure His Majesty obtained? Lin Yuan remembered the tomb spirit's words. Once that Shenhuang bead was crushed, the treasure obtained by His Majesty from the dimensional rift would be acquired. Even risking an early impact on the 13th stage to preserve that treasure. No matter, just crush it directly. After saying this, the tomb spirit vanished from its place. The outside world. Lin Yuan's expression was puzzled. But since the tomb spirit said so, he wouldn't hesitate and directly took out that Xianhuang bead. The bead was round with a Xianhuang color inside, surrounded by a faint aura of time. Swish. The Xianhuang bead appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. What is that? Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also saw this scene, and upon seeing the Xianhuang bead, they vaguely sensed something. The next moment, Lin Yuan held the Xianhuang bead, applying gentle pressure. Crack. The bead was crushed with a crisp sound. Time seemed to come to a halt. The instant the Xianhuang bead was crushed, threads of the power of time began to gather. Space-time gradually manifested scene after scene, finally forming a loop, repeating endlessly like a cycle. In the scenes was an incomparably majestic heavenly court, with grand immortal palaces and lofty jade towers. In the highest divine hall, a man sat on the throne. The man rested his head on his right hand, appearing to be in slumber. But at the instant the Xianhuang bead was crushed, this man seemed to sense something, slowly opening his closed eyes. Bus. The man vanished soundlessly from the throne. Xianhuang universe. Beside Lin Yuan. At some unknown time, a robust and majestic man appeared. The man was enveloped in golden light, perhaps the most emperorial of all the mighty great saints who had arisen across countless cosmic eras and myriad cosmic eras in the chaos void. He stood quietly by Lin Yuan's side, hands held behind his back, without looking at Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, but instead cast a glance at Lin Yuan. You? Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint trembled with terror, nearly turning to flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, Shenhuang Seeking Subscription. Outside Shenhuang Universe. The minds of many Chaos Venerables were shaken, and it took them a while to regain their composure. Just now did a Supreme Great Saint enter? A single thought forms the void, replacing the rules of the Chaos Void. It must be a Supreme Great Saint. Only a Supreme Great Saint can form a new void rule and path in an instant. Ah, a Supreme Great Saint, the Chaos Venerables quickly conversed and discussed. The Chaos Evolution Power Foundation of a Supreme Great Saint is hefty enough to bear numerous rules and paths of the Chaos Void, which makes forming new rules possible. Becoming a Supreme Great Saint, strength is secondary. It further signifies that the path one's taking is broad enough. Although there are myriad paths, all leading to the same destination, the paths have no differences in rank. But a muddy trail compared to a heavenly path. Even if both can reach the end, the processes are vastly different. Simply said, for a Chaos Great Saint to become a Supreme Great Saint, it is unrelated to talent and aptitude. It depends on whether the path of strength one walks is hefty and wide. Why did the Eye of Myriad Laws immediately perceive that Lin Yuan could become a Supreme Great Saint upon detecting the evolution path? Lin Yuan let it spread, originating from the branch of his own evolution path. It's because the martial arts evolution road can branch out so many paths at the path-splitting realm stage, even reaching paths with potential at the Chaos realm. One can imagine how broad and weighty the martial arts evolution road itself is. Such an evolution path, as long as it grows smoothly, becoming a Supreme Great Saint is inevitable. Were two Supreme Great Saints here just now? Two Supreme Great Saints? The Chaos Venerables quickly communicated. Some Venerable caught a fleeting glimpse of two vague figures arriving instantaneously from distant spacetime. Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin. Great Saint never intended to enter the Shenhuang universe quietly. As Supreme Great Saints, they should roam freely in the Chaos Void. How could they sneak around? Therefore they never concealed themselves, but even so, most Chaos Venerables couldn't even lift their heads under the pressure of Supreme Great Saints. Only a few saw their vague forms. Did both Supreme Great Saints enter this postnatal universe? It seems this postnatal universe truly has a significant background. Whether it has a significant background, I'm not concerned, as it has nothing to do with me. Indeed, just that Galaxy Saint is rather unfortunate. The Chaos Venerables suddenly thought of the situation within the Shenhuang universe. Since suppressing Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints, this postnatal universe was completely occupied by Galaxy Great Saint. With the combat power Galaxy Great Saint displayed, other Chaos Great Saints dared not enter. As for the Chaos Venerables originally inside, Galaxy Great Saint didn't expel them, but these Chaos Venerables knew their limits, only daring to wander around the outer regions of the Shenhuang universe. Simply put, this postnatal universe has already become Galaxy Great Saint's backyard. But now the arrival of two Supreme Great Saints has completely disrupted this scenario. Galaxy Great Saint is strong, his domain world could make numerous rules and paths retreat, but after the decision of several Chaos Great Saints, Galaxy Great Saint ultimately did not reach the level of Supreme Great Saint. In this situation, with two Supreme Great Saints entering, the conclusion for Galaxy Great Saint within the universe is almost predictable. If lucky and those two Supreme Great Saints are in a good mood, he might leave alive, but the gains from this trip within the universe would surely have to be surrendered. If unlucky, just like Galaxy Great Saint treated Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, suppressed by two Supreme Great Saints, exchanging with ransom. If even unluckier, if detested by the two Supreme Great Saints, there's a chance of directly facing death. The stature of Supreme Great Saints is too high, they don't care much about ransom. Distant Void Domain. Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw many friends, none willing to step in to assist him in negotiating with Galaxy Great Saint. At that moment, Wild Barbarian Great Saint received news. Two Supreme Great Saints entered that postnatal universe too? Upon hearing this, Wild Barbarian Great Saint's expression was not of joy but fear. His main battle body was in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint in the Shenhuang universe, so he was very concerned about information from that area, immediately being aware of the two Supreme Great Saints' arrival. Things have become complicated. Wild Barbarian Great Saint's brows knitted tightly. The exchange for his main battle body in the hands of Lin Yuan required a high price, but at least that price was determined. For instance, Wild Barbarian Great Saint only needed to gather 10 billion Chaos Stones to regain his main battle body. This is what Galaxy Great Saint agreed to. Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Such a mighty existence generally would not be untrustworthy. But now with two additional Supreme Great Saints? It's beyond Wild Barbarian Great Saint's control. With two Supreme Great Saints entering the postnatal universe, Galaxy Great Saint should be suppressed, meaning the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints fall into the hands of the two Supreme Great Saints. Galaxy Great Saint was willing to exchange their main battle bodies for 10 billion Chaos Stones, doesn't mean the two supreme great saints would do the same. Galaxy Great Saint, you must escape. Wild barbarian Great Saint gazed towards the Shenhuang universe, silently pondering. He inexplicably hoped that Galaxy Great Saint, who suppressed his main battle body, could escape from the hands of those two supreme great saints. Not only Wild Barbarian Great Saint, but Black Light Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint also felt uneasy. The entrance of supreme great saints made the situation increasingly complex. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170, Shenhuang Seeking Subscription. _2 Originally, one only needed to hand over the corresponding number of Chaos Stones to safely exchange back the main battle body. But now, who knows what further price needs to be paid? The two unparalleled Great Saints? The dual origin Great Saint, who had already reached another void domain, was slightly taken aback, then immediately felt a sense of relief. Galactic Great Saint, it seems I have to thank you. The dual origin Great Saint thought to himself. If it weren't for the Galactic Great Saint, he would still be exploring within the Shenhuang universe at this moment. At this time, with the entry of the two unparalleled Great Saints, what could his dual origin outcome be? The dual origin Great Saint barely escaped from Lin Yuan's grasp after a desperate fight. But facing the unparalleled Great Saints? No matter how much he struggled for his life, he couldn't escape. By then, his fate would certainly be much worse than it is now. This Galactic Great Saint, to persist for so long in front of Hun Shao? Remarkable. I reckon Hun Shao was unwilling to pay the price and wanted to suppress the Galactic Great Saint without loss. Even so, it's very rare, as the Galactic Great Saint doesn't even possess the power of chaos evolution. The Broken Blade, the Ancient Altar Spirit, the Eye of Myriad Laws, and several other special beings were observing the situation within the Shenhuang universe. At the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, the formation of an independent void world makes it impossible for these special beings to forcibly penetrate for observation. But based on the faint time-space fluctuations transmitted, many things could be inferred. These special beings have experienced one cosmic era after another, possessing keen vision and can deduce many conclusions from subtle hints. At this moment, the entire Shenhuang universe froze completely. This freezing involved not only space but also time. If the previous Shenhuang universe was a stream of flowing water, then at this moment the Shenhuang universe had solidified from flowing water to a solid. All power fluctuations and aura rules were completely silenced, unable to be transmitted in the slightest. What is this? The special beings like the Broken Blade and the Ancient Altar Spirit suddenly had a change in expression, and a common thought surged in their hearts. Shenhuang? A majestic and towering man stood in midair without emitting any aura. But since his appearance, inexplicable changes began in the Shenhuang universe. The Grand Road rules started boiling, and the rules initially oppressed by the Great Saint Hun Shao and Jade Qilin Great Saint rapidly counterpressed. Compared to the changes in the Shenhuang universe, Great Saint Hun Shao and Jade Qilin Great Saint paid no attention. The gazes of the two unparalleled Great Saints were fixed on the majestic and towering man, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene, like the sudden appearance of someone who absolutely should not have appeared. Shenhuang? Weren't you advancing to the 13th stage? Great Saint Hun Shao was on high alert, his voice trembling. He was certain that the majestic and towering man before him was not some kind of imprint consciousness but Shenhuang himself, the invincible Great Saint who, over 30 million cosmic eras ago, had the power to sweep away other unparalleled Great Saints. Back when Shenhuang was advancing towards the 13th stage to eliminate potential threats, he specifically hunted down a batch of unparalleled Great Saints, among whom were Hun Shao and Jade Qilin. In the end, Hun Shao and Jade Qilin, being left with no choice, opted for reincarnation to escape Xuanhuang's hunt. The Chaos Realm allows for reincarnation, and a Great Saint who achieves perfection in the Chaos Realm can retain some memories post-reincarnation, with an unparalleled Great Saint retaining even more. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, even if all memories are retained, what of it? After reincarnation, it is the weakest period for any Great Saint. If reincarnated into a strong species, it's still manageable, but if reincarnated into a fragile species, it becomes perilous. Reincarnation in the Chaos Realm, whether for ordinary beings or unparalleled Great Saints, is random, leaving no choice in the reincarnation target. In the boundless chaos void, primordial universes, secret realms, and the weak, fragile species make up 99%, with the strong species being few. This means that unless unbelievably lucky, even an unparalleled great saint is likely to reincarnate into a low starting point. With such a low start, even possessing partial memory, survival is still difficult if trapped in a desperate and perilous situation. Once the reincarnated body dies, a second reincarnation will occur, and the memories retained during the second reincarnation will become negligible, making the hope of returning as a great saint even more remote. At the Chaos Great Saint level, especially the Absolute Great Saints, their paths are vast and profound, holding hope of becoming a time life. If not absolutely necessary, they would never choose reincarnation. Have you crossed into the 13th layer? Beside him, Jade Qilin Great Saint was shaken. The first thought in his mind when he heard Shen Huang slipped out of the time loop was that he had crossed into the 13th layer. No. You have not crossed into the 13th layer. The birth of every time life causes a vibration in the space-time layer of the chaos void, and we will certainly become aware of it. Jade Qilin Great Saint felt an immense terror in his heart, but still managed to maintain basic rationality. For life in the chaos void, when crossing from the 11th to the 12th layer, they will endure the infusion of the chaos void origin. And when crossing from the 12th to the 13th layer, it is the same, but the shock caused far exceeds the former. Right, you have not crossed into the 13th layer. Great Saint Hunshao also realized, and they looked at the majestic and formidable man not far away. For over 30 million cosmic eras, this man has become their heart demon. The two absolute great saints dared not challenge the 13th layer, and they sought to erase the traces of the profound Shen Huang lineage to minimize the heart demon's influence on them. So many cosmic eras have passed, and you two wastes have still not changed. The majestic and great man smiled and muttered to himself. Shen Huang? Lin Yuan also looked at the majestic and great man beside him, his heart rippling. Shen Huang? Is that Shen Huang? The founder of the profound Shen Huang lineage? Even though not an invincible great saint, yet not the slightest bit weaker than an invincible great saint's absolute great saint? Lin Yuan was filled with countless thoughts. Since stepping into the 9th layer and entering the Shen Huang secret realm, he had heard of this sovereign Shen Huang, and in the universe of his homeland, the legacy of the profound Shen Huang line had played a significant role for him. And now, has he actually met the true sovereign Shen Huang? Crushing that bead will summon sovereign Shen Huang? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, but a greater doubt arose in his heart. If so, why did the tomb spirit advise him as much as possible not to crush it? Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint's expressions were gloomy. Though still terrified when they heard Shen Huang refer to them as waste, their eyes clouded as if they returned to over 30 million cosmic eras ago. At that time they were also absolute great saints, supposedly dominating the chaos void, ultimately consolidating everything to impact the 13th layer. But in that era Shen Huang, this monster, was born who was born nothing more than an ant-like life nurtured by the natural universe. In terms of inheritance, Shen Huang had no elders to rely on. Yet this ant quickly grew to the chaos realm perfection, absolute great saint. Great Saint Hunshao, Jade Qilin Great Saint, and many other absolute great saints of that era basically lived under Xuanhuang's shadow. Shen Huang, over 30 million cosmic eras have passed, Jade Qilin and I underwent one reincarnation, returning to the peak, much stronger than before. Great Saint Hungxiu's voice grew louder, resonating across space-time. Jade Qilin Great Saint was the same, his eyes quickly calmed down. Is that so? The majestic great man smiled slightly, then lifted his right hand behind him. Escape. Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, like startled birds, fled towards the entrance without hesitation. At this moment Shen Huang universe integrated into one, they could not tear the surrounding space-time, and only hope of escape lay at the entrance. Inner universe. Inside the tomb spirit sat there looking downcast, softly whispering, Your Majesty. Even though 30 million cosmic eras can't break through the time cycle, the hope of stepping into the 13th layer will be very slim, but however slim, it is still hope, and in the distant future there might be changes. Even without changes but falling into the time cycle, you are still alive. As long as you are alive there is hope, there is hope. The eyes of the tomb spirit lowered, faint crystal tears rolled down. But why give up this hope, why give up? The tomb spirit's body trembled violently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171. Before I perish, please subscribe. Escape. 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 Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint burned their physical and soul origins, hoping to distance themselves from that towering and powerful man. Swoosh. Time and space turned into a prison. Xianhuang Qi suffused, trapping the two supreme great saints within. Xianhuang. Great Saint Hunshao roared. The time and space around him exploded in surges, trying to disperse the Xianhuang prison, but unable to shake it even slightly. Jade Qilin Great Saint looked grave. He glanced not far away. Now they had returned to their original place. Xianhuang stood there quietly, gazing at them indifferently, as if overlooking them from above. Xianhuang, you haven't stepped into the 13th layer yet. Forcibly break out of the time loop, you're courting death. Jade Qilin Great Saint said solemnly, staring fixedly at the towering, powerful man. The towering, powerful man said nothing, his expression calm, flipping his raised right hand. Immediately the Xianhuang cage trapping the two supreme great saints began to collapse, and within it, Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also started to collapse. Last time you survived, this time you want. The towering, powerful man's gaze fixed. Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint struggled desperately but still turned to dust within 2 or 3 breaths. Their bodies and soul bodies within their universes all disintegrated to dust. Dead? Not far away, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. 2 supreme great saints just like that, dead? Lin Yuan had fought against Great Saint Hunshao, knowing well the strength of this supreme great saint, far surpassing his own, willing to pay the price. He could completely suppress him in a short time. But this supreme great saint could not last 2 or 3 breaths against Xuanwang's hand. Nor could Jade Qilin Great Saint, who was no weaker than Great Saint Hunshao. 2 supreme great saints in Lin Yuan's hands seemed like those chaos venerables in front of him, without any ability to resist. The strength of an invincible great saint, is it so much stronger than a supreme great saint? Sir the Nell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. He also concluded Xianhuang hadn't stepped into the 13th layer, still at the 12th, but this strength was too strong. Supreme great saints of the same level were like ants. No. An invincible great saint shouldn't be this strong. Lin Yuan was certain in his heart, invincible great saints were indeed stronger than supreme great saints, able to sweep the ladder, but the difference in strength couldn't be this vast. Is it because of the time loop? Lin Yuan looked at the towering, powerful man. At this moment Xuanhuang's state was very strange between the 12th and 13th layer. Neither having stepped into the 13th layer nor surpassed the 12-layer category. After Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint were completely annihilated. The towering, powerful man retracted his right hand, glanced at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "I'll go deal with some hidden dangers, I'll be back soon." "All right." Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the towering, powerful man disappearing from the original place. Outside the Xianhuang universe. The Chaos Venerables didn't know what had happened within the universe, still discussing the scene of Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint entering. In the distance, several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws had a solemn expression. At this moment, the towering, powerful man appeared at the entrance of the universe. In a daze, the Xianhuang universe behind him started to spread infinitely, encompassing the 4 directions of time-space chaos void. Who is that? Why did he come out? Where are the 2 supreme great saints? Many chaos venerables were still confused, not reacting. Indeed, it is Xianhuang. The long knife broken in 2 said in a low voice, even though it was already certain 3 million cosmic years ago, the Xianhuang who attempted the 13th layer reappeared. Seeing it in person now still made its heart a bit unsettled. As a special existence, they had witnessed too much, even personally experienced the birth of 13th layer time life. But to forcibly break out of the time loop? It was very rare. 1, it was extremely difficult, and 2, the cost was too high. The forcible breakout here was not a normal breakthrough of the time loop constraint, but to break out in another way. Xianhuang, I didn't expect the heart demon effect was so great. The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed. He had told Lin Yuan before that Xuanwang's chance to break the time loop was very low because this supreme great saint's heart demon was just too heavy. Now it seems indeed so. Chaos Void. The towering, powerful man appeared outside the Xianhuang universe, took a deep breath. In an instant, the chaos chi of several void domains around him, along with the thin chaos chi of the desolate void, was completely swallowed into his mouth. The towering, powerful man glanced at the positions of several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws, did not pay much attention, but extended his right hand. "Sword, come to me." Xianhuang Qi gathered, forming the shadow of a long sword. The long sword was similar to the sword of the Shenhuang that Lin Yuan obtained, but in a phantom state. Even so, an unprecedented sharpness condensed within the phantom long sword. Slash. The towering, powerful man slashed two swords deep into the chaos void. A highly secretive void secret realm. Great Saint Hunshao looked solemn, gazing distantly in a certain direction and murmured, Shenhuang? As a peerless great saint who had lived through tens of millions of cosmic eras, Great Saint Hunshao naturally had many means of self-preservation, having 4 true bodies and as many as 58 avatars. 4 true bodies and 58 avatars. As long as one was alive, Great Saint Hunshao could quickly recover. As for the means of self-preservation, in the boundless chaos void, Great Saint Hunshao had left countless means for survival. Should all true bodies and avatars perish, the self-preservation means would be triggered, allowing for a resurrection. 30 million cosmic eras ago, you killed all my true bodies and broke my many survival methods, and I had no choice but to reincarnate. But now, can you still force me into reincarnation? Great Saint Hunshao sat there quietly. At this moment, a sword light came slashing towards Great Saint Hunshao through the causal time-space. What? Before Great Saint Hunshao could react, his flesh and soul were quickly annihilated under the sword light. At the same time, the third true body of Great Saint Hunshao, located deep in a spatial-temporal maze, was likewise obliterated by a sword light. The fourth true body was slashed. The first avatar hidden deep within the Taiyuan ruins was slashed. The second avatar hiding in a special place was slashed. The third avatar within a mysterious space was slashed. At the same instant, all 3 of Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies and 58 avatars were completely slashed. In the boundless chaos void, the many survival means left behind by Great Saint Hunshao were similarly met with sword light and annihilated. As Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies, avatars and survival methods were extinguished. The same fate befell Jade Qilin Great Saint, whose many true bodies and survival methods were equally slashed and annihilated under the causal time-space sword lights with no resistance. What happened? This type of causal time-space fluctuation? Who is it? Shenhuang? The disappearance of the 2 peerless great saints from causality and their complete fall immediately alarmed the ancient great saints within the chaos void. Many peerless great saints, who were in seclusion, preparing for the final breakthrough to the 13th level, were stirred. That aura, is it Shenhuang? His Excellency Shenhuang? The peerless great saint ruling over tens of thousands of void domains? Wasn't it said he was breaking through to the 13th level? Some ancient peerless great saints, even if they were not from the same era as His Excellency Shenhuang, had heard of this peerless great saint, and now were extremely shocked. In the long history of the chaos void, there indeed had been instances where peerless great saints fell, but those were during highly unusual times, and the fallen great saints only perished after numerous fierce battles. And whether they truly fell no one knew, because at the last moment, a peerless great saint could still reincarnate. Once reincarnated, a peerless great saint would lose all, including their flesh and soul, but would also completely sever their own causality. Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had used this method to escape Xuanhuang's pursuit. But now, their causal ties disappeared far too quickly. Shenhuang. Shenhuang is clearing the accounts, clearing out all the great saints opposing the profound Shenhuang lineage. Numerous peerless great saints were tremendously shocked but didn't dare to step forward. Even 30 million cosmic eras ago, Shenhuang had the strength of an invincible great saint, and with enough time, would gain the recognition of all peerless great saints. The strength shown now far exceeded the scope of a normal peerless great saint. At this moment, no peerless great saint dared to stand out. Outside the Shenhuang universe, a tall and mighty man sensed carefully and slashed out another 3 swords. After 3 swords, the causal ties of 3 more ancient peerless great saints vanished completely, unable even to reincarnate. In fact, even over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the reincarnation of Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had been Xuanhuang's doing, leaving them no retreat, with all true bodies and avatars annihilated, forcing them to reincarnate. Now, with merely 1 true body slashed, Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint weren't yet at the end of their roads and naturally didn't reincarnate immediately. Who could have thought that the sword from the tall and mighty man would wield such terrifying power, instantly annihilating all true bodies, avatars and survival methods. After 5 sword strikes, the long sword in the hands of the tall and mighty man dissipated, and he immediately turned and stepped into the Shenhuang universe. Deep within the Shenhuang universe, Lin Yuan looked grave. The causal ties of Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint have completely vanished? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Having battled these two great saints, causality naturally arose, allowing Lin Yuan to determine whether they still existed through the causal ties. Of course, it was only possible to determine their existence. With Lin Yuan's current mastery of causality, he couldn't yet lock onto the location coordinates of the two peerless great saints. After all, the two peerless great saints would intentionally obscure their own causality. Failing to lock onto their locations through causality, however, still allowed him to determine whether they were alive by the existence of causality. Now the causal ties of Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had vanished utterly, as if wiped from existence. As Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out, the tall and mighty man appeared not far away, stepping astride to stand before Lin Yuan. I know you have many questions. The tall and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you. After speaking, the tall and mighty man paused for a moment, then added, before I vanish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172, Supreme Treasure, subscribe. The towering and mighty man's tone was calm. No intimidating aura emanated. If Lin Yuan hadn't clearly sensed the complete disappearance of the causal traces of Great Saints Hunshao and Jade Qilin, he might have thought this was just an ordinary life form. Annihilation. Lin Yuan thought about the last words of the Xianhuang. Before I vanish? Let's discuss this last. The towering and mighty man waved his hand, and the time and space around them shifted, bringing them to a palace. Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan glanced around and immediately noticed the two ancient symbols at the top of the palace. Xianhuang. Although he didn't know what the symbols meant, he understood them the moment he saw them. Xianhuang Hall. Is this the Xianhuang Hall? Lin Yuan pondered. Among the many areas on the animal hide map, the Xianhuang Hall ranked just below the tomb. However, the animal hide map described the Xianhuang Hall as existing deep in time and space, making it very hard to find. Whoosh. Following the towering and mighty man into the Xianhuang Hall, Lin Yuan paused in front of a jade table. The towering and mighty man sat down to the side, smiling at Lin Yuan. Please sit. Yes. Lin Yuan obediently complied. Without a doubt, the towering and mighty man before him was the strongest life form Lin Yuan had ever seen. Whether in the chaos void or in the source world of the fierce sun ancient country, he was the strongest life form beneath the 13th step. Even a great saint couldn't resist being instantly slain, their life-saving means utterly cut off. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if the towering and mighty man harbored any murderous intent towards him, all traces he left in this chaos void would likely be forcibly erased. I suppose you already know who I am, the towering and mighty man said with a smile. Your Majesty, Lin Yuan nodded. The moment the towering and mighty man appeared, the origin source of the Xianhuang universe condensed into one. Aside from the Xianhuang who personally created this postnatal universe, no one else could achieve this. Moreover, Great Saints Hunshao and Jade Qilin also recognized the identity of the towering and mighty man, fleeing without daring to resist, yet ultimately failing to escape. Ha ha ha. The towering and mighty man laughed. In the era I belong to, in terms of innate talent and growth speed, even the marvelous life forms birthed by the chaos void were far inferior to me. Saying this, he glanced at Lin Yuan and sighed slightly, but compared to you, I was quite ordinary. The moment of re-entering the Xianhuang universe, all the events that occurred over more than 3 million cosmic eras in this postnatal universe flooded into the towering and mighty man's mind. Coupled with his current state, he could see many secrets on Lin Yuan's body, such as his life level still being in the Master Realm and his unparalleled cosmic foundation. Your Majesty is anything but ordinary, Lin Yuan said immediately. To eliminate two great saints with just a lift of a hand, even Lin Yuan wouldn't dare claim he could do the same after entering the Chaos Realm. So far, Lin Yuan's Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji had yet to take form, its potency unknown, leaving him uncertain. My current state is special, hence the ability to thoroughly slay great saints. Normally it wouldn't be possible, the towering and mighty man laughed. When I was in the Master Realm, forget contending with great saints, even facing ordinary sovereigns, I could only flee in panic. Lin Yuan listened obediently. In truth, the towering and mighty man's implication was that he could preserve his life in the presence of sovereigns while in the Master Realm. This was already rare, given that Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, descending upon numerous dimensional worlds, and mastering a 13th-step inheritance had only barely achieved so much. For other life forms, such an achievement was almost impossible to replicate. Special state. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man. Yes. You should also be aware that I have long attempted to reach the 13th step, becoming trapped in a time loop, the towering and mighty man said, but now I have broken free from the temporal loop's restraints. This escape wasn't a normal breakthrough but a forcible disengagement, hence it won't last and I will soon vanish. Lin Yuan listened. He recalled how the Eye of Myriad Laws once told him that those stuck in the time loops at 12th-step perfection could indeed force their way out, as long as an anchor point was left in the outside world to be activated at a certain time. The 12th-step perfectionists trapped in time loops could then lock onto the anchor point and forcibly break free from the time loop. Yet, such actions were something hardly any 12th-step perfectionist would choose to do. Firstly, the difficulty was too high, time loops were isolated from the chaos void, and possessing an external anchor didn't guarantee escape. One required the power to shake the world of the time loop. Generally, those 12th-step perfectionists possessed such power to hope for breaking through the time loop, negating the need for forcible escape. Secondly, forcibly breaking out of the time loop defies the supreme laws of the chaos void's operation. Even upon returning to the chaos void, one would perpetually suffer backlash from the entire chaos void. Life forms below the 13th step can hardly withstand it for long and will eventually vanish entirely. Why did your majesty choose to escape the time loop? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Clearly, the Shenhuang bead left to him by the tomb spirit was the anchor point the towering and mighty man placed outside. Just crushing it allowed the towering and mighty man within the time loop world to lock onto it, thereby escaping. Yet Lin Yuan couldn't understand why the towering and mighty man would do such a thing. The tomb spirit mentioned that after acquiring the Shenhuang bead, Lin Yuan could immediately crush it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173, Supreme Treasure Request Subscription, _2 However, the tomb spirit did not wish for Lin Yuan to crush it himself. The former was clearly the Shen Emperor's intention, while the latter was the tomb spirit's own thought. The tomb spirit also understood what crushing the Shenhuang bead meant. But why did the Shen Emperor leave this command? Is it because he knew of the threat Lin Yuan faced from two unparalleled great saints? Not to mention how the Shen Emperor knew about events taking place over 30 million cosmic eras later. Even if he did know, there was no need to act this way. For a successor from who knows how many generations later, to completely give up his hope of breaking into the 13th layer, and have all traces of his existence erased? Makes no sense at all. Back when the profound Shenhuang line was destroyed, countless members and disciples of the profound Shenhuang line were hunted down, yet there was no sign of Shenhuang breaking the time loop, so why do it 30 million cosmic eras later? Don't overthink it, I chose to forcibly break the time loop not for you but for... The towering and mighty man's gaze drifted as if reminded of something. I don't want to break the time loop. Don't want to break the time loop? Lin Yuan was stunned. Could that really be the reason? Actually, the time loop that traps me isn't hard to break. All I need to do is forget my sister disciple. The towering and mighty man spoke with a distant look. It's just that, forget my sister disciple? I don't wish to. Over 30 million cosmic eras I've had my memories erased over and over within the time loop, yet I still don't wish to. Lin Yuan listened but didn't ask who the sister disciple was. I forgot to introduce my sister disciple to you. The towering and mighty man said, I was born in a tribe, lost my parents at an early age, suffered greatly, almost starved to death many times. Actually, starving to death wasn't the scariest part, but being eaten as food. Later, I left the tribe wanting to find a way to survive in the outside world, but not only did I not find anything, I was captured by some evil cultivator who intended to use my essence and soul to refine a cultivation method. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man. Following the murals on the tomb walls, the Shen Emperor should have originated from some innate universe, born in low status with harsh surroundings. Later, I met my sister disciple who was a disciple of the Qingxin sect. Hearing of this evil cultivator's actions, she planned to exterminate the demonic path and killed that evil cultivator, saving me. The towering and mighty man recalled, I still remember the first words my sister disciple said to me, little beggar, don't be afraid, that big demon is already dead, you're alive now. I imagined if my sister disciple had come a little later, I might have died. The towering and mighty man continued, Later she took me back to the Qingshen sect and after testing found my aptitude to be quite good, so I entered, becoming her junior brother. My sister disciple was truly kind. She didn't mind my filth or smell, actively performed marrow cleansing on me, helped me transform and taught me many things about cultivation. Lin Yuan listened. From then on, I vowed to repay my sister disciple well, to prevent anyone from bullying her. As I continued to cultivate, my aptitude and talent grew stronger, quickly becoming the strongest in the Qingshen sect, leading it to become the most powerful force in that universe. Sar the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Later, I also became Dao companions with my sister disciple. That day was the happiest of my life. Finally, I broke through the 12 tiers and with my help, my sister disciple also ascended to the 12 tiers. We endured the cosmic cataclysm together and entered the chaos void. As the towering and mighty man spoke, his tone turned cold. Upon entering the chaos void, we encountered a dominator-class plunderer. I wasn't a match for them and my sister disciple, to ensure my survival, didn't hesitate to burn her soul, essence, blood, and spirit, resulting in both her true form and avatars igniting, barely managing to hold off that plunderer. The towering and mighty man's expression was one of forlorn loss. Though I survived, my sister disciple did not. I inquired everywhere, discovering that 12-tier beings were free from the shackles of the river of time and could only be resurrected by becoming a 13th layer time being. So I began pursuing becoming a time being. It's laughable to say at the time I was just at the peak of the path-splitting realm, not even at the chaos realm, yet I fancied myself capable of becoming a time being? The towering and mighty man suddenly laughed. However, after entering the chaos void, I found my physique and bloodline to be very unique. Under the nurturing environment of the chaos void, they completely revealed their true potential, making me stronger and stronger, easily becoming a domination sovereign, great saint. At the perfection of the chaos realm, I established the profound Shenhuang lineage and founded the Shenhuang kingdom, ruling over the territory, slaughtering all plunderers, partly to avenge my sister disciple, but unfortunately, the plunderer we encountered back then was long dead. The towering and mighty man smiled softly. Upon becoming an unparalleled great saint, I considered how to advance to the 13th layer, visiting many special beings of the chaos void at that time. Those special beings said my heart demon was too heavy, that my sister disciple influenced me too much, and that under such circumstances, the time loop I was trapped in would be extremely difficult to traverse. The towering and mighty man sneered, but those special beings were born strong, standing loftily above, knowing nothing of my experiences. Without my sister disciple, I'd have died long ago. My sister disciple was never my heart demon, but my sole reason to grow stronger. Lin Yuan nodded. Many of the lofty spectacle beings had shallow emotions, utterly self-serving. Though I don't consider my sister disciple to be my heart demon, I understand her position in my heart. The time loop I may face in the attempt to break into the 13th layer will likely involve her. Later, I accidentally entered an interdimensional gap and there obtained a supreme treasure. This treasure was difficult to suppress with my power alone, and could only be veiled using the power of the time loop. At that time, my realm strength had already reached its peak, already having the invincible strength of a great saint. Despite not being recognized by other unparalleled great saints, I didn't want to wait any longer. With the help of that treasure, my chances of breaking the time loop were somewhat higher. The longer the delay, should the matter of this treasure leak, other unparalleled great saints would undoubtedly seize it at any cost, and it might even attract the attention of genuine time beings. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan. Before striking for the 13th layer, I left many arrangements, one of which was that Shenhuang pearl, containing a trace of the treasure's aura, and should it be crushed, the leakage of the aura would resonate with the treasure's body, and that treasure had been taken by me into the time loop world, any disturbance informed to me, serving as an anchor point to forcibly break the time loop. At the time, I thought that if 30 million cosmic eras passed and I had not broken the time loop, there might be no possibility of advancing to the 13th layer, hence leaving the command for the Shenhuang pearl to be crushed after 30 million cosmic eras. Moreover, crushing the Shenhuang pearl would only remind me, whether or not to forcibly break the time loop would still depend on me. I see. Lin Yuan realized, looking pensive. As for the time loop I experienced, to genuinely break through, one must completely forget the sister disciple. Isn't it ironic that my stepping into the 13th layer is to resurrect my sister disciple, but now the precondition for stepping into the 13th layer is to forget her? If I forget her, what is the point of my stepping into the 13th layer? If I truly forget her, would I still be me? The towering and mighty man smirked. In the time loop, countless times I had my memories erased and started again, but never chose to forget her. Not until you crushed the Shenhuang pearl did I forcibly break free. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man, thoughts surging. The information the Moyu Tower Master had provided him about the time loop stated that any who reached perfection at the 12th layer experienced a time loop, was an unprecedented trial. Yet the time loop experienced by Shenhuang required him to forget his sister disciple? In that time loop without my sister disciple, there really was no hope of breaking through. It was rather dull there, but now that I'm out, it's much better. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan, raising his right hand, a misty glow emerged. Before my demise, this supreme treasure I obtained from the interdimensional gap, I gift it to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174 Eternal Sleep. End of this volume. Please subscribe. Is this the treasure? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Within the dim glow, a palm-sized cauldron could be vaguely seen. He learned from the tomb spirit that Shenhuang had lastly obtained a treasure from the dimensional gap, which led to the decision to advance to the 13th tier early. At that time, Lin Yuan thought this treasure might have a value close to the 13th tier. But just now, Shenhuang implied that he was worried about delaying too long, fearing the treasure's information might leak, attracting the attention of 13th tier temporal beings. A treasure merely close to the 13th tier level wouldn't attract the attention of temporal beings. To attract the attention of temporal beings only? That's right, this treasure is a 13th tier weapon, said the majestic and tall man. A 13th tier weapon? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The small cauldron in Xuanhuang's hands within the dim light immediately seemed unfathomable. That dimensional gap should be the battlefield of two 13th tier combatants, and this treasure is likely the remnant of one of them. I can sense the owner of the treasure is still alive. It's just that he forgot to retrieve it, Shenhuang said in a deep voice. It's like when Shenhuang fights with a strong being of the same level, leaving behind an ordinary great saint level treasure and not retrieving it simply because it didn't come to mind. 13th tier beings are also known as temporal beings, and their concept of time is different from that of the 12th tier. For example, for the 12th tier, billions of cosmic eras might pass, but for 13th tier temporal beings, it might only equate to a few breaths. Of course, the 13th tier being might have forgotten about this weapon, but if this weapon actively calls the 13th tier being, reminding them, it is very likely they would come to reclaim it. This is also the reason Shenhuang immediately advanced to the 13th tier, using the power of time loops to suppress this treasure. Only in this way can the treasure be prevented from calling its master. As for what happens when the weapon's owner finds out afterward, if Shenhuang transcends to the 13th tier, it naturally wouldn't be a big deal. If he doesn't, this treasure, deeply nestled in time loops, would require the 13th tier temporal life to break the time loop to retrieve it, helping Shenhuang to break free. Even for a 13th tier temporal life, breaking a time loop comes at a significant cost. Thus, Xuanhuang's act of suppressing this 13th tier weapon is basically without any hidden dangers. Bringing this treasure into the time loop can slightly break the constraints within, raising your starting point a little, Shenhuang said. Slightly break the constraints within the time loop? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. No wonder Shenhuang was determined to advance to the 13th tier early. Besides, Shenhuang could easily break free from the time loop, likely also using the power of this treasure. For you, Shenhuang looked at Lin Yuan and gently tossed the dimly glowing object in his hand. Lin Yuan instinctively reached out, and the small cauldron covered in dim light fell into his hands. Very light. Lin Yuan felt as if it had no weight, as if he was holding a ball of air. Now, this treasure has been reinforced and sealed by me with the power of time loops for over 30 million cosmic eras. Even if it leaves the time loop world, the time power of the external seal can last for 100 cosmic eras. Shenhuang looked at Lin Yuan. In other words, within 100 cosmic eras, this treasure won't actively call its master. Once 100 cosmic eras pass, there will be no guarantee any longer. At that time, if you have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, try your best to advance to the 13th tier. If you haven't reached the peak of the Chaos Realm yet, Shenhuang thought for a moment, but with your talent and potential, reaching the peak of the Chaos Realm within 100 cosmic eras should be hopeful. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Also, if you encounter danger in the future and are about to completely perish, or if this treasure is about to be taken, you may choose to directly activate this treasure, Shenhuang said. This treasure is a 13-tier weapon. With your power, even if you give it your all, you won't unleash much of its might. But even a sliver of its power is enough to easily obliterate any consummate chaos realm. Xin Huang said, but this will undoubtedly attract the attention of the treasure's owner, and in the end the treasure will most likely be reclaimed. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. So, unless absolutely necessary, Xin Huang doesn't recommend Lin Yuan do this. Of course, if it truly comes to a life-or-death situation, where not activating the treasure would also result in it being taken by other powerful beings, Lin Yuan would naturally choose to activate it without hesitation. Moreover, you can comprehend this treasure as well. It is far more useful than comprehending the time bloodline of those half-baked wonder lives. Xin Huang smiled slightly. Lin Yuan nodded. A 13-tier weapon, crafted personally by a 13-tier being, contains profound temporal mysteries that far surpass the bloodlines of those half-baked wonder lives. All right. Do you have any other questions now? Xin Huang looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. No more. Lin Yuan shook his head. Xin Huang had explained everything clearly enough. Through this invincible great saint's experiences, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of time loops. The so-called time loop not only presents challenges never encountered before, but also confronts one's deepest weaknesses and obsessions. This Xin Huang universe was created by me. If I were to completely perish, it would perish with me, unable to be left for you. Xin Huang made a gesture with his right hand, and numerous beams of light flashed within the universe as various precious treasures gathered into Xuanwang's hand. But these wonders and treasures I've gathered for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yuan said earnestly. Due to the sudden arrival of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, the numerous avatars Lin Yuan sent out hadn't yet scavenged the universe clean before being forced to stop and return. Now, with Xin Huang taking action, Lin Yuan was spared a lot of time. No need to thank me. After all, you are my heir. It's better than leaving them to outsiders. Xin Huang smiled slightly, then stood up. Since you have no more questions, I should go out and take a look. Go out and take a look? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Let's visit an old friend and prepare something more for you in the process. The Xin Huang took a step forward and vanished in front of Lin Yuan. Old friend? Lin Yuan's expression was serious. Anyone whom the Xin Huang addressed as an old friend must be an ancient great saint, having lived through at least 30 million cosmic eras. SEA the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Outside the Xin Huang universe, a towering and majestic man reappeared. Rumbling. The entire chaos void suddenly roared, the rules of the great Tao retreated, and time and space began to roll back. The towering and majestic man took another step and disappeared once more. Sea of Life. This place is a mysterious location within the chaos void, and even an unmatched great saint would find it difficult to enter forcibly, on par with places like the Nine Heavens Thunder Pond and the 10,000 Tribulations Origin Mountain. Splash. The Sea of Life churned with waves, and an abundance of vigorous life auras spread, occasionally accompanied by the sight of falling life divine stones. At this moment, the time and space of this mysterious location were torn apart, and a towering and majestic man stepped inside. In an instant, the entire Sea of Life surged with towering waves, and an invisible, terrifying pressure pressed down on the towering and majestic man. Yet all the pressure dissipated and diluted the moment it touched the towering and majestic man. Xin Huang, what brings you here? A cold voice emanated from the depths of the Sea of Life. Before I perish, I'd like to ask you for a life origin stone, the towering and majestic man said with a smile. A life origin stone? You already stole one back then and now you want another? The voice from the depths of the Sea of Life spoke with a hint of anger. Over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the Xin Huang came here specifically to steal a life origin stone to recreate the Sea of Life and to craft the life origin star for the Xin Huang universe. This act caused the Sea of Life not to lose even a single life divine stone for millions of cosmic eras thereafter. The life origin stone is countless times more precious than a life divine stone, being the foundation formed over countless cosmic eras by the Sea of Life. Yes, I still want it. The towering and majestic man nodded. Will you give it or not? With these words, the depths of the Sea of Life fell silent immediately. You know it, I won't live much longer, the towering and majestic man said. Leave. The Sea of Life surged and a fist-sized crystal stone shot out from the depths. Ha ha ha. The towering and majestic man laughed heartily, turning to leave the Sea of Life. In front of an ancient mine, the towering and majestic man appeared out of thin air. Before I die, can you send me some crystals? The towering and majestic man spoke, his voice resounding throughout the ancient mine. Xianhuang, you've gone too far, crystals are incredibly precious. A cold voice similarly rang out from the depths of the mine. In that case, before I die, let's see if I can topple your mine, the towering and majestic man said. I've wanted to do this for a very long time. A moment later, from the depths of the ancient mine, a beam of crystal light shot out. The towering and majestic man caught the crystal light and then turned to leave. On this day, the Xianhuang great saint from over 30 million cosmic eras ago ventured into many of the mysterious places within the chaos void, inciting the fury of the special existences in these mysterious places. One by one, unmatched great saints gazed from afar. The existence of these ancient mysterious places had persisted for too long, existing alongside unique entities like the Eye of Myriad Laws. Even the invincible great saints in history would not have pressed too hard. Eventually, the aura of the Xianhuang great saint disappeared in the chaos void. No one knew where this extraordinary figure went, and his presence vanished completely, with no trace of cause and effect to be sensed. In a remote corner of the chaos void, chaos chi was thin here, a desolate void. Outside a naturally formed universe, a towering, majestic figure appeared silently, none other than the Xianhuang. The Xianhuang quietly observed the universe not far away, his gaze penetrating into the universe itself, settling on a secret realm partially fused with the universe's origin source. This secret realm resembled the Xianhuang's secret realm but was even more completely fused with the universe's origin source, virtually impossible to enter. The secret realm was empty. There were no treasures of the kind only seen once in 1,100 cosmic eras. Nor were there rare treasures for which many great saints would risk their lives in battle. Let alone any weapons or arms at the level of a great saint. Only in the center of the secret realm stood a solitary grave, surrounded by some pink peach blossoms in bloom. Senior sister. From across the universe, the Xianhuang gazed at that grave, and for once, a rare gentleness appeared on his face as he softly murmured, I can finally rest with you forever. Eventually, the figure of the Xianhuang great saint became blurred and illusory, and as chaos chi drifted by, he turned into a rain of light, merging into the far-off universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175 Xia Qin the Supreme. Galaxy has become the great saint? Seeking subscription, Xianhuang Universe. Lin Yuan was planning to leave. This trip to the Xianhuang Universe had basically come to an end. Just now, the Xianhuang himself intervened personally, gathering all the treasures and rare items from various regions of the universe and then giving them to Lin Yuan. There was no need for Lin Yuan to search for them himself anymore. Everything of value in the entire Xianhuang universe was basically in Lin Yuan's hands now. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as the space-time in front of him distorted slightly. Next, a large number of treasures fell out from the depths of the distorted space-time, suspended before Lin Yuan. These treasures. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. The treasures that fell out were not many, only a dozen or so, but the aura they exuded was shocking to Lin Yuan. Life Divine Stone? Lin Yuan looked at one of the crystal stones. This crystal stone was only the size of a fist, far smaller than the Life Divine Stone the size of 3 meters that Lin Yuan had obtained. Yet for some reason the instant Lin Yuan saw this crystal stone, he vaguely felt it was far more precious than the Life Divine Stone. This is not a Life Divine Stone, this is a Life Origin Stone. Many thoughts floated in Lin Yuan's mind. Life Divine Stone. Life Origin Stone. Although they differ by only a word, the two are entirely different things. If one speaks of mysterious places in the chaos void, the Sea of Life periodically drops Life Divine Stones. Then the Life Origin Stone is the foundation of the Sea of Life. The relationship between the Life Divine Stone and the Life Origin Stone is like that of the offspring in the parent body. As long as the parent body is there, theoretically, it can generate countless offspring. For this reason, the Life Origin Stone has almost never appeared in the chaos void. Lin Yuan recognized the identity of this crystal stone only after receiving the information delivered by the Moyu Tower Master. The Life Origin Star of this universe should be a small piece of Life Origin Stone, hence, borrowing the special rule environment around it, it can nurture a Life Divine Stone, akin to a smaller Sea of Life. Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. Such a rare item as the Life Stone, even the great saints who can set specific rules find it hard to directly nurture it. they must rely on external force. Otherwise, throughout the history of the Chaos Void, many great saints were born, and if they all started nurturing life divine stones, such rare items would not be so precious and scarce, even the Chaos Great Saints would find them hard to come by. Up until now, Lin Yuan only confirmed that the Shenhuang universe could nurture life divine stones. And the external force required to nurture a life divine stone is the life origin stone. However, to create an environment conducive to nurturing life divine stones, the life origin stone must be fully integrated into the universe, forming the special rules of the Sea of Life. In such circumstances, the life origin stone becomes one with the entire universe, inseparable. Even the Shenhuang, the creator of the universe, can't revert that life origin star into a life origin stone. However, this fist-sized life origin stone before his eyes. Lin Yuan looked at the life origin stone as if he was seeing endless life divine stones. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Aside from the life origin stone, the other treasures and rare items that fell simultaneously are equally mind-boggling. Primordial mineral crystal. 9 heavens thunder core. Origin soil of myriad. Each treasure is not at all inferior to the life origin stone, stemming from some mysterious places, or even being the foundation of those places. The so-called mysterious places refer to places related to 13th order life forms. Throughout the long cosmic era in the Chaos Void, many invincible great saints were born, possessing the power to forcibly enter the mysterious places, yet they dare not do much. Worried about attracting the attention of the 13th order time life behind the mysterious places. Even though the probability is minuscule, the invincible great saints dare not gamble on it. Compared to other great saints, they are more aware of the formidable power held by time life forms. But the Shenhuang? The Shenhuang forcibly broke free from the time loop, destined to vanish, naturally indifferent to whether the 13th order time life pays attention to him. That's why he dared to directly visit one mysterious place after another, demanding benefits. The spirits of those mysterious places understand this. Although unwilling, as long as they worry the Shenhuang might start a war heedless of everything, they can only swallow this loss. The spirits of those mysterious places are also reluctant to seek help from the 13th order time life behind them. Your Majesty. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures in front of him and naturally understood that they were given to him by the Shenhuang. Originally, Lin Yuan was perplexed about what friends the Shenhuang wished to meet, never expecting it would be those eternally existing mysterious places. With these treasures, my internal universe should become even more complete. Lin Yuan stored the dozen rare treasures, thinking silently to himself. These rare treasures, capable of forming those mysterious places in the Chaos Void, though not the same in scale, are fundamentally consistent. Lin Yuan instinctively feels this is beneficial to his internal universe. The ultimate goal of the 13th Order Legacy Infinite Void is to transform his internal universe into something comparable to the vast structure of the Chaos Void. The Chaos Void possesses those mysterious places. Replicating them within the internal universe surely wouldn't go wrong. Especially the special rules formed by the mysterious places might play a crucial role for the internal universe. Even if they don't work, the internal universe, by nurturing the special environment of the mysterious places, means Lin Yuan can periodically harvest a batch of rare treasures from the Chaos Void that are hard to come by. That's simply like a money tree. No, it's a grove of money trees. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176 Xia Qin the Strongest. Galaxy became the Great Saint? Subscription request, _2, just as Lin Yuan's thoughts began to spread. Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he vaguely felt that the origin of a certain evolutionary path he mastered had completely disappeared. The Shenhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan was silent, though this evolutionary path was not his main evolutionary path, had once practiced it concurrently. When Lin Yuan first entered the Shenhuang secret realm and conversed with the spirit of the secret realm, he once wondered why this evolutionary path had not yet birthed an ultimate existence. With the Shenhuang secret realm's numerous inheritances, nurturing a 12th layer life is not too difficult. Even if it doesn't succeed once, twice, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, eventually, a 12th layer expert on the Shenhuang evolutionary path would emerge. But since the Shenhuang attempted to ascend to the 13th layer, no 12th layer being had emerged from this evolutionary path. Later, Lin Yuan realized that perhaps the Shenhuang had not fully died, so the ultimate on this evolutionary path still existed, preventing later generations from crossing into the 12th layer. The fact was just as Lin Yuan speculated. Attempting to reach the 13th layer and falling into a time loop, the Shenhuang was indeed not truly dead. In fact, in history, every Chaos Realm expert who attempted the 13th layer never completely died. At most they were immersed in a time loop. But just now, Lin Yuan felt the suppression of the Shenhuang evolutionary path completely disappear. Henceforth, this evolutionary path could once again produce an ultimate existence. This feeling wasn't due to causality. In fact, with the Xuanhuang's level of power, he could have long shielded himself from causality, and even Lin Yuan could not sense it at all. In the future, if I can cross into the 13th layer and become a being of time, I will bring you back to life. Lin Yuan was silent for a while, thinking to himself, and I will resurrect your senior sister along with you. The resurrection methods of a 13th layer time life don't rely on external objects. As long as there existed life in the past timeline of the Chaos Void, it can be revived. Although the Shenhuang perished by forcefully escaping the time loop, he once existed, so naturally he can be resurrected. With the might of a 13th layer time life, resurrecting past deceased lives is not difficult. The reason the Shenhuang was ultimately unwilling to break through the time loop by forgetting his senior sister and cross into the 13th layer was because this forgetting was complete, erasing even emotions. Simply put, if the Shenhuang crossed into the 13th layer in this way, even if he recovered his memory, his senior sister would mean nothing to him, and he wouldn't resurrect her. Swish. Lin Yuan took a step forward, arriving at the entrance of the Shenhuang universe, and immediately stepped inside. Outside the Shenhuang universe, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The numerous Chaos Venerables saw Lin Yuan, and though their expressions showed reverence, there wasn't much surprise. Before this, Chaos Venerables had already come out from the universe one by one. The numerous Chaos Venerables were concerned with the fate of the two peerless great saints, Hunshao and Jade Qilin. As for Lin Yuan, besides the Eye of Myriad Laws, no other life knew that Lin Yuan had obtained the legacy left by the Shenhuang. There was no accurate estimation of Lin Yuan's gains inside the Shenhuang universe. And for the Shenhuang to have emerged, it's certain he would retrieve all the treasures and wonders from within the universe. Lin Yuan, the invincible figure among the Chaos Great Saints, very likely emerged empty-handed. As for why Lin Yuan didn't die, but Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint did? Ordinary Chaos Venerables might have doubts, but the Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints knew very well that Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint facilitated the downfall of the profound Shenhuang line. It's only natural the emerging Shenhuang would act against these two great saints. As for Lin Yuan, he had not interfered with the profound Shenhuang line, and entering the Shenhuang universe this time was no different from those Chaos Venerables. Shenhuang didn't take action against the Chaos Venerables. Galactic Great Saint. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw a Chaos Venerable nervously approaching. It was Divine Wind Venerable. Before the Shenhuang universe had opened, this Chaos Venerable wanted to invite Lin Yuan to join forces in contesting with other Chaos Venerables. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But Lin Yuan had directly refused, which left him somewhat unhappy at the time, thinking Lin Yuan lacked insight. However, when Lin Yuan showcased strength outside the Shenhuang universe capable of matching Black Light Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, Divine Wind Venerable was terrified. Without hesitation, he chose to withdraw from the competition for the Shenhuang universe and even distanced himself from the Shenhuang universe immediately, fearing Lin Yuan would settle accounts with him later. Then later, Divine Wind Venerable heard of Lin Yuan's divine might inside the Shenhuang universe, where he single-handedly suppressed 8 Chaos Great Saints. Even a mighty Great Saint like Dual Origin Great Saint promptly yielded and bowed, barely escaping disaster. Upon hearing this news, Divine Wind Venerable, who had already fled far beyond the Shenhuang universe's range, dared not move. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, perhaps keeping a fair distance might ensure his survival. But Lin Yuan's power approached the invincible level among Chaos Great Saints, making suppressing saints of the same tier effortless, let alone a Chaos Venerable like him. Even if he ran, could he truly secure his life? Realizing this, even with tremendous fear and unease, Divine Wind Venerable braced himself and returned to the outside of the Shenhuang universe. I didn't know before the Great Saint, indeed daring to act in such a manner. The Divine Wind Great Saint looked at Lin Yuan, turning his hand to take out his years of treasured possessions, I am at fault, I just hope the Great Saint won't hold it against me. The Divine Wind Great Saint was prepared to lose this physical body as long as he could somewhat quell Lin Yuan's anger. What did losing a main battle body matter? Understood, you may leave. Lin Yuan glanced at the Divine Wind Venerable. In truth, he never really paid much attention to this Chaos Venerable. Thank you, Great Saint. Upon hearing this, the Divine Wind Great Saint was overjoyed and immediately placed down the treasured possessions in his hands, then respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures before him. To a Chaos Venerable, these treasures seemed insufficient compared to Lin Yuan's current wealth, but even a small mosquito is still meat. Lin Yuan still collected them. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. In a twisted spacetime, Lin Yuan stood there, a giant eye was watching him. How is it? Was the harvest satisfactory this time? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, speaking casually. It knew that Lin Yuan had long obtained the Shenhuang legacy, and this time entering the Shenhuang universe, encountering the Shenhuang breaking free from the time cycle ahead of schedule, might lead to some creation opportunities. Of course, the Eye of Myriad Laws had no interest in those opportunities, even if one was an invincible great saint dominating an era. In the eyes of unique entities like them, it was just so. What the Eye of Myriad Laws didn't know was that the Shenhuang had left Lin Yuan a 13th layer weapon. With the power of this weapon, Lin Yuan could even pose a threat to special existences like them. It was all right. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't speak too specifically. That's good. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Then I will send you back now. This void domain's distance from the ancient Ming Chaos continent was uncertain, even though Lin Yuan's power had made a significant breakthrough compared to before coming here. However, to rely on his own ability to return, it would basically be impossible without taking several decades or even 100 years. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming Venerable hesitated slightly, not knowing if he should pay homage to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heroic feats in the Shenhuang universe, suppressing Chaos Great Saints, were long known to him, which prompted his desire to visit Lin Yuan, yet he was concerned about disturbing him. There should be no problem. After contemplating, the ancient Ming Venerable concluded that he should indeed pay his respects. After all, with a Chaos Great Saint present on his Chaos continent, wouldn't ignoring him be disrespectful to the Great Saint? Although he had visited Lin Yuan several times before, with Lin Yuan now officially displaying the power of a Great Saint, this visit was vastly different from previous ones. Before long, the ancient Ming Venerable arrived outside the shard world of Star Tears. Venerable. The Shenyuan Supreme, Xiaqin Supreme came out to welcome him. Although the ancient Ming Venerable had a consistently humble attitude towards Lin Yuan, the Shenyuan Supreme and other supreme beings of human civilization would not underestimate this Chaos Venerable. I wish to seek an audience with the Galaxy Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable immediately stated his purpose. Seek an audience with the Galaxy Great Saint? The Shenyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme were initially indifferent, as the ancient Ming Venerable frequently visited Lin Yuan, but then they noticed something amiss. What did the ancient Ming Venerable just call Lin Yuan? Galaxy Great Saint? The Shenyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme were somewhat stunned. Search the novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Venerable, what do you call the galaxy? Xiaqin Supreme suppressed the astonishment in his heart, even though he was sure he hadn't misheard. Even a Chaos Realm being like ancient Ming Venerable couldn't get it wrong, but he still wanted to confirm it again. Galaxy Great Saint? In the Chaos Void, among various void domains, the titles for powerful beings are numerous, but a Great Saint? Only those who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm and evolved their own chaotic theoretical path are qualified to be called a Great Saint. Without reaching this level, to presumptively regard oneself as a Great Saint would bring great calamity. Shenyuan Supreme and several other Supremes also looked towards ancient Ming Venerable. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It seems you still don't know? Seeing this, ancient Ming Venerable suddenly understood. It seems that the Galaxy Great Saint had not revealed his true power to Shenyuan Supreme and the others. Indeed, if they had known Galaxy Great Saint's strength, how could the human tribes of the Star Tier Fragment world be so low profile? As for what happened on the side of the Shenhuang universe, it was at most circulated among the Venerables. Below the Venerable level? Very few know about it. Of course, as time goes by, the renown of the Galaxy Great Saint will spread across various void domains. Galaxy Great Saint, ancient Ming Venerable recounted what he knew. Even if he didn't say it now, in just a few months the news would spread here. Since the Galaxy Great Saint displayed his power in front of many venerables, he probably didn't intend to keep it hidden anymore. Are you saying that outside that postnatal universe, Galaxy withstood Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and many other great saints? Xiaqin Supreme was dumbfounded. Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint were well-known formidable great saints. Originally, ancient Ming Venerable's title for Lin Yuan had him merely guessing that Lin Yuan might have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But to withstand Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint? That's not as simple as being merely in the perfection of the Chaos Realm. How could Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint compare to Galaxy Great Saint? Within the postnatal universe, Galaxy Great Saint suppressed Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and 6 other Chaos Great Saints. Only Dual Origin Great Saint managed to escape. Ancient Ming Venerable said. Upon hearing this, the minds of several supremes of human civilization were in a muddle. Suppressing 8 Chaos Great Saints? Including strong Great Saints like Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. To defeat and to suppress are completely different in difficulty, with the latter being much tougher. Venerable, how did you come to know about this? Could it be a misinformation? Like the same name? Xiaqin Supreme immediately said, it's not that he didn't believe in Lin Yuan's strength, it was just too unbelievable. How long has human civilization been in the Chaos Void? The strength of several human civilization supremes showed little change, yet Lin Yuan had become a Chaos Great Saint? And an invincible one among Chaos Great Saints? It is not a misinformation. Ancient Ming Venerable assured. How could there be such coincidences? And in the subsequent times, from the image frames Ancient Ming Venerable received, it was almost confirmed that the Galaxy Great Saint was indeed Lin Yuan. Is the Great Saint available now? Asked Ancient Ming Venerable, not forgetting his purpose of coming here, which was to seek an audience with Lin Yuan. He'll go ask now. Shen Yuan Supreme barely collected himself and immediately inquired Lin Yuan. Moments later, he nodded towards Ancient Ming Venerable and said, come in. All right. Ancient Ming Venerable was elated and immediately walked into the star tier fragment world. After Ancient Ming Venerable went to see Lin Yuan, supremes like Xiaqin and the others of the human civilization tribes were still standing there, not yet fully recovering from the news about Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy truly became a great saint? Xiaqin Supreme muttered to himself. It should be true. Feather Butterfly Supreme nodded. Although up until now they hadn't heard from other channels about Lin Yuan becoming a Chaos Great Saint. But from Ancient Ming Venerable's cautious and genuinely respectful demeanor just now, it seemed unlikely to be false. Ancient Ming Venerable is a seasoned venerable. Who else aside from a true Chaos Great Saint could command such respectful deference from him? Unexpectedly, our human civilization actually produced a Chaos Great Saint? The Void God Ultimate Being exclaimed in astonishment. If they were still in their home universe, they might not consider a Chaos Great Saint all that impressive because they couldn't truly grasp what being a Chaos Great Saint meant. But after entering the Chaos Void, especially with Ancient Ming's Chaos Continent being a base for years, the supremes of human civilization realized the more they saw, the better they understood certain forbidden truths. Let alone a great saint, even just a Chaos Venerable would be an unattainable supreme for them. And now, their human civilization actually birthed a great saint? Don't attribute it solely to the human civilization tribe. Galaxy becoming a great saint doesn't have much to do with human civilization. Xiaqin Supreme spoke with a slight sigh. With Galaxy's talent, no matter where he is, he would rise. We should be grateful that Galaxy appeared in our human civilization tribe. Indeed. Several supremes nodded. Aside from some assistance provided to Lin Yuan before his formation of the 12th layer, it was entirely reciprocation to human civilization afterward. Without Lin Yuan, with the great cosmic catastrophe arriving earlier, how many could human civilization survive? How many supremes could survive? 1, 2, or 3? Even if they could endure the great cosmic catastrophe, how many could escape when facing looters waiting outside the universe? Entering the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, human civilization has always survived under Lin Yuan's protection. Without Lin Yuan, how could there be a new home like the Star Tier Fragment world with such favorable conditions? Greetings, Galaxy Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable saw the Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit and respectfully saluted. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With his current strength, there was completely no need to remain hidden. Is the great saint preparing to establish a new chaos continent? After some flattering words, the ancient Ming Venerable probingly asked. Previously, although the ancient Ming Venerable speculated that Lin Yuan was the reincarnation of some great saint, his strength was still at the Chaos Realm Venerable level at that time. So, while Lin Yuan resided on the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the ancient Ming Venerable felt considerable pressure. It was still bearable. But now, Lin Yuan revealed a level of an invincible Chaos Great Saint, and the ancient Ming Venerable immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Like an ant beside a giant dragon, fearing that a single breath from the dragon would blow the ant far away. Establish a Chaos Continent? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Normally, Chaos Realm experts would establish a Chaos Continent. Firstly, as their own domain. Secondly, the process of establishing a Chaos Continent is also a review of their understanding of rules. Many Chaos Venerables and even Chaos Great Saints often establish more than one Chaos Continent. As for the absolute Great Saints, they would attempt to establish a postnatal universe. In some time I will establish one. Lin Yuan nodded. Establishing a Chaos Continent now, and after stepping into the absolute Great Saint, using the Chaos Continent as a foundation to establish a postnatal universe, isn't considered a wasteful repetition. With the Great Saint's strength, once the Chaos Continent is established, it will likely attract several thousand or 10,000 void domain experts from the surroundings, the ancient Ming Venerable said. The stronger the expert who establishes a Chaos Continent, the more prosperous it will be. Of course, here the experts referred to are the orderly ones. As for those extreme venerable saints, few dare to go to the Chaos Continents they establish. Based on the ancient Ming Venerable's understanding of Lin Yuan, it was certain this great saint wasn't the capricious type. In such a case, the Chaos Continent established would definitely be very popular. The ancient Ming Venerable even considered moving next to the Chaos Continent Lin Yuan would establish, enjoying both safety and benefits. 10,000 Paths Pavilion in ancient Ming Chaos Continent. In the depths of space, time and space began to warp and rotate. Lin Yuan's figure emerged from it. I'm back. Lin Yuan glanced around, immediately confirming his return to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent through the Taiyin Primordial Spirit's resonance. I hope you will keep this secret for me, Lin Yuan said to the reformed Eye of Myriad Laws. His gains within the Shenhuang universe were tremendous. Outsiders wouldn't suspect his connections with the profound Shenhuang lineage, but once known, it might attract the attention of some absolute great saints. Rest assured, I also do not wish for you to encounter any trouble. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied immediately. It could be said that the Chaos Void most hoped for Lin Yuan's smooth growth to the pinnacle as it was a unique existence. Only in this way could the Eye of Myriad Laws retrieve its early investment. Before this, the Eye of Myriad Laws would even take the initiative to protect Lin Yuan and resolve troubles. Deep in the star-tier fragment world, Lin Yuan's true form appeared. The Taiyin Primordial Spirit rose and merged into Lin Yuan's body voluntarily. Finally back. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, his mind at ease. This Shenhuang universe journey brought him unprecedented gains as the entire accumulation of the invincible Great Saint Shenhuang was bestowed upon Lin Yuan. This cauldron. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts, flipping his right hand, revealing a small cauldron shrouded in a hazy glow. The small cauldron was only palm-sized without any aura leakage, but Lin Yuan knew this was due to the hazy glow sealing it. The essence of the hazy glow is the limitless power of time looping. Only such power at the 13-tier strength could barely seal this 13-tier weapon. Your Majesty mentioned this small cauldron can be comprehended. Ia the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan cautiously extended a trace of his mind into the small cauldron. The hazy glow sealing the cauldron did not obstruct Lin Yuan's mind. Buzz buzz buzz. In the small cauldron Lin Yuan felt incredibly vast rules. Immense like the sea, intricate and perfect, no less than the entirety of the Chaos Void rules circulating and flowing within the cauldron. Space-time? At the same time Lin Yuan felt the two dominant pillar rules inside the cauldron, time and space. The boundless vast rules primarily revolved around these two rules. A substantial amount of insight burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, transforming his previous accumulation of space-time understanding into qualitative change. In an instant, the space-time before Lin Yuan began to dramatically and fundamentally transform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178 Fusion of the Source Object. Request subscription. The myriad rules of the Great Tao with time and space as their sovereign. As for the Chaos Rule, when the world was created, the Chaos Rule evolved into countless rules of the Great Tao, not among them. As a 13-tier weapon, the small cauldron had long surpassed its role as a mere weapon, containing within it a vast world where numerous rules of the Great Tao operate. The operations of these rules of the Great Tao are the interpretation of the rule of the Great Tao by the owner of this small cauldron, which is that time life distinct from the rules of the Great Tao of the Chaos Void. Especially the intertwining method of time and space within it, to Lin Yuan, it was an unprecedented inspiration. So, that's how it is. The time and space in Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became simple and orderly, as if the originally chaotic threads had been completely combed through. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the operation of world rules sharply enhances your perception of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. A vast amount of insights into time and space gathered. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, as if seeing through the essence of countless time-spaces in the chaos void. The ninth realm of time-space. This is the ninth realm of time-space. Lin Yuan was in high spirits. His understanding of time and space had originally reached the peak of the eighth realm. Now, through the touch of time and space operations within the vast world of the small cauldron, he naturally crossed into the ninth realm of time-space. In the chaos void, those chaos great saints, their understanding and insight into time and space typically remain at the eighth realm. As for the ninth realm, that is the exclusive domain of extraordinary great saints, a few of whom, or those who are simply invincible great saints dominating an era, will have their understanding of time and space reaching the peak of the ninth realm. No wonder His Majesty Shen Huang, during his final times, seemed to have an insight into time and space that vaguely surpassed the ninth realm. Lin Yuan thought about the way Shen Huang Mausoleum merged into time and space, a method so extraordinary in its use of time and space. At least at that time Lin Yuan couldn't perceive it at all. In hindsight, it should be the gains Shen Huang reaped after contemplating this small cauldron. Lin Yuan was able to obtain great insights right at the beginning of his meditation, pushing his understanding of time and space to the ninth realm. Shen Huang, being such an invincible great saint, even if his perception wasn't as good as Lin Yuan's, would have gained something with more meditation. And achieving the pinnacle of the ninth realm of time-space, every step forward was as hard as climbing to heaven, yet the mastery of time and space would also leap dramatically. Lin Yuan speculated that Xuanhuang's final insight into time and space had already halfway stepped out of the ninth realm. It's a pity that no matter how high the insight into time and space, it doesn't help with breaking through time loops, and even due to proficiency in time and space understanding, the trials faced within time loops are unrelated to time and space. Lin Yuan mused to himself, which was one of the reasons why Shen Huang did not continue contemplating the small cauldron. If he could cross into the 13th tier, life's magnitude would dramatically enhance, and the insight into time and space would naturally rise above the ninth realm. However, I don't need to consider these now. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. One reason why Shen Huang hurriedly rushed to the 13th tier at that time was that the small cauldron was almost unbearable. But now, after being suppressed by Shen Huang for over 3,000 cosmic eras, this small cauldron won't break free within the next 100 cosmic eras. And 100 cosmic eras? From Lin Yuan's birth till now, counting the time spent traversing, it was merely about 10,000 years, if a cosmic era was an endless ocean. Then, the years Lin Yuan had experienced were merely a droplet within it, or even a billionth of a droplet. From the mastery realm to the perfect chaos realm, Xuanhuang's expectation for Lin Yuan was to achieve this within 100 cosmic eras, under the precondition of not knowing Lin Yuan's actual cultivation time. Lin Yuan continued to comprehend the small cauldron. In a daze, Lin Yuan seemed to vaguely see a towering blurry figure, a bald head. In front of him were more than 10 weapons hovering, among which was a small cauldron. The small cauldron floated, with endless waves of force spreading in all directions, wiping out everything within the range of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of void domains under its power. That must be the true owner of the small cauldron, the mark left by the 13th-tier temporal life. Lin Yuan understood, naturally did not dare to touch, for fear of drawing the attention of the 13th-tier temporal life. In fact, the reason why this 13th-tier temporal life had not taken back the small cauldron might not be due to forgetfulness, but because the time concept of a 13th-tier life is fundamentally different from that of a 12th-tier life. 30 million cosmic eras? 300 million cosmic eras? Possibly, in the eyes of a 13th-tier temporal life, it is just a blink of an eye. 13-tier temporal lives can see through many future timelines. For them, the small cauldron would only be recalled when needed at some future time. As for what the small cauldron would experience during this period, whose hands it might fall into, that time life wouldn't care much. Sky Void Tripod? During his deep insight into the small cauldron, Lin Yuan learned its name. Sky Void Tripod. This was also a mark left inside the small cauldron, easily comprehended with a little insight. Is this the 13-tier temporal life? Lin Yuan's mind was quite complicated. Merely the residual power naturally emitted from a 13-tier weapon could easily wipe out millions of void domains. If that 13-tier temporal life were to strike with full force, would it not be able to destroy half the chaos void? This was just in terms of sheer power. For 13-tier life, the most crucial point was the mastery of future timelines. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179 The Fusion of the Root Source. Subscribe. _213 Stage lifeforms can see through future timelines and choose a predetermined timeline to follow. However, during this they might be affected by the interference of other 13-stage lifeforms. The dimensional gap that Xianhuang experienced was the handiwork of two time beings, possibly acting at a pivotal time node to create the future they desired. For time beings, all existences below the 13th stage are mere pawns. Only time beings of the same level are adversaries, they are the players. Internal universe. Apart from contemplating the Sky Void Tripod, Lin Yuan also sent a strand of his consciousness to descend into his internal universe. The origin objects of these mysterious lands. Lin Yuan looked at the life origin stone, the primal or crystal, the 9 heavens thunder core and so on floating before him. Consult the senior, see if they can be integrated into the internal universe. With a slight shift of mind, Lin Yuan appeared beside the jade gourd and took out more than 10 origin objects. When obtaining these origin objects, Lin Yuan had already thought of integrating them into his internal universe. But in the end, he decided to consult the opinion of the red-clad girl. After all, she was created by a 13-stage time being, specifically to guide the infinite void, a 13-stage legacy. Through contemplating the Sky Void Tripod, Lin Yuan gained a clear understanding of the mighty power of 13-stage beings, realizing more of his insignificance. The red-clad girl, upon seeing more than 10 origin objects, immediately widened her eyes. Origin objects are the fundamentals of a mysterious land, and the spirits of those lands would never willingly throw them out. Even an invincible great saint spanning an era would find it challenging to obtain an origin object. The life origin stone obtained by Xianhuang was not through normal means but stolen at some opportune moment. What exactly did you do for those guys to hand over so many origin objects? The red-clad girl was incredulous. Over long eras, previous cultivators of the infinite void have reached the level of the invincible great saint. Naturally, they visited many mysterious lands but dared not overly pressure the spirits of those lands. After all, if they pushed too far, the spirits would surely seek help from time beings behind them, and no one at the 12th layer could bear such consequences, not even the invincible great saint who inherits the 13th-stage legacy. To get them to hand over these origin objects willingly, unless there is a tremendous background that isn't afraid of the threats from 13th-stage time beings, but if there were such a vast backing, those origin objects wouldn't even matter. Just a fluke, Lin Yuan said. Now he roughly knew how Xianhuang managed to meet those old friends. If Xianhuang was destined to perish, forcefully entering mysterious lands, naturally they wouldn't care about 13th-stage time beings. After all, they were destined to die. Can they be integrated into the internal universe? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. This was also his most concerning question. Yes. Of course they can. The red-clad girl immediately jumped up. For other Chaos Realm perfect beings, integrating these origin objects into their internal universe means little, at most forming environments similar to those mysterious lands. Because their internal universe's limit has been fixed, unable to bring out the potential of these origin objects. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan. But you are different, your internal universe is evolving towards the chaos void. Preemptively nurturing these origin objects to form mysterious lands, naturally has great benefits, tremendous benefits. The red-clad girl clicked her tongue in wonder. Originally, I planned to wait until you reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm or possessed the strength of the invincible great saint to attempt to obtain those origin objects from the mysterious lands. With your strength, once reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm, you should surpass the normal invincible Great Saint. By then, visiting those mysterious lands, combined with coercion and inducement, has a good chance of success. But now, the red-clad girl looked at the origin objects before her. She felt she had underestimated Lin Yuan, and there was no need to wait for the Chaos Realm's perfection. Since that's the case, I'll start integrating. Lin Yuan immediately said. Unlike the fusion of the fierce sun origin, the latter was Lin Yuan's divine skill, which could be halted and dissipated at any time. But these origin objects, after all, belong to external objects, so one must think more before integrating and devouring them. Go ahead. The red-clad girl nodded, looking at Lin Yuan. I'm now more and more curious about what level your internal universe will grow to and whether it can reach the theoretical 7th layer, the 7th layer of infinite void. Lin Yuan contemplated. According to the creator of this legacy, the time being, the internal universe nurtured at the 7th layer of infinite void would rival the chaos void, perhaps standing on par with 13-stage time beings in terms of the internal universe? Of course, this parity is limited to the internal universe. The internal universe was vast and mighty. After achieving the 9th realm in spacetime perception, Lin Yuan's internal universe ushered in another wave of rapid expansion. From a diameter of 1 trillion light-years, it directly surged to an 18 trillion light-year circumference. It's important to know Lin Yuan's internal universe never prioritized size or area, but rather the level of quality. A universe spanning 1 trillion light-years is sufficient to shake those internal universes expanding billions and trillions of light-years. Now reaching 18 trillion light-years, the magnitude of foundational enhancement is self-evident. Integrate. Lin Yuan took out the Life Origin Stone. The Life Origin Stone, only the size of a fist, yet faintly brimming with the essence of life as vast as an ocean. Whoosh. The Life Origin Stone was thrown by Lin Yuan, and then immediately engulfed and fused by the Cosmic Origin. Whoosh. After fusing and devouring the external Life Origin Stone, Lin Yuan faintly sensed mastering a thread of the most fundamental force of life. Converge. Lin Yuan's thought moved. That thread of the most fundamental force of life began to spread, faintly forming a pond composed entirely of life essence. Lin Yuan overlooked that small pond. The mysterious land sea of life is vast and enormous, yet now I form a small pond with its origin object? Lin Yuan didn't find it surprising. The sea of life was left by a 13-stage time being, and Lin Yuan, not being a time being, nurturing a mysterious land with the Life Origin Stone would naturally fall far short of the former. Of course, this falling short is only temporary. With Lin Yuan's strength enhancement and continuous evolution of the internal universe, the mysterious lands nurtured will constantly grow. Following this, Lin Yuan similarly integrated the primal or crystal and 9 heavens thunder core into his internal universe. Various origin objects constantly evolved within Lin Yuan's internal universe, forming miniature mysterious lands one after another. Void Golden Leaf? Lin Yuan looked at the last origin object. This origin object came from a mysterious land named the Void Divine Tree, being its core leaf, giving Lin Yuan a feeling akin to observing the Chaos Void. It said that the Void Divine Tree reaches the heavens and the earth. A single leaf is as big as a void domain, and this Void Golden Leaf is a leaf from the tree's crown, never touched by any supreme great saint in history, nor has any related information or intelligence ever emerged. Lin Yuan pondered silently. The origin objects given by Xian Huang, Lin Yuan eventually chose to integrate all into his internal universe, not only for the most direct and profound personal enhancement. Another reason was not knowing the utility of these origin objects. Trading? Even a supreme great saint would find it challenging to afford a cost sufficient to exchange for such origin objects. Moreover, if Lin Yuan rashly exposed that he possessed these origin objects, it would also attract numerous troubles. Directly integrate. Lin Yuan tossed the Void Golden Leaf, and a vast amount of cosmic origin power swept forth. The Void Golden Leaf was quickly fused and consumed, with strands of infinite spatial golden power immediately spreading throughout the whole universe. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180 Developing Chaos Continent, Seeking Subscription. Compared to the previous dozens of source objects, the Void Golden Leaf has the greatest impact on the universe within Lin Yuan's body. Just upon preliminary fusion and absorption, Lin Yuan felt his internal universe beginning to transform and evolve. Bus. At the center of the universe, the power of the void golden leaf formed a half-meter-tall small tree. The small tree appeared extremely fragile, and compared to the towering, massive chaos tree beside it, it was exceptionally inconspicuous. But it was precisely this small tree that made the chaos tree tremble with fear, and the scattered chaos chi did not dare to come near it. Void divine tree? Lin Yuan looked at the small tree, which bore a 6 to 70% resemblance to the void divine tree in the mysterious realm. The biggest difference was their size. The actual void divine tree had a single leaf as vast as an entire void domain. More than a dozen source objects integrated into the internal universe. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel the changes before and after. 300 trillion light-years in scale. Lin Yuan looked at the size of his internal universe, which was the most straightforward change. In addition, the depth and thickness of the internal universe's foundation had also improved significantly. This enhancement was foundational and could evolve alongside the future transformations of Lin Yuan's internal universe. With my current strength, even if I still can't defeat the great Saint Hunxiao, I can now safely retreat from an encirclement by two extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Inside the Shenhuang universe, facing two extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan felt immense pressure. Even with full effort, he couldn't escape even by detonating the external universe. But now, with the breakthrough into the ninth realm of spacetime and the transformation of the internal universe, Lin Yuan was not far from matching a true extraordinary great saint. The internal universe gave Lin Yuan such a tremendous advantage that he was able to significantly close the gap, despite being otherwise equal or even inferior to an extraordinary great saint. With my current foundation, once I break into the chaos realm, I might directly reach the level of an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan mused, realizing that before fusing with the numerous source objects, his estimate was that after breaking into the chaos realm, his combat power might approach that of an invincible great saint. However, the dozen-plus source objects indeed significantly elevated Lin Yuan's own foundation. With the current baseline strength, once Lin Yuan steps into the chaos realm and experiences another metamorphic leap, possessing the power of an invincible great saint is not an unlikely outcome. Take it slow. The chaos realm shouldn't be far off. Lin Yuan thought, realizing that stepping into the chaos realm posed no difficulty for him. He just needed to wait until his physical body and soul body universe matured to their limits. Lin Yuan had already met most of the prerequisites for crossing the threshold into the chaos realm during the path-splitting realm. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan's figure flashed, appearing in the void where chaos chi drifted. Great Saint, where do you plan to establish the chaos continent? The ancient Ming Venerable also arrived, probing and asking. Here, I suppose. Lin Yuan glanced around and said. This location had no other chaos continents nearby, making it suitable for establishing his own chaos continent. All right. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded and then cautiously asked, during the establishment of the chaos continent, will you allow other venerables to observe? The establishment of a chaos continent requires considerable time and will attract a lot of chaos chi gathering and spacetime fluctuations, inevitably drawing the attention of nearby venerables. Especially given Lin Yuan's insights into spacetime, the establishment of his chaos continent would surely cause commotion far exceeding that of a normal chaos venerable. They're welcome to, Lin Yuan said. He didn't mind other chaos venerables observing the establishment of his chaos continent, as long as they didn't interfere with him. Good. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded. The establishment of a chaos continent entails many deep principles of spacetime. For many newly advanced venerables, observing a chaos venerable establish a chaos continent offers considerable benefit. Even for some seasoned venerables, watching other venerables set up a chaos continent offers some insights. This is generally true for normal chaos venerables, let alone for a chaos great saint like Lin Yuan. The ancient Ming Venerable didn't even have to think about it. There would definitely be a horde of venerables and even great saints coming to watch. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped forward, standing amidst endless chaos chi. Space-time, Lin Yuan gazed into the vast chaos void, feeling a vague impulse rising within him. Establishing a chaos continent is a summary of one's insights into rules, and the created chaos continent can also serve as a base. Lin Yuan contemplated. Aside from newly advanced venerables, nearly all venerables establish a chaos continent, because the space-time rule within it will be influenced by the venerable themselves. For instance, the ancient Ming Venerable is much stronger on their own chaos continent compared to other venerables of the same level, capable of instantly tapping into the entire continent's space-time. The Chaos continent of the ancient Ming Venerable is dozens of times the size of an average natural universe, such a vast space-time. Even peak venerables would hesitate to venture into it to battle the ancient Ming Venerable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan said about the creation. Rumble. Massive space-time fluctuations began sweeping in all directions. Developing the Chaos continent requires a vast amount of resources, but given Lin Yuan's current assets, these were naturally no concern. As Lin Yuan continued to develop the Chaos continent, the space-time fluctuations surged and spread like tides. In no time, dozens of nearby void domains, hundreds of void domains, thousands of void domains were all alerted by the Chaos Venerables. This wave of space-time fluctuation. Is someone developing a Chaos continent? Why are the space-time fluctuations from building a Chaos continent so immense? A wave of shock passed through the hearts of each venerable. Even as Chaos Venerables themselves, they felt as insignificant as ants before these vast space-time fluctuations. A great saint, it must be at least a Chaos Great Saint who is developing the Chaos continent. Some Chaos Venerables quickly realized that mobilizing such immense space-time power, even a peak Venerable could not achieve. It must be a Chaos Great Saint, and only a formidable Great Saint among the Chaos Great Saints could accomplish this. I have seen a formidable Great Saint developing a Chaos continent before, and it never gave me such a feeling. One Venerable was somewhat puzzled. But no matter their thoughts, upon realizing this new development of the Chaos continent, nearly all the Venerables set out towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. What a joke, to observe the creation of a Chaos continent drawn by such power of space-time. These ordinary Venerables would be a rare opportunity for great fortune if they could watch closely. When else would be better to approach? The Great Saint's mastery over space-time must have reached the 9th realm, right? Being the first to closely observe, the ancient Ming Venerable felt the space-time fluctuations stirred by Lin Yuan's development of the Chaos continent most profoundly. 9th realm of space-time? The heart of the ancient Ming Venerable trembled. This was a domain only supreme great saints could touch. Only by reaching significant heights and depths in their own chaotic evolutionary power path could one further enhance their understanding of space-time, reaching the 9th realm of space-time. As for a Chaos Great Saint attaining the 9th realm of space-time comprehension? It's not impossible, but it's extremely rare. At least, the ancient Ming Venerable had not heard of any Chaos Great Saint whose space-time comprehension had reached the 9th realm. The ancient Ming Venerable suddenly noticed, detecting several Chaos Venerables cautiously approaching. The ancient Ming Venerable paid no mind to them. Lin Yuan was not opposed to allowing other Venerables to observe during the creation of the Chaos continent, and naturally the ancient Ming Venerable wouldn't interfere either. The Great Saint is too benevolent. The ancient Ming Venerable marveled inwardly. Not minding others observing was virtually like giving away opportunities for fortune. We're here, this is where the Chaos continent is being developed. My heavens, the space-time fluctuations are this vast? 9th realm of space-time, it's a great saint whose comprehension of space-time has reached the 9th realm developing the Chaos continent. The Chaos Venerables who had rushed over were shocked. They had thought it was just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint developing the continent, but were surprised to find that this Great Saint's understanding of space-time had reached the 9th realm. Could it be a supreme Great Saint developing the Chaos continent? One Venerable swallowed hard, finding it extremely rare. For one, the number of supreme Great Saints is too few. For another, with the power of a supreme Great Saint, even if they wanted to develop something, they would develop a postnatal universe, not a Chaos continent. Unless there was some special purpose, a supreme Great Saint wouldn't specifically develop a Chaos continent. It's the Galactic Sage. The Galactic Sage is developing the Chaos continent. Some Chaos Venerables use special means to see from afar the majestic figure creating the Chaos continent amidst the center of space-time fluctuations. Galactic Sage? The Galactic Sage outside the postnatal universe? No wonder this Galactic Sage could easily suppress 8 Chaos Great Saints, possessing a 9th realm understanding of space-time, a chorus of sighs from the Chaos Venerables. Though the Galactic Sage is not a supreme Great Saint, for Chaos Great Saints, he might as well be. Even a formidable Great Saint could easily be suppressed by him. The main battle bodies of Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints are still in the hands of the Galactic Sage. These Chaos Great Saints are currently borrowing Chaos Stones here and there, trying to redeem back their main battle bodies. The Galactic Sage is too strong. Even watching from afar, the oppressive feeling it gives me. The voice of one Chaos Venerable trembled slightly. When they watched images of the Galactic Sage engaging in combat beyond the Shenhuang universe, they didn't quite feel it, perhaps even offering a few pointers. But when facing the galactic sage for real, even watching from afar, they felt the pressure as if the void itself might collapse. Lin Yuan took several years to preliminarily develop the Chaos Continent, during which his understanding of space-time continually improved. Creating the Chaos Continent was a unique application of rules like space-time, a process more aligned with creation than slaughter, giving Lin Yuan profound insights. It's just about done. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied internally. He looked at the Chaos Continent he had created, and a smile spread across his face. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1181 The 10,000 Domains Come to Pay Homage, subscription requested. This is my Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan looked down. The location he chose to open the Chaos Continent wasn't within any void domain. Instead, it was in the desolate void between one void domain and another, where the Chaos Void mainly consisted of desolate void in 99% of the area. In a sense, the desolate void is the main body of the Chaos Void. As for the void domains, they're akin to small islands in a vast ocean. The reason why most cultivators reside in a particular void domain is because the chaos chi within the void domain is thick, making the living environment better. The space-time rules have stabilized, the other myriad rules will naturally operate and evolve. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Given his strength, it took him several years to open it up, which shows he invested great effort in this Chaos Continent. Although the Chaos Continent is opened in the desolate void, the space-time rules Lin Yuan has drawn in directly siphon large areas of nearby chaos chi. The notion that chaos chi is scarce in the desolate void is based on the premise that the vastness of the desolate void's area results in a low chaos chi total. Averaging out leads to the belief that chaos chi is thin. However, if the chaos chi from the surrounding large area is gathered in one small location, the chaos chi there certainly isn't thin. Of course, to achieve this, most chaos great saints can't manage. The area involved is too expansive. Only Lin Yuan, with his spacetime rules reaching the 9th realm and his deep understanding of spacetime, dares to attempt this. Normally, when chaos great saints want to open up a chaos continent, they would largely prefer to open it in existing void domains, then occupy everything within that void domain. In the distance, a large group of chaos venerables had already gathered to watch. In several years, the matter of the galaxy great saint opening the chaos continent spread rapidly. Chaos venerables from thousands upon 10,000 void domains in the vicinity were flocking here. Even though most hadn't arrived yet, there were still quite a few gathered. The number of chaos venerables here far exceeded those present when the Shenhuang universe emerged. When the Shenhuang universe emerged, many chaos venerables knew their limitations and didn't join the excitement. But as for the galaxy great saint opening the chaos continent, almost all venerables rushed over, if not in person then their avatars, all to witness the galaxy great saints exhibited mastery of space-time during the opening. My heavens, the chaos continent opened by the galaxy great saint is probably as vast as 1/10 of a void domain. Drawing in the scarce chaos chi from the surrounding desolate void, making the chaos chi on the chaos continent exceedingly abundant, such methods, such space-time mastery, truly warranted the title of galaxy great saint. The galaxy great saint is indeed merciful, not opening the chaos continent within a void domain, which would squeeze the survival space of weaker races. The chaos venerables exclaimed in amazement, watching over the years as an unprecedentedly vast boundless land was opened from nothing, gaining in the process. The stronger one was, the more they revered the methods displayed by the galaxy great saint. The newly ascended chaos venerables might only see a boundless land being opened. Slightly seasoned chaos venerables could see the weaving of spacetime rules on this boundless land, with myriad paths operating. Some peak venerables could further see the chaos continent's radiating influence on the endless desolate void around, like the rays of the fierce sun spreading brilliance. You all may come in to take a look. Lin Yuan looked at the gathered chaos venerables around and spoke with a smile. The chaos continent was not only a lair but also could be developed into a trade hub for nearby void domains. Over time, this could lead to the accumulation of vast wealth, consistent with Lin Yuan's constant inclinations. Resources obtainable through normal trading were preferred over the risky exploration of secret realms. And allowing these chaos venerables to enter and observe had a significant impact on establishing this chaos continent. All right. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Then we shall enter. The gathered Chaos Venerables felt a stirring within and immediately began to enter the Chaos Continent in an orderly fashion. Though the spacetime within the Chaos Continent was entirely controlled by Lin Yuan, the Chaos Venerables felt no worry, nor did they suspect the Galaxy Great Saint to harbor lethal intentions. With the prowess Galaxy Great Saint exhibited, if he harbored ill intent, why invite them in? He could act outside directly. Congratulations to the Galaxy Great Saint for opening the Chaos Continent. This Chaos Continent is so vast, I wonder if it could accommodate. The Chaos Venerables handed their greetings to Lin Yuan upon entering and inquired about the allowance of trade organizations to settle in. With the renown of the Galaxy Great Saint and the scale of the Chaos Continent, over time it would surely attract many strong figures, making trade settlements inevitable. Didn't expect the greetings to accumulate billions of Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan sat in the center of the Chaos Continent, pondering silently. Billions of Chaos Stones, even for a Chaos Great Saint, is a considerable fortune. Now that the Chaos Continent is opened, migrate human civilization in? Lin Yuan looked at the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. While the star-tier fragment world's environment was decent, it couldn't compare with the current Chaos Continent he constructed. But Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The entire star-tier fragment world was moved from the ancient Ming Chaos Continent to his forefront. Subsequently, under the management of 9 ultimate warriors and 3 goddesses, human civilization began a grand migration anew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182 The 10,000 domains come to pay homage, subscription requested. _2" What's going on? I thought our original homeland was quite good, why are we migrating again? Many human civilization evolvers hadn't yet figured out the situation, but soon received a detailed explanation. Our human civilization's galaxy ultimate being has already opened up a brand new Chaos Continent, and now we are to migrate there. The galaxy ultimate being? Opening the Chaos Continent? A small portion of human civilization evolvers took a deep breath. They were strong enough and had enough information to naturally understand what opening the Chaos Continent meant. At least the strength of a Chaos Venerable is needed to achieve this feat. Has the Galaxy Ultimate Being crossed into the Chaos Realm? Not crossed into the Chaos Realm but perfected the Chaos Realm. Now the Galaxy Ultimate Being is also respectfully called the Galaxy Great Saint. Within human civilization's groups, many pieces of information about Lin Yuan began to spread. This information was originally sealed by the 3 goddesses as it involved the pillar of human civilization, but now with Lin Yuan's strength, there's no need to seal it anymore. Junior brother has become a Chaos Great Saint? Among the many humans migrating to the Chaos Continent, Chikuan Star Lord and many disciple peak masters gathered in one place, discussing this matter incredulously. How long has it even been? Chikuan Star Lord was also shocked in his heart. He had long known that Lin Yuan would inevitably lead human civilization to its peak, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly and unexpectedly. Chaos Great Saint? Chikuan Star Lord, being Lin Yuan's teacher, had an understanding of the various levels of strong beings in the Chaos Void. A Chaos Great Saint is a perfect existence of the 12th layer. The reason the native universe prematurely collapsed into great destruction was due to the influence of a battle between 2 Chaos Great Saints. Chaos Great Saint, Wanyang Holy Sun, following the many evolvers of the Wanyang lineage, also started migrating to the Chaos Continent. Galaxy Great Saint, Wanyang Holy Sun was dumbfounded. He had only just learned some information about the Chaos Great Saint, and before today he had no idea what a Chaos Great Saint meant. Even with a brief understanding, Wanyang Holy Sun realized how great an existence a Chaos Great Saint is. And now, the Galaxy Master who once competed with him on the arena stage has reached this level? Back in the arena match, it seems I even won against the Galaxy Great Saint once. Wanyang Holy Sun swallowed, thinking about his glorious achievement. At the time he didn't think much of it, but now it appears that arena battle made him forever memorable in human civilization history. After all, that was the Galaxy Great Saint, whose defeats have been exceedingly rare since he came into being. I didn't expect the legacy I left behind would have such a significant impact. Oin was migrating to the Chaos Continent, feeling a myriad of emotions at the moment. Before he died, he hid his legacy in a corner of the battlefields of different races, originally intending to leave it to the descendants of human civilization evolvers, but it ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint. Due to this connection with the Galaxy Great Saint, Oin received many privileges within the human civilization group. When scholars of human civilization history studied the past deeds of the galaxy ultimate being, they gave high praise to the legacy he left behind. 4 10th or 11th layer evolvers, those legacies weren't worth mentioning, but at the time the galaxy great saint's strength was still weak. It was considered his first pot of gold. Opening a chaos continent. Galaxy great saint. Dozens of alien path-splitting realm beings looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they had submitted to the galaxy ultimate being under the threat of the universe's great destruction, only to unexpectedly find that they had submitted to a great saint, the galaxy great saint. Although our status is not as high as human civilization evolvers, we can still migrate to that chaos continent, which is better than many powerful groups. A Star Alliance path-splitting realm expert spoke. This remark also gained the approval of other alien path-splitting realm beings. If you beat the dog, you have to look at the owner, let alone the galaxy great saint now. We should be fortunate to have been born in the same universe as the galaxy great saint, otherwise we would have perished long ago. An alien path-splitting realm being said with emotion. It was said that when one person achieved the Tao, even the dogs and chickens ascended to heaven. The galaxy great saint, with personal power, brought boundless benefits to the entire native universe. As long as they did not eventually oppose the galaxy great saint, even if they were now slaves of the galaxy great saint, the resources they enjoyed far exceeded those of the same level powerhouses. Many humans rapidly migrated, although they had left the native universe for those years. The entire human civilization was striving for reproduction, and the population size increased tens to hundreds of times compared to the beginning. But compared to the vast chaos continent opened by Lin Yuan, it was still far from enough, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, completely inconspicuous. Are they all venerables? Shenyuan Supreme looked beyond the chaos continent, where terrifying auras were entering one by one. Each aura imposed immense pressure on Shenyuan Supreme, but before entering the chaos continent, these existences were exceedingly careful. In my entire life I have never seen so many chaos venerables. Void God Ultimate Being said that the gathering of such a number of venerables was indeed rare. It's all because of the galaxy, Xiaqin Ultimate Being couldn't help but say. Indeed, without the galaxy, these venerables? The other few ultimate beings nodded. Chaos venerables were high above, and a void domain had only about 7 to 8 of them. If it weren't for the galaxy great saint, which venerable would have put in such effort to come here? In the void. Several figures appeared, looking distantly at the newly opened chaos continent. Black Light, you're here. Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at one who had just arrived and said, if I didn't come, what would happen to the main battle body? Black Light Great Saint slightly shook his head. Lin Yuan offered them 10 billion chaos stones in exchange for the main battle body. Although the cost was high, it was still more economical than cultivating a new main battle body. More importantly, cultivating a new main battle body requires not only a large investment in resources but also time. To gather 10 billion chaos stones, I owed quite a few favors. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was a bit helpless. So did I. Black Light Great Saint said. The property of a Great Saint is mostly invested in weapons and arms. As for chaos stones? They are not abundant, so if one wants to gather enough chaos stones quickly, either they sell their personal weapons or borrow. And borrowing chaos stones from other Great Saints requires repaying favors. This is the chaos continent opened by Galaxy Great Saint? Black Light Great Saint began to observe the distant chaos continent, his expression growing increasingly amazed. With his keen insight, even if he had just arrived and hadn't seen the process of the chaos continent opening, he sensed a suppression in spacetime aspects. The Galaxy Great Saint's comprehension in spacetime must have reached the 9th realm. Wild Barbarian Great Saint said beside him. Had been here for quite some time, waiting for the other Great Saints to gather and meet the Galaxy Great Saint together, and observing the distant chaos continent. The more he observed, the more the shock grew in Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart. The 9th realm comprehension of spacetime? Black Light Great Saint took a deep breath, knowing well the difficulty of raising spacetime comprehension to the 9th realm. Only an absolute Great Saint could achieve it by following the path of chaos evolution. It's almost impossible for ordinary chaos Great Saints. Back then, did Lin Yuan reach the 9th realm of spacetime comprehension? Black Light Great Saint said that if Lin Yuan had reached the 9th realm of spacetime comprehension back then, suppressing them a few chaos Great Saints wouldn't have taken long. It would have been even more impossible for dual origin Great Saint to escape. Dual origin Great Saint's shattering power of spacetime was indeed strong, but facing the Ninth Realm's suppression of spacetime, unless he resisted Galaxy Great Saint head-on, he would have long perished. Hiding his strength? Wild Barbarian Great Saint speculated, which is the only explanation. Hiding his strength? Black Light Great Saint remained silent. Beside them, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints trembled at heart. To be able to sweep through other Chaos Great Saints, yet still hide strength? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183 Fierce Sun and Xianin seeking subscription. Greetings, Great Saint of the Galaxy. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and several other Chaos Great Saints quickly met with Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was facing away from them, busy adjusting the numerous rules of the Great Tao on the Chaos Continent. The Chaos Continent had been first opened, and although time and space had stabilized, many other rules of the Great Tao still needed adjustment. Only in this way could this Chaos Continent be more perfect and free from hidden dangers. Great Saint of the Galaxy. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints saw that Lin Yuan did not respond. They dared not continue inquiring, so they stood obediently in place. The occasional grand fluctuations of rules emanating from the Chaos Continent below left several Chaos Great Saints in awe. The Great Saint of the Galaxy's understanding of the rules is terrifying, several Chaos Great Saints thought to themselves, feeling the impact of Lin Yuan on the Chaos Continent below at such a close distance. Even if our true bodies were here and we used all our trump cards, we wouldn't last long against the Great Saint of the Galaxy. Black Light Great Saint thought to himself, clearly aware of the power gap between the current Great Saint of the Galaxy and the one in the Shenhuang universe. You have arrived. Lin Yuan glanced at Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and casually said, "Have you brought the Chaos Stones?" "We have brought them," Black Light Great Saint replied with a slight respect, treating Lin Yuan as a peerless Great Saint, and then brought out a world bracelet. "We have also brought them." The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, seeing this, quickly brought out the Chaos Stones they had prepared. In that case, Lin Yuan counted and then released the main combat bodies of the several Chaos Great Saints. Of course, the weapons and numerous treasures on these main combat bodies were all taken by Lin Yuan. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Great Saints had expected this. They only redeemed their main combat bodies with no thoughts of reclaiming their weapons and treasures. "Then, Great Saint of the Galaxy, we will take our leave," Black Light Great Saint cautiously said. Having retrieved his main combat body, Black Light Great Saint felt relieved. Although he knew someone as mighty as Lin Yuan would disdain breaking a promise, it still eased his mind. Lin Yuan nodded and suddenly spoke to the several Chaos Great Saints. "I have established this Chaos Continent. Are you interested in having your forces settle here?" Both Black Light Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint, as well as Tianlu Great Saint and the other two newly appointed Great Saints, likely had a force behind them. Unlike Lin Yuan's sudden rise, other Chaos Great Saints had their paths of growth. Over long years, even if they didn't intend to build forces, a faction would naturally form as their strength grew. Great Saint of the Galaxy, doesn't mind our previous actions? Black Light Great Saint asked cautiously, delighted at heart. Being able to settle on the Chaos Continent, near enough to rival a peerless Great Saint like Lin Yuan, was naturally an immense opportunity. However, they thought there was resentment between them and Lin Yuan and dared not directly request this. "Now that you've brought the Chaos Stones, there is no issue," Lin Yuan said. The grievances between him and the Black Light Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints were not irreconcilable. Since the Chaos Stones had been delivered, Lin Yuan chose not to pursue it further. The newly established Chaos Continent needed various forces to settle to develop swiftly. "Very well. I will go back and prepare." The Black Light Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints felt reassured and retreated at once. 2,300,000,000 Chaos Stones. After the few Chaos Great Saints left, Lin Yuan glanced again at his gains. "Next, I shall continue cultivating, aiming to quickly enter the Chaos Realm," Lin Yuan thought to himself and began his seclusion again. As for the myriad affairs on the Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan only needed to divert a fraction of his mind to maintain the overall situation, leaving miscellaneous matters to three goddesses. Source World, Fierce Sun Ancient Country Heyu Nest. The Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit sat cross-legged, using the exotic Heiyu to refine his own mental will. As a first-class treasure land of the fierce sun ancient country, the Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest was highly beneficial to enhancing one's mental will. My current mental will index is probably close to 90 million points. Lin Yuan felt joyful as the guardian of the Heiyu nest. If he wished, he could easily engage in personal gain. Lin Yuan wouldn't go that far, but he certainly wouldn't lack Heiyu. In 8,000 years, the Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest will enter its maturity. Before then, I must be wary of the Shenin ancient country. Lin Yuan gazed distantly towards the Shenin ancient country. The Heiyu nest was situated on the border between the fierce sun ancient country and the Shenin ancient country. Though currently controlled by the fierce sun ancient country, each maturity period attracted strong figures from the Shenin ancient country. The strong figures from the Shenin ancient country didn't aim to completely seize the Heiyu nest. But as long as they attacked the Heiyu nest during the maturity period and plundered some of its Heiyu, they would profit greatly. The information given to me by Qiyang Heavenly Venerate mentioned that the Shenin ancient country is always restless around the maturity period. Lin Yuan thought quietly. Refining and enhancing mental will with exotic treasures? Not only did the strong figures of fierce sun ancient country have a need, but those from Shenin ancient country also crave them intensely. The 6 ancient countries rule over vast territories, and among the many mystical treasures that affect the spirit and will, Heiyu is definitely among the best. This is also quite normal. Without the threat from the Shenin ancient country, why would there be a need for strong figures to guard the Heiyu nest? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The fierce sun ancient country treated every strong figure guarding important treasures well. Not only were they bestowed with merits from the ancient country, but they were also able to take 1/10 of the resources produced from the treasure land. I must be cautious too. Otherwise, if the strong figures of the Shenin ancient country break in and seize part of the Heiyu, I will surely face punishment, and even the emperor won't be able to protect me. Lin Yuan divided part of his focus to keep a watchful eye on the changes in the Heiyu nest and its surrounding areas. Outside the Heiyu nest, the time and space in a certain area slightly distorted. 2 figures stood silently there, looking at the Heiyu nest in the distance. By calculating the time, Heiyu is about to mature. The figure on the far left said softly. It is about to mature, said the figure on the right. What is it? Jihan, do you have designs on Heiyu? For such a rare treasure as Heiyu, don't you have any thoughts? Jihan Venerate glanced at the figure on the right. I remember that your spirit and will, Bain, have always been a shortcoming at the heavenly venerable level. If you obtain enough Heiyu, you can completely compensate for it. The impact of spirit and will on strength is far less direct than that of the physical body and soul, but if there's a gap in spirit and will, it's a troublesome matter. I do have thoughts. Bain Venerable Sage shook his head and said, but what good are thoughts? We can only watch. Occasionally, the fierce sun country over there manages to sell some Heiyu to us, but it's hardly possible to snatch any. Trade does exist between ancient countries, but when it involves resources and treasures of Heiyu's level, they are immediately seized by the royal family and powerful heavenly venerates of the Shenin ancient country as soon as they appear. Some time ago, the Heiyu nest changed its guardian. Qiyang was transferred. Bain Venerable Sage spoke up. I know about this too, Jihan Venerate nodded. The new guardian of the Heiyu nest is called Galaxy, and he is a core royal member. Tieske, the core royals are indeed different. Galaxy. It is said that he has made significant strides on the path to breaking through the bottleneck of the heavenly venerate, but no matter what, he has not stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. Bain Venerable Sage said. What do you mean? Jihan Venerate asked, his expression thoughtful. If Qiyang were here, I would have no designs on Heiyu nest. Qiyang's strength is formidable, and he controls many formations in the Heiyu nest without any opportunity for us. But this Galaxy, Bain Venerable Sage stopped speaking. The implication was clear. This core royal member, having grown to his limit, finds it difficult to achieve the comprehensive control that Qiyang Heavenly Venerate had while guarding the Heiyu nest. And this is precisely an opportunity for the 2 heavenly venerates. What do you plan to do? Jihan Venerate immediately asked. He also realized this was an opportunity. If they succeed, they would not lack Heiyu for a long time to come. As for failure, there would be no real loss. Over the years, during Qiyang's tenure as guard of the Heiyu nest, I conducted many probes and gained some understanding of the defensive formations within. Even if Galaxy has gained control over all formations since first taking charge of the Heiyu nest, he probably won't be able to operate them seamlessly in the short term. We just need to sneak in during the gap between the formation's operations. Bane Venerable Sage quickly said, having been planning this since Jianghu was transferred and Galaxy Great Lord took over the Heiyu nest. Sneak in, Jihan Venerate hesitated a bit. If that Galaxy Great Lord reacts, seals them in and corners them, wouldn't the two Heavenly Venerates be in trouble? Don't worry, that galaxy is not Jianghu. Even if we are discovered, we can simply withdraw. Bane Venerable Sage immediately reassured. Indeed. Jihan Venerate thought for a moment and nodded. Those core royals do not grasp the laws of heaven and earth as comprehensively as the Celestial clan, and the same goes for their control of formations. But we must be careful not to expose our true identities. Bane Venerable Sage reminded. Among the ancient countries, unless it was in a large-scale, full-fledged battlefield, Heavenly Venerates would avoid clashing with one another whenever possible. Since Bane Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate decided to act, they would certainly hide their true identities, so that even if the Fierce Sun ancient country pursued the matter afterwards, they could argue that it was the action of Heavenly Venerates from other ancient countries. As long as their identities were not exposed, the Xianin ancient country would protect them. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. This kind of thing was done behind the Xianin ancient country's back, and it had to be kept secret. They could not confess afterwards either. Outside the Heiyu nest. Bane Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, these two Heavenly Venerates from the Xianin ancient country, carefully observed the operation of the large formation at the Heiyu nest in the distance. Now, Bane Venerable Sage's eyes shimmered, and following the gap in the formation's operation, he merged into the Heiyu nest, as did Jihan Venerate, both slipping inside one after the other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184 Galaxy Venerate, Request Subscription. The Bane Venerate and Jihan Venerate were two ancient Heavenly Venerates of the Xianin ancient country. Their mental awareness compared to other Heavenly Venerates was slightly lacking. Thus, they were deeply eager for the rare Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest. With the rotation of the Heiyu nest guardians this time, they planned to take the risky move of infiltrating. In truth, it wasn't quite a risk, as Bane Venerate had fully prepared for this action. The new Guardian Galaxy Great Lord, though far superior to other extreme core royalty, had ultimately not crossed into the Heavenly Venerate realm. Naturally, he was not as difficult to deal with as the previous Guardian Jianghu Heavenly Venerate. Moreover, Bane Venerate had watched the battle footage of this Galaxy Great Lord many times. He considered himself to be very familiar with this newly emerged royalty from the Fierce Sun ancient country. Even if they encountered an extreme situation and were discovered upon entry, they could easily withdraw without exposing identity-related information. Thus, even if the Fierce Sun ancient country pursued investigations afterward, as long as there was no substantial evidence, it would eventually come to nothing. 10 breaths. No more than 10 breaths. Regardless of how much Heiyu is obtained, it must be immediately retreated. Bane Venerate smoothly infiltrated the Heiyu nest and advised Jihan Venerate. 10 breaths was precisely the time it took for the Fierce Sun capital to transmit reinforcements to the Heiyu nest. In simple terms, from the moment they infiltrated, reinforcements from Fierce Sun capital would arrive in the fastest 10 breaths. The two Heavenly Venerates were not concerned about the Galaxy Great Lord, but the reinforcements from Fierce Sun capital? They were somewhat apprehensive. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. Daring to infiltrate such a prime treasure ground, everything was certainly planned for the worst-case scenario. With their Heavenly Venerate power, it was unlikely they would be spotted immediately upon entry. But since it was a possibility, plans had to be made under that premise. Swoosh. In merely a tenth of a breath's time, the two Heavenly Venerates completely infiltrated the Heiyu nest. Swiftly approaching the area where Heiyu was being nurtured. Deep within the Heiyu nest, Lin Yuan was refining Heiyu with threads of Heiyes power, slowly and steadily tempering his mental consciousness. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a stir within, looking toward a certain direction. Two presences have infiltrated? Lin Yuan thought privately. His discovery of these two infiltrating presences was not based on the Heiyu nest's grand array, but purely relying on Lin Yuan's own perception and the half-operating state of Divine Ability World. Since the Heiyu nest was about to enter its mature period, Lin Yuan had grown cautious, constantly half-operating Divine Ability World. Such powerful Heavenly Venerates like Jianghu Heavenly Venerate sought the chance to guard the Heiyu nest at the risk of offending 4 or 5 other Heavenly Venerates, let alone other Heavenly Venerates from ancient countries. The stronger one's strength, the greater the emphasis on mental consciousness. This was also the reason Heiyu Nest was considered a prime treasure ground. A rare treasure that directly enhances mental consciousness, which was exceptionally scarce even among the 6 great ancient countries, enough to provoke contention among heavenly venerates. It should be 2 heavenly venerates, Xianin ancient countries heavenly venerates? Lin Yuan, gazing far ahead at the 2 rapidly approaching presences. Jihan Venerate and Bain Venerate, fully prepared, believed they could deceive others and evade the detection of Heiyu Nest's grand array. Indeed, this was true. The grand array of Heiyu Nest had not detected the presences of these 2 heavenly venerates. Of course, this was also because neither Jihan Venerate nor Bain Venerate had made any moves. Though the defensive array could not detect them, under the shroud of Lin Yuan's divine ability world, everything was visible. Arrived just ahead is the area where Heiyu is nurtured. Jihan Venerate and Bain Venerate felt a slight thrill, especially Bain Venerate, for since their entry, the Heiyu Nest's grand array hadn't shown any abnormal fluctuations. Estimate that the Galaxy Great Lord hadn't noticed us at all. 2 breaths have passed, 3 breaths for retreat, leaving us 5 breaths to collect Heiyu. Bain Venerate glanced at Jihan Venerate. Jihan Venerate immediately nodded. Having cultivated to the heavenly Venerate realm, naturally, one would not lose reason in front of treasures. Everything would proceed according to the plan. Or, the next moment, the 2 heavenly venerates entered the area where Heiyu was nurtured. A vast expanse of deep black jade appeared before them, and both Jihan Venerate and Bain Venerate suppressed their delight. Take them all, even the immature Heiyu. Bain Venerate quickly said. The rare Heiyu nurtured by the Heiyu Nest would only be taken out when fully mature and thereby circulated. But it was not to say immature Heiyu would be completely ineffective. It only lacked the profound tempering effect on mental consciousness compared to mature Heiyu. And now, as raiders, Jihan Venerate and Bain Venerate naturally disregarded whether the Heiyu was mature or not, taking everything in sight. However, when their power enveloped the Heiyu, they found multiple layers of time-space barriers faintly coalesced around all Heiyu. What's going on? Bain Venerate frowned, sensing the time-space barriers, not deriving from the Heiyu Nest's defensive grand array. Bain, what now? I can't take it. Jihan Venerate quickly inquired, covering large patches of Heiyu with the time-space barriers giving him a feeling of helplessness, unable to breach them. What now? Bain Venerate thought privately. Suddenly his expression changed, looking upward, only to see a man step out from the void, quietly observing them from above. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185 Galaxy Venerate, Request Subscription. _2 The ancient and venerable heavenly venerates under the gaze of this young man, seemed like 2 ants. Galaxy Great Lord? Bain Venerable Sage immediately recognized the identity of the young man, none other than Galaxy Great Lord guarding this Heiyu Nest. Have we been discovered? Jihan Venerate's expression turned stern, as the personal arrival of Galaxy Great Lord combined with the protection over all the Heiyu around made it easy to deduce this conclusion. This Galaxy Venerate was already prepared for us? Jihan Venerate thought to himself, meanwhile looking towards Bain Venerable Sage, wanting to know the next course of action. Leave. Though Bain Venerable Sage felt a bit unwilling, he knew that given the current situation, immediate retreat was the best option. Without retreating they couldn't take away the Heiyu in a short time, making staying pointless. But Bain Venerable Sage moved his thoughts. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need to completely conceal their presence. As long as they didn't expose their signature killing moves, they didn't have to worry. Whoosh. Time and space began to boil as Bain Venerable Sage attempted to forcibly penetrate the space-time passage from this place to the outside world, intending to make an exit. However, the power of the Great Array surged, immediately suppressing Bain Venerable Sage's attempt to pierce through time and space. Galaxy Great Lord? Bain Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. You still want to keep us here? Bain Venerable Sage frowned, paid no more attention, and then unhesitatingly flew towards the outside. Since blasting through the space-time passage for a rapid retreat was not possible, then they would just fly out directly. The defensive array of Heiyu Nest was primarily designed to defend against external attacks, and as for internal security, it could at least not stop a strong figure like Bain Venerable Sage. Suppress. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan fully unleashed the divine ability world. Whoosh. The vast outer universe spread out like an ocean, instantly filling every inch of space inside Heyu Nest. What is this? Jihan Venerate's expression changed dramatically as he clearly felt completely suppressed. Even flying became extremely difficult. Under such suppression, not to mention exiting Heyu Nest in 3 breaths, even 30 breaths or 300 breaths would be impossible. Not good. Bane Venerable Sage's face turned grim, realizing through the omnipresent domain suppression that Galaxy Great Lord's strength far exceeded his predictions, even having stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. No more holding back. Bane Venerable Sage unhesitatingly began employing all his means to escape. The formless terrifying Een aura spread all around, attempting to counter the outer universe's suppression, and in this moment Bane Venerable Sage held nothing back, even risking exposing his true identity. As a heavenly venerate of the Xianin ancient country, taking unauthorized action against the supreme treasure land of the fierce Sun ancient country broke the unwritten rules between the 2 ancient nations. If word got out, he would surely face punishment from the Xianin ancient country, but no matter how severe the punishment, it would be lighter than losing this physical form. And right now, Bane Venerable Sage had a feeling that if he didn't fight with all his might, he wouldn't be able to break free from the outer universe's suppression. As time dragged on, waiting for reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country could lead to his live capture and suppression. As a heavenly venerable, breaking unwritten rules in secret, the Xianin ancient country would, for its dignity, definitely punish him, but not too severely since he was one of their own. But if he were captured alive, the Xianin ancient country would lose face immensely, and the punishment against him would have no limits. Rumble. Bane Venerable Sage began burning the origin source of his flesh, trying to break the surrounding spacetime suppression, but found it had little effect as the rolling suppressive power came crashing down like a grindstone. Unmatchable. Unstoppable. Bane Venerable Sage was shocked within. Galaxy Great Lord, Bane Venerable Sage turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was overlooking him, suddenly speaking, "Perhaps I should call you Galaxy Venerate?" Given the scale of the fierce Sun ancient country, the emergence of a heavenly venerate was exceedingly rare but not inconceivable. After all, the fierce Sun ancient country had a large number of peak great lords just a step away from the heavenly venerable realm, ready to break through at any moment. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was recognized as core royalty of the fierce Sun ancient country. For a core royal to become a heavenly venerate, the significance was entirely different from other newly emerged heavenly venerates. Galaxy Venerate? Not far away, Jihan Venerate as well stared at Lin Yuan, his mind churning with turmoil. Had Lin Yuan broken the legend that core royalties of various ancient countries could not surpass the heavenly venerate shackle? Lin Yuan gazed down at Bane Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate without speaking. Displaying heavenly venerate level power was something Lin Yuan had long planned. Having already surpassed the typical limits of core royals, Lin Yuan's entry into the heavenly venerable realm wasn't entirely unbelievable. Both the Emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country and King Qibao were very eager for Lin Yuan to break the royal's heavenly venerate shackle. This time I've truly lost. Bane Venerable Sage gave Lin Yuan a deep glance, then his body and soul began to dissipate. With Bane Venerable Sage's strength, he could definitely sustain himself under Lin Yuan's outer universe suppression for some time. After all, at this moment, Lin Yuan's true form wasn't present but only the Taiyin primordial spirit, so the power wasn't overwhelming enough to easily crush a heavenly venerate. However, every moment of delay could mean reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country at any time. Should the reinforcement come from one of those few peak venerables of the fierce Sun ancient country, Bane might not even be able to self-dissipate. In this situation, for safety's sake, Bane Venerable Sage chose to abandon this main battle body. Bane. Jihan Venerate, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor in his heart. He clearly understood why Bane Venerable Sage chose to self-dissipate his body. Try again. In Jihan Venerate's eyes, a faint blood-red hue appeared, and his surroundings were engulfed in freezing cold that pierced through time and space. But facing the power of Lin Yuan's outer universe, all of this quickly dissipated. Forget it. After almost 10 breaths, Jihan Venerate too found the struggle hopeless, realizing escape was impossible in the short term. He also began to dissipate his body and soul. The bodies and souls of the 2 ancient heavenly venerates disappeared completely. Lin Yuan watched silently without interruption. In fact, he couldn't stop them, not when he himself was only the Taiyin primordial spirit. Even his true self would have difficulty preventing a heavenly venerate from willingly dissolving their body. In the chaos void, Lin Yuan had suppressed Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and a multitude of Chaos Great Saints, but that was because they were just outmaneuvered. Given a chance to reclaim their bodies, they naturally would. However, in the Feng Yuan world, most heavenly venerates had already sworn loyalty to the 6 ancient countries. Facing capture by an enemy ancient country would have appalling consequences. The higher their status, the more severe the consequences of being captured by an enemy country would be. The greater their position, the more severe the punishment would be, especially if they got captured alive and suppressed. Those like the Spirit Might King and King Lingshan would rather extinguish their primary battle bodies than be captured, due to the dire consequences. That's acceptable. Lin Yuan felt rather satisfied. Forcing a heavenly venerate to annihilate his own body and soul was no easy feat on a battlefield. It's hard to achieve such a level of pressure where a heavenly venerate wouldn't resist for some time, but it was accomplished here in the Heiyu nest under unique circumstances. In addition to Baiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's unpublicized identities, the timely threat of reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country pressured them towards self-destruction rather than risking capture by Lin Yuan. It's quite satisfactory. If it had been in the battlefield, compelling a heavenly venerate to voluntarily annihilate their body and soul would be incredibly difficult. Unless one could single-handedly sweep through all enemies, but that's very difficult, as each ancient country would resort to its deep-seated hands to counter. It was only here at the Heiyu nest that Baiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's identities remained in the shadows, compounded by the imminent arrival of fierce Sun ancient country reinforcements, that left them choosing to relinquish their main battle bodies. Lin Yuan set his eyes on the spots where the 2 heavenly venerates had dissipated. Several weapons and world-secret treasures had fallen. What a chance to finally witness the secret techniques of Shenin ancient country. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. His path was the Taiji Dao, and the legacy from the fierce Sun ancient country has greatly aided his Taiyang Dao. He thus eagerly anticipated the many Shenin inheritances from the Shenin ancient country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186 The Astonished Emperor, Request for Subscription. Over the years since arriving in this Feng Yuan world, Lin Yuan has collected quite a number of secret techniques from the Shenin ancient country. There is much camaraderie among the great lords of each ancient country, often exchanging favors and trading with each other. Many secret techniques are naturally included in these trades. However, the secret techniques that can be traded at the level of great lords are still too shallow for Lin Yuan. Now, these 2 heavenly venerates from Shenin ancient country give Lin Yuan hope of accessing the profound secret techniques passed down from Shenin ancient country. Of course, Lin Yuan does not expect to obtain the truly exclusive secret techniques of Shenin ancient country. Such levels of inheritances, even if Baiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate have practiced them, would not be recorded. But there's a high probability that ordinary secret techniques at the heavenly venerate level would be kept as backups. For instance, the sky-burning court founded by Lord Qingfen contains many secret techniques. Lin Yuan immediately began investigating the world treasures left by the 2 heavenly venerates, which stored Baiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate's many years of collections. These 2 heavenly venerates had no idea they would be completely trapped in the Heiyu nest this time. Therefore, the main battle bodies that infiltrated carried quite a few treasures and rare items. Lin Yuan glanced over these treasures and rare items and directly looked into the region of secret techniques. Shenin 13 Cuts, established by a peak venerable from Shenin ancient country, based on the supreme inheritance Shenin secret scripture, using the extreme Shenin Qi to form a devastating cut. Lin Yuan carefully watched and comprehended. The so-called peak venerable corresponds to the Chaos Void's Chaos Great Saint. Compared to the Chaos Great Saint, peak venerables do not rely on internal universes, but they lead in the road of chaos power evolution. Every peak venerable among the 6 ancient countries has created their own attack methods on the road of chaos theory. For example, Shenin 13 Cuts was created by a peak venerable from Shenin ancient country, where each cut can severely wound ordinary heavenly venerates, with the final cuts having the capability to kill normal heavenly venerates. Impressive. Lin Yuan was amazed while comprehending. If the evolution of chaos power were divided into 3 levels, then Chaos Great Saints from Chaos Void would be at the first level. The Chaos Great Saints are at the second level, and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries in this Feng Yuan world stand at the third level. The third level of chaos power evolution has already considered the condensation of one's own Tao fruit, not just a simple road. What a pity that the true profound inheritance of Shenin ancient country cannot be spread out. Lin Yuan sighed. This Shenin 13 cuts was only common among heavenly venerates in Shenin ancient country, and hence Lin Yuan could find a copy in the world treasures of the two heavenly venerates. However, this harvest is already substantial. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous secret techniques in the world treasures. In addition to Shenin 13 cuts, there are 4 other techniques at the same level, and as for the weaker ordinary heavenly venerate inheritance, there are dozens. Bain Venerable and Jihan Venerate naturally absorb the strengths of many factions. To reach the heavenly venerable realm, it is practically impossible to achieve without external influence, having comprehended countless secret techniques before finally finding their path. By comprehending these secret techniques, I can distinctly feel my Taiyin Dao has become much fuller. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this fullness is not in terms of strength, but rather a fundamental fullness. All along Lin Yuan felt Taiyang surpass Taiyin. Even with the mutual conversion of Taiyang and Taiyin, overall Taiyin has always been the weak link. One wonders what kind of Dao the Shenin secret scripture of the Shenin ancient country might record? Lin Yuan pondered expectantly. Shenin secret scripture is the supreme secret text of Shenin ancient country, derived from the Shenin ancestor, matching the supreme inheritance of fierce sun ancient country. Shenin ancient country the capital. In the Bain and Jihan royal mansion, the true bodies of the two mighty figures opened their eyes. As venerates, if willing to serve the ancient country, they are usually bestowed the title of king and own a royal mansion in the capital. That galaxy actually became a venerate? Jihan Venerate still finds it hard to believe. Within the long years of the 6 ancient countries, the unbreakable shackles of the core royal family were shattered by galaxy. Bain, Jihan Venerate immediately dispatched an avatar to Bain Royal Mansion to discuss subsequent matters with Bain Venerable. Inside Bain Royal Mansion. In a pavilion, Bain Venerable sat there, while Jihan Venerate sat opposite. Bain, what do you think we should do now? Jihan Venerate asked immediately. Their covert actions yielded nothing, and their main battle bodies were even left behind. What should we do? Bain Venerable sighed inwardly. Had he known earlier that the Galaxy Venerate was so monstrous, he would never have entertained the idea of getting involved with Heyu Nest. He initially thought the entry of Galaxy Great Lord into Heyu Nest would weaken this prime treasure site. Unexpectedly, it not only did not weaken, but became even stronger than when Qiyang Heavenly Venerate was in charge. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate's strength is close to a peak venerable, but his means tend toward direct attacks. He could at best critically wound them. As for restraining them, he couldn't. But Lin Yuan's external cosmos suppression deadlocked the two venerates. In a place like Heyu Nest, restraining ability is far more important than direct attacks. No choice, we can only be honest with the Emperor. Bain Venerable thought for a while and spoke. Honest with the Emperor? Jihan Venerate fell into silence. This means they will definitely receive punishment from the Emperor, having acted against a prime treasure site, breaking the tacit rules of the two ancient countries. Shenin ancient country won't easily let them off even if it's just for appearances. If not, shall we wait for fierce sun ancient country to pursue us with our personal weapons? Bain Venerable glanced at Jihan Venerate. Although they both destroyed their main battle bodies, personal weapons still remain. And in the 6 ancient countries, the personal weapons of heavenly venerates are highly recognizable. By relying on their personal weapons, it's certain they infiltrated Heyu Nest. Not to mention Bain Venerable and Jihan Venerate exhibited their strength within Heyu Nest, merely requiring a heavenly venerate proficient in the Tao of Time to go back and review scenes, they can be identified. Could we negotiate with that Galaxy Venerate, asking him not to spread this matter? Jihan Venerate pondered for a moment before speaking. Negotiation, Bain Venerable Sage thought for a moment, then let's give it a try. So far, only the 3 of them knew about this, and as long as Galaxy Venerate kept silent, outsiders wouldn't know. Heyu Nest. Lin Yuan was contemplating the spoils he had obtained. Suddenly he looked up toward the distance. Was. At the border between 2 ancient countries, a manifestation of Lin Yuan descended. In the distance, Bain Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's manifestations stood there as well. What do you need from me? Lin Yuan glanced at the 2 venerables of the Shenin ancient country and said casually. Galaxy Venerate. Bain Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. Could today's incident be kept secret? Kept secret. Lin Yuan understood why Bain Venerable Sage wanted him to keep it secret. What can you give me? As long as Galaxy Venerate keeps today's matters secret, both I and Jihan will owe you a favor. Bain Venerable Sage said. Yes, owe you a favor. Jihan Venerate also said from the side. Just a favor? Lin Yuan looked at the two venerables. Stopping the invasion of Heiyu Nest by the two venerables and eventually leaving behind their main battle bodies would grant him considerable merit in the Fierce Sun ancient country. With such merit, Lin Yuan could exchange it in the Fierce Sun treasury for more Fierce Sun inheritance secret methods. Then what do you want, Galaxy Venerate? Bane Venerable Sage inquired. Xianin secret scripture. Lin Yuan said directly. Impossible. Bane Venerable Sage immediately shook his head. I have already sworn to the ancestor. It is impossible to transmit this inheritance. Since that's the case, you have no negotiating value with me. Lin Yuan's figure directly vanished. Negotiating with venerable sages from enemy countries inherently carries risk. Afterward, they could use it as leverage or threat. If there were a supreme inheritance like the Xianin secret scripture, Lin Yuan might take a risk. But clearly Bane Venerable Sage and Xianin Venerable could not offer such tempting items. So Lin Yuan didn't bother to continue negotiations. Capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Lin Yuan walked out from the royal mansion. Killing the main battle bodies of two enemy venerables. According to the merit exchange standards set by the ancient country, each venerable's main battle body is worth 500,000 merit. The main battle bodies of two venerables are equal to 1 million merit. Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. It must be known that previously on the battlefields of the Qingfen domain and Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan single-handedly turned the tide, and ultimately obtained only over 100,000 merit. Let's go. Lin Yuan would certainly not leave the merit behind. He directly headed to the palace to meet the emperor of the ancient country. Inside the grand hall, the emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country smiled at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, what brings you to me? The Heiyu nest I was stationed at was intruded upon by two Xianin ancient country venerables. Lin Yuan reported truthfully. Two venerables intruded? The emperor's expression slightly changed. The Heiyu in the Heiyu nest has a great refining effect on the mental will of those at the venerable level. Attracting venerable level powerhouses wasn't surprising. Previously, Heiyu nest was guarded by Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, an experienced venerate, leaving the enemy venerables little chance to infiltrate, so there was not much activity. Who were the two venerables? The emperor inquired. Bane and Jihan. Lin Yuan said. There were only a few venerables in the Xianin ancient country, making them easy to identify. It's them, the emperor nodded slightly. No matter, this time consider it a lesson. I will give you a small punishment openly, and still let you guard the Heiyu nest. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said. The Heiyu nest nurtures rare treasures known as Heiyu. Being plundered once is not a major issue. The emperor also wanted to use this incident to hone Lin Yuan. As for the lost Heiyu? Over the long term, it's not a significant loss, as the Heiyu nest will continue to nurture rare Heiyu. Punishment. Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled, immediately realizing that the emperor must have misunderstood, thinking he hadn't defended the Heiyu nest. The Heiyu wasn't taken by those two venerables. Lin Yuan immediately said. Wasn't taken? The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, frowning. I left Bane and Jihan behind. The main battle bodies of two venerables should be worth 1 million merit? Lin Yuan looked at the emperor and said, when it comes to distributing merit at the venerable level, the emperor's approval is needed. What did you say? The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187 Preaching, Seeking Subscriptions. Inside the Grand Hall. The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. What did he just hear? The Jihan Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage, these two ancient heavenly venerates, were completely left in the Heiyu nest by Lin Yuan? And Lin Yuan was still asking whether leaving behind the heavenly venerable primary battle bodies was worth 1 million merits? I was fortunate, the Jihan Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage did not know my strength, so they dared to delve deep. Lin Yuan said. This was indeed the truth. If the Qiyang Heavenly Venerate were still stationed at the Heiyu nest, the Jihan Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage, even if they had intentions towards the Heiyu nest, could not have infiltrated so easily, let alone delve deeply into the Heiyu nest. The reason Lin Yuan was able to keep the two heavenly venerates was due to his own strength restraint. Secondly, it was because the opponents were careless. Additionally, the two heavenly venerates were also hesitant to delay any further. Fearing supporting forces would arrive, they decisively obliterated their physical bodies and souls. That's not what I'm asking. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country stared at Lin Yuan with a surprised gaze. You were able to restrain Jihan and Xianyin by relying on yourself? After speaking, the Emperor tentatively asked, have you stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? He understood that the defense formation of the Heiyu nest hardly allowed the retention of a heavenly venerate level powerhouse, let alone two heavenly venerates infiltrating together? Pretty much. Lin Yuan nodded. Since he came to talk about this matter, he was definitely prepared to reveal some of his strength. The heavenly venerable realm of the Imperial clan is different from a normal heavenly venerate, because the path taken by the Imperial clan essentially differs from that of normal cultivators. The Imperial clan is primarily focused on excavating their ancestor bloodline, whereas cultivators perceive the rules of the heavens and earth. What is referred to as the Imperial clan's heavenly venerate shackle is that the upper limit of the ancestor bloodlines of the 6 ancient countries is all locked at the peak of the Great Lord, making it impossible to ascend to the heavenly venerate by continuing to excavate the bloodline power. Although the Imperial clan's great lords can step into the heavenly venerable realm by comprehending the rules of the heavens and earth, such heavenly venerates are no different from other heavenly venerates and are not unique to the Imperial clan. In simple terms, the core Imperial clans of the 6 ancient countries all yearn to excavate their ancestor bloodlines to the heavenly venerate level. Pretty much. An immense wave surged in the heart of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. What Lin Yuan referred to as pretty much was the lifelong goal pursued by many core members of the Imperial clan of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Many core members of the Imperial clan have paid an unknown price to break the bloodline shackle. I had some gains not long ago. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and slightly activated the divine skill Liang Kaitian. This divine skill stemmed from deep within the bloodline, refined through the martial arts evolution road, likely originating from a certain talent of the ancestor of Fierce Sunday. With this divine skill, Lin Yuan could fully explain his exploitation of the bloodline. In fact, this was indeed the case. Leveraging the advantages of the martial arts evolution road, Lin Yuan's development of the Fierce Sun ancestors' bloodline is far ahead of the Fierce Sun Imperial clansmen. Indeed, the aura of the ancestor. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at the source of Fierce Sun condensed by Lin Yuan, with a complex expression. He could clearly sense the source of Fierce Sun brimming with a rich aura of the ancestor. Galaxy, thank you. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said earnestly, you have given us a glimpse of hope for an alternate path. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country saw from Lin Yuan the potential to break the bloodline shackle of the Imperial clan, at least not a desperate situation. Actually, I can announce my method of excavating the ancestor bloodline to the public. Lin Yuan pondered and voiced his ultimate purpose. He had awakened the divine skill Liang Kaitian through the martial arts evolution road. Therefore, the method of excavating the ancestor bloodline is naturally the martial arts evolution road. In the chaos void, spreading one's evolutionary path helps form a stable anchor point and path marker, beneficial for breaking through time loops. Hence, whenever Lin Yuan descended into a traversed world in the past, he would disseminate his evolutionary path in the latter stages. In this origin world, Lin Yuan also plans to attempt the dissemination of his evolutionary path, with the focal point being the excavation of his ancestor bloodline. The martial arts evolution road indeed possesses such a capability. In the chaos void, the dissemination of various branches of the martial arts evolution is entrusted to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. As for this Feng Yuan world, Lin Yuan does not intend to give up either. The level of the origin world is not at all weaker than the chaos void. A domain of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country may not match the size of the void domain in the chaos void, but the number of living beings contained within is not inferior to the latter. In such a life-rich world, once the branches of the martial arts evolution road are disseminated, it would aid Lin Yuan no less than spreading in the chaos void. Method of excavating the bloodline? The pupils of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country slightly contracted. Normal cultivators perceiving the rules of the heavens and earth have traces to follow and laws to rely on, but excavating one's ancestor bloodline? It emphasizes more on innate talent. Is there really a method to excavate the bloodline on a deep level? The tone of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country was rather urgent. If Lin Yuan breaking the heavenly venerate shackle only showed these imperial clans that excavating the bloodline is not a desperate path, still holding potential to reach the heavenly venerate level. Now, if what Lin Yuan said is true, it would have an unprecedented impact on the entire imperial clan of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. I can try to summarize it. Lin Yuan looked at the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and suddenly said, But I have a request. What is the request? The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country immediately said, as long as it doesn't contradict the ancestors' will, I can agree. I hope that the method I finally summarized to excavate the ancestor bloodline can be disseminated throughout the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and not confined solely to the Imperial clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188 Preaching, Request for Subscription, _2 Lin Yuan spoke up. The more beings that cultivate the martial arts evolution road, the more stable Lin Yuan's anchor point and guidepost become, so naturally he doesn't want the spread of martial Tao to be limited to a certain area. No problem. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country agreed without a second thought. This matter bears no loss, and as for non-royal beings benefiting from it? If their bloodline reaches the royal level, then they become part of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's royalty. Galaxy, if your method indeed proves effective, your credit will surely be substantial. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country stated solemnly. Lin Yuan nodded. Disseminating his own martial arts evolution road branch inherently aids his breakthrough in the cycle of time, so he would proceed even without credit. Of course, having credit is preferable. I estimate a period needed to prepare. Lin Yuan said. The rules and avenues of this source world operate entirely differently from the Chaos Void, so the martial arts evolution road branch needs significant adjustments to fully adapt to this world. Especially since Lin Yuan plans to do as the Romans do, enhancing the excavation of potential within bloodlines in his martial arts evolution road branch, to better fit this world. All right. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country seemed to recall something, regarding Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bain Venerable Sage. These are their personal weapons and arms. Lin Yuan immediately took out several weapons and arms, to prove he had thoroughly left the main combat bodies of these two Heavenly Venerates. All right. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country glanced over. 1 million credits have been awarded to you. Thank you. Lin Yuan said. In his mind, he pondered over which treasures and rare inheritances he should exchange from the treasury. Last time he spent a long time in the treasury, but only had over 10,000 credits, in the end only able to exchange for 3 Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams. About the 2 Heavenly Venerates infiltrating Heiyu Nest, I will demand an explanation from Shenin Ancient Country. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country said to Lin Yuan with a smile, if there are any benefits at that time, they can also count as your credit. Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Sneaking in against unwritten rules and taking action without permission, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country holds them accountable. Shenin Ancient Country is sure to appease and make concessions. How to appease and make concessions? Naturally through benefits and concessions. This means the benefits obtained by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country are partly due to Lin Yuan, who can naturally claim corresponding credit. After leaving the palace, Lin Yuan immediately headed to the treasury. With 1 million credits in hand, it is only natural to quickly convert it into his own strength. While browsing the treasury last time, Lin Yuan had his eye on several treasures, rare inheritances, but ultimately was limited by insufficient credits, and at that time understanding Chaos Rule was most urgent. So he finally chose 3 Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams. Now with 1 million credits, his choices are naturally much broader. Shenin Ancient Country, the capital, within a vast and grand hall, the emperor sat on the throne, while below him figures stood or sat. Those present in this hall were at least various major kings, or the ultimate core royalty, or were heavenly venerates. In various ancient countries, although emperors wielded all power, they still showed sufficient respect in the presence of heavenly venerate level experts. Jihan Bain. The Emperor of Shenin Ancient Country spoke, his eyes vaguely reflecting the full moon, gazing down at the 2 figures standing below. Explain to us what happened with the Heiyu Nest? The tone of the Emperor of Shenin Ancient Country was steady, but below, the expressions of the various heavenly venerates slightly changed. The Emperor clearly held dissatisfaction towards the actions of Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bain Venerable Sage, and revealing such an attitude in the presence of so many heavenly venerates meant that these 2 had committed a major offense. We, Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bain Venerable Sage exchanged a look. After things fell through with Lin Yuan, they had reported everything to the Emperor. The Emperor of Shenin Ancient Country told them to wait and see how the Fierce Sun Ancient Country would proceed. It now seems the Fierce Sun Ancient Country must be putting substantial pressure on the Emperor. I and Jihan sneaked into Heiyu Nest without permission, resulting in our main combat bodies being left behind by the Guardian? Bane Venerable Sage sighed inwardly, knowing there was no escaping punishment. Infiltrate Heiyu Nest? Left behind the main combat body? The Heavenly Venerates and the Ultimate Core Royal Family present twitched their facial muscles. With Heavenly Venerate level combat power, to act on a top treasure ground without permission and being caught on the spot, it's no wonder the Emperor has such a poor attitude towards the two Heavenly Venerates. Jihan Bane, you acted impulsively. Heiyu Nest is a top treasure ground and you dared to infiltrate it at will? A burly Heavenly Venerate spoke up. He didn't even ask why Jihan and Bane infiltrated Heiyu Nest. If he had the opportunity, he too would like to sneak in, given that the rare Heiyu is a great treasure. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could exchange it with other Heavenly Venerates for needed rare treasures. I recall that the Guardian of Heiyu Nest changed not long ago. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate was reassigned, and Galaxy Great Lord took over? A man with a dark, gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a Heavenly Venerate. What means did he use to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage remained silent. Sitting high on the throne, the Emperor of Shenin Ancient Country spoke. This is the second matter today, that Galaxy Great Lord may have already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. With these words, the hall fell silent. The Heavenly Venerate's expression slightly shifted, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating a bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level is unprecedented in the six ancient countries' history. Jihan Bane, are you sure that Galaxy can leave your main combat bodies? Definitely indicates combat power at the Heavenly Venerate level, but whether this power arises from ancestral bloodline or another aspect? Another ancient Heavenly Venerate asked. The royal families of the various ancient countries do indeed have Heavenly Venerate level combat power, but the Heavenly Venerate here refers to those who have realized the second level of the Chaos Evolutionary Force Road. This is different from other Heavenly Venerates, who have excavated ancestral bloodlines to the Heavenly Venerate level. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The methods and abilities that Galaxy utilized had no traces of Chaos Evolutionary Force. Bane Venerable Sage spoke up. As a Heavenly Venerate, he could distinguish this. Did he not use any external objects? Perhaps a secret treasure weapon left by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's ancestors? Another Heavenly Venerate asked. No. Jihan Heavenly Venerate shook his head. Heiyu Nest is located at the border. How could the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country possibly place such a critical treasure here? Any external object allowing a great lord to exert Heavenly Venerate combat power would undoubtedly be considered a foundational secret treasure weapon. Even if granted to Galaxy Great Lord, it's meant for life-saving for the main body, not a border-positioned avatar? It would be too risky. After extensive inquiry and discussion, most Heavenly Venerates at the scene confirmed that Galaxy Great Lord had indeed excavated his bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage felt bitter. Facing inquiries from numerous Heavenly Venerates, they could only answer truthfully, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. This matter was indeed their initial wrongdoing. Acting secretly on a Heavenly Venerate level, in general remaining undiscovered leads to no repercussions. However, as their main combat bodies were left behind, and their personal weapons could serve as evidence, they found it hard to avoid punishment. Sneaking into Heiyu Nest? Getting their main combat body left behind? Mouths twitched among the Heavenly Venerates and Ultimate Core royalty present. Jihan and Bane, you were too impulsive. Heiyu Nest is a top treasure ground, yet you dared to sneak in there? A massive-built Heavenly Venerate spoke. He did not question why Jihan and Bane trespassed into Heiyu Nest. If he had such qualifications, he would also wish to sneak in. After all, the special treasure Heiyu is a great treasure. Even if he doesn't need it, it can still be exchanged with other Heavenly Venerates for desirable treasures. I remember that Heiyu Nest recently changed its guardian. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate was transferred, and Galaxy Great Lord took over? A man with a gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a Heavenly Venerate. How did he manage to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bane Venerable Sage did not answer. Sitting up high on his throne, the Emperor of Shenin Ancient Country said, This is the second matter of today, that Galaxy Great Lord, it seems, has already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. As these words were spoken, the hall immediately fell silent. The facial expressions of the many Heavenly Venerates changed slightly, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating the bloodline to the heavenly venerate level is supposed to be just above peak venerable at best. It's not an unmanageable existence. Despite the endless years of conflict between the two ancient countries, having a few more peak venerables does not determine the overall outcome of the battle. A single galaxy venerate cannot sway the balance of the two great ancient countries. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189 Fierce Sun, Xianin Chaos Seeking Subscription. The Fierce Sun ancient country, on the grounds that Jihan and Baiyin acted without authorization, seeks either a billion-year stewardship of the infinite eye or 100 gene of infinite crystal. On the throne, the emperor of the Xianin ancient country spoke. The infinite eye is a top-level treasure land of the Xianin ancient country, producing around 10 gene of the rare treasure infinite crystal every million years. The Fierce Sun ancient country's direct proposal to obtain a billion-year stewardship of the top-level treasure land infinite eye is essentially the same as acquiring 100 gene of infinite crystal. The Fierce Sun ancient country is going too far. The infinite eye is a first-class treasure land, and Jihan and Baiyin merely infiltrated the Heiyu nest once. Not to mention they failed. Even if they had succeeded, they could at most obtain a single yield from the Heiyu nest, yet now they want the extraordinary treasures from 10 yields of the infinite eye? A heavenly venerate in luxurious robes spoke. It is excessive. The emperor of the Xianin ancient country nodded, but in this matter we are at fault first. Most heavenly venerates present remained silent upon hearing this. The billion-year stewardship of the infinite eye may sound like a huge price, but in truth for entities at the level of a heavenly venerate, a billion years is not significant. It is not as if the top-level treasure land infinite eye is being completely handed over to the Fierce Sun ancient country. Since none of you have any objections, I will agree to it. The emperor of Xianin ancient country glanced around and spoke. The many heavenly venerates were quiet, with no objections. As for the two of you? The emperor of Xianin ancient country looked at Jihan venerate and Baiyin venerable sage. Your punishment is to guard the gloomy prison for a billion years. The gloomy prison is connected to a shadowy world inhabited by countless dark creatures. Guarding such a place is not a pleasant task. The dark creatures are not particularly strong, but they are troublesome and limitless in number, requiring a heavenly venerate level strongman to constantly be on alert to suppress them. Generally, the Xianin ancient country rewards the heavenly venerates who guard the gloomy prison with more merits, but Jihan venerate and Baiyin venerable sage are punished for their own mistakes and naturally receive no rewards for merits. Yes. Although Jihan venerate and Baiyin venerable sage were unwilling at heart, they still immediately responded. And that galaxy venerate didn't even consider it. Jihan venerate was angry inside. He and Baiyin had tried negotiating with the galaxy venerate, but their demands were outrageously high, requiring the Xianin secret scripture. Jihan venerate refused, and as a result the galaxy venerate simply ceased negotiations, without even considering the terms they proposed. If the galaxy venerate could have struck a deal with them, the two venerates wouldn't be subjected to such punishment. Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen was in secluded cultivation when he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression slightly changing. Within the Heiyu nest, a top-level treasure land at the border of the Fierce Sun ancient country and Xianin ancient country, Jihan venerate and Baiyin venerable sage infiltrated and were left behind by the galaxy guardian. Lord Qingfen looked at the intelligence information he just received. The existence of great lords usually keeps in contact, sharing intelligence with each other. Galaxy guardian? Galaxy? Lord Qingfen was somewhat puzzled and continued to read on below. Galaxy Guardian, a core royal of the Fierce Sun ancient country, recently appeared in Qingfen City, then proceeded to the capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country, breaking the ancestral bloodline constraints, achieving the level of a heavenly venerate in bloodline. The more Lord Qingfen read, the more astonished he became. He had long anticipated that after Lin Yuan went to the capital, he would certainly shine, but did not expect it to be this soon. How long has it been? Leaving behind two ancient venerates of the Xianin ancient country? Breaking ancestral bloodline constraints? Galaxy this intelligence? Lord Qingfen immediately proceeded to the sky-burning court. There remained an avatar of Lin Yuan. Haha, this was spread by the emperor, Lin Yuan glanced over and casually said. Breaking the constraints of the ancestral bloodline himself has two main impacts on the Fierce Sun ancient country. First, given time, the fierce sun ancient country here will give rise to a strong existence surpassing the peak venerable. Second, the first to break the ancestral bloodline is from the royal family of the fierce sun ancient country, which will have significant repercussions on the other 5 ancient countries. The significance of the latter even surpasses the former. Thus, the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country would naturally publicize it. Of course, the announcement was made with Lin Yuan's consent. In fact, even without spreading the news, it would have been meaningless since the Shenin ancient country already knew. Rather than letting them secretly inherit and distort certain aspects, it was better to openly spread the information. Galaxy Great Lord should now be Galaxy Venerate. Great Venerate Hongye and many other great venerates also successively received this intelligence, expressing deep emotion. Many great venerates had once fought alongside Lin Yuan on the battlefield between the 2 domains. In the blink of an eye, the Galaxy Great Lord had already become the Galaxy Venerate. Still, a heavenly venerate achieved by the unprecedented ancestral bloodline. Deling ancient country. King Spirit Might sat cross-legged in a bamboo grove. The war between the Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain ended in defeat on his side. As the initiator of the war, King Spirit Might naturally received punishment, being trapped in the bamboo grove for 1 billion years, unable to leave. Galaxy Venerate? King Spirit Might looked at the intelligence before him, somewhat lost in thought. In that war he had been confident of victory, but Lin Yuan continually thwarted his plans time and again. First, he hindered the Dominator-level experts sent to infiltrate the Qingfen Domain, shattering the scheme to capture Qingfen Domain with minimal cost by recreating the formation of Qingfen City using the Myriad Formation Crystal. Later, he single-handedly turned the tide completely on the front battlefield. Fate is not with me. Spirit Might King sighed inwardly. Initially he thought it was a matter of his strategy, that perhaps inviting one more Peak Corps royal member might have restrained Lin Yuan. But now, it seems that galaxy managed to break through the shackles of the heavenly venerate bloodline in such a short time, possibly hiding strength at the battlefield then. Even if Spirit Might King prepared as much as possible, he ultimately failed. Heavenly venerate level ancestor bloodline? Compared to Spirit Might King, the Peak Corps royal King Lingshan's eyes lit up. Could it be that our royal bloodline can truly be tapped into the heavenly venerate level? The more one grows to the limit, the more one feels the intangible shackles of the ancestor bloodline. Breaking through these shackles is as hard as climbing to heaven. Many Corps royals cannot see hope, thus they turn to comprehend the Tao rules, eventually realizing the second layer of chaos evolution power, achieving heavenly venerate status through this path. Among the 6 ancient countries, no royal clansmen have birthed heavenly venerate level experts, referring to the heavenly venerate level of ancestor bloodline. Losing to a heavenly venerate level ancestor bloodline, no shame in that. King Lingshan beamed. In terms of path, Lin Yuan's exploration into the ancestor bloodline is ahead of his. In this regard, King Lingshan is sincerely convinced. Since that galaxy can tap into the ancestor bloodline up to the heavenly venerate level, then I can too. King Lingshan took a deep breath and began once again the cultivation of bloodline enlightenment. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, National Treasury. Lin Yuan was carefully observing the information about numerous treasures and inheritances collected in the treasury. With 1 million merit points in hand, Lin Yuan's standards were a bit higher. He seldom paid attention to inherited treasures worth less than 10,000 merit points. Fierce Sun Diagram? Lin Yuan looked at one of the inheritances, named Fierce Sun Diagram. This diagram was drawn by a peak venerable of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country while possessed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, from the ancestor's perspective. It contains various insights and gains of this peak venerable after leveraging the ancestor's perspective. Of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For other heavenly venerates and even peak venerables, this Fierce Sun diagram holds significant reference value. After all, it is the insight from being possessed by an ancestor from the same level. Even though he had been possessed himself, it is still necessary to reference it. Moreover, since the ancestor level is so high, understanding these Fierce Sun diagrams before being possessed can serve as a precaution. But for Lin Yuan? With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it's not necessary. Even if a 12th layer life is possessed by a 13th layer time life, what it sees, feels, and knows may not be correct. Watching this kind of Fierce Sun diagram holds little significance for Lin Yuan. Spending energy on it is less direct than being possessed by an ancestor. At least it avoids distractions, misguidance. Also, this Fierce Sun diagram is too expensive. Any random one costs several millions of merit points, something Lin Yuan cannot currently afford. Fierce Sun Xianin Chaos. Lin Yuan focused on another inheritance, founded by an ancient peak venerable of the Fierce Sun ancient country who had reached the third layer on the path of chaos evolution, walking the chaos intense sun path. After reaching the third layer of the chaos intense sun path, this peak venerable began trying to incorporate the Xianin path, aiming to traverse the chaos Xianin path, thereby combining the two. This inheritance somewhat resembles my path. Lin Yuan felt moved in his heart. The path he traverses, Chaos Yin Yang Taiji, corresponds to Chaos Intense Sun Xianin. Though different, they broadly belong to the same type. Comprehending this inheritance not only benefits his evolution of Chaos Yin Yang Taiji but also provides high guidance value for future cultivation. The path of chaos evolution power is divided into 3 layers, becoming harder as it progresses. With previous roads for reference, Lin Yuan's cultivation would be easier, and the most crucial point, prevent wandering. After all, predecessors have tried it. 1,800,000 merit points? Lin Yuan glanced at the merit required for this inheritance, his brows slightly furrowed. Currently, his merit points are a little over 1 million, the excess part accumulated over recent times. It seems I still need to gather 800,000 merit points. Lin Yuan sighed. Although eager to comprehend this inheritance, without enough merit, there's no choice. Galaxy. Just then, the voice of the Emperor of Fierce Sun ancient country suddenly emerged. As Emperor, he could contact Lin Yuan even in the treasury space. The side of Xianin ancient country agreed to relinquish the first-class sacred land Infinite Eye for 10 billion years. Our Fierce Sun ancient country is expected to obtain about 100 gene of infinite crystal, equivalent to another 1,000,000 merit points for you. A million merit points? Lin Yuan immediately noticed his merit count changing from over 1 million to over 2 million. Just in time. Lin Yuan eyed the inheritance Fierce Sun, Xianin, Chaos, now having enough merit points to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange. Lin Yuan instantly activated his thought. Bus. Soon, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190 Chaos Taiji Seeking Subscription. Wonderful. Lin Yuan rapidly absorbed the inheritance content. Many previously confusing aspects began to melt away at this moment. The creator of this inheritance was a peak venerable from the Fierce Sun ancient country, countless ages ago. This peak venerable's father was of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royal family, and the mother was a cultivator from the Xianin ancient country. The Fierce Sun ancient country and the Xianin ancient country stem from 2 supreme ancestors, representing entirely opposite paths. Yet bloodline inheritance is wondrous, capable of integrating all. After the union of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royal and the cultivator from Xianin ancient country, the creator of the inheritance was born with both Fierce Sun and Xianin bloodlines. Initially, the inheritance creator grew up in the Fierce Sun ancient country. So, naturally, the early influences were all related to Fierce Sun, with a primary focus on the Fierce Sun path. As for the Xianin essence deep within the bloodline, it wasn't given much attention. But as the strength increased and the realm advanced, the path of Chaos Intense Sun was realized, cultivating to the 3rd level. The inheritance creator vaguely sensed that perhaps Fierce Sun and Xianin were not oppositional. Since all originates from chaos, where is the opposition? Fierce Sun? Xianin? If one could thoroughly merge them, it feels like it would be a brand new path that surpasses all known paths. Alas, my comprehension is insufficient. I cannot achieve perfect fusion. Within the inheritance content Lin Yuan absorbed, images emerged including the last recorded message from this inheritance creator. If I could reach the ancestors' realm, with such a magnificent lives perspective, I should be able to merge Fierce Sun and Xianin. So next I will attempt to break through to the final step. Lin Yuan roughly browsed the entire inheritance. This inheritance concluded with the creator preparing to attempt the 13th level breakthrough. Probably didn't succeed. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this source world, the Xianin ancient country was the last to emerge, and to this day there has been no mention of a 7th ancient country. If a new 13th level ancestor had emerged, a 7th ancient country would certainly have been established. The absence of a 7th ancient country indicates that the creator did not enter the 13th level. 13th level? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Whether it is the chaos void or this source world, the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to enter the 13th level, becoming a time life. Only those at the 13th level, capable of perceiving numerous timelines of past and future, can attain freedom in a broad sense. As for beings below the 13th level, their vision is confined to space, unable to see the distant future, unclear of what will happen next, like a lone boat on the vast sea, unaware of when it might capsize. From the perspective of time, all beings below the 13th level are blind, groping in the dark, while 13th level beings possess vision, allowing them to see their surroundings, be it danger or opportunity. This inheritance has greatly helped me, it was worth it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, having to admit, the cultivators of this source world surpassed the chaos void by a significant margin in comprehending the path of rules. The absolute great saints of the chaos void are only at the second level of evolving the chaos power path. Their ability to rival the peak venerables of this Fang Yuan world's third level path is entirely due to the advantage of their internal cosmos. In fact, many cultivators of the 6 ancient countries have attempted to develop internal worlds, internal universes. Once their mastery of the rules reaches a certain level, creating a world or universe is not difficult. But without the infusion of chaos void origin, even if they successfully create internal worlds or universes, they can't develop them to a level that provides significant support. It was not until now that Lin Yuan realized just how crucial the chaos void's exclusive cosmic origin infusion is, directly making the foundation of all chaos void cultivators much stronger. Of course, this source world also has advantages over the chaos void, notably the ease of comprehending rules. Why could peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries cultivate the chaotic evolution path to the 3rd level, surpassing the chaos void's absolute great saints? Naturally, it is due to the exaggerated degree of rule comprehension in the source world. Still over 200,000 merits. Lin Yuan glanced at his merit balance, having spent 1,800,000 merits to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange the remaining merits for chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Lin Yuan surveyed the various precious inheritances he valued and found that 200,000 merits were not enough, so he planned to exchange for more chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The chaos mystic pattern diagrams were created with a lofty view by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, using the viewpoint of a 13th level time life to revert and regroup the chaos rules that evolve all things. Among them, the mystic pattern diagrams representing the chaos 3rd realm contain a total of 54 diagrams, each costing 100,000 merits. Lin Yuan had previously exchanged for one, and now with 200,000 merits left, he planned to exchange for 2 more to study. Exchanging for chaos mystic pattern diagrams is never a loss. These diagrams, symbolizing the fundamental chaos rules, will make it infinitely easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend rules. On the way back to his residence, Lin Yuan remembered the information the emperor had disclosed. The Fierce Sun ancient country had acquired a billion-year guardian right over a first-grade treasured land, the Infinite Eye, from the Shenin ancient country. Infinite Eye. Information about this treasured land flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This treasure, seen from the outside, resembles a gigantic eye, and its peculiar produced treasures are infinite crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191 Chaos Taiji Seeking Subscription _2 Therefore it was finally named Infinite Eye. And the infinite crystal, by refining a certain number of infinite crystals, can transform one's physique towards the infinite divine body. The infinite divine body, as one of the top divine bodies of the 6 ancient countries, though not as skilled in attack and destruction as the Fierce Sun divine body, can nonetheless encompass other divine bodies. Simply put, you can simultaneously possess the infinite divine body and other divine bodies. Thus, the infinite crystal is very popular among the powerful figures of the 6 ancient countries, and no one would refuse an additional top-tier divine body, as it means a substantial increase in combat power. The precious lands nurtured by this source world are greatly beneficial for cultivation and the evolution of life, especially the top-tier precious lands. The wars between the 6 ancient countries, with continuous expansion and contraction, are largely due to the contest for these precious lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After all, precious lands cannot be moved. As long as a particular ancient country rules over this region, it naturally gains ownership of the precious land. For instance, if one day a battlefield arises between Shenin ancient country and Fierce Sun ancient country, and Fierce Sun ancient country is defeated, Shenin ancient country will capture the region where the Heiyu nest is located. Then the Heiyu nest would belong to Shenin ancient country, and Lin Yuan, the guardian, would have to withdraw. Furthermore, before withdrawing they can take all the Heiyu at most, but as for the Heiyu nest, this precious land? It must not be destroyed, which is also the iron law between the 6 ancient countries. No matter what level of precious land it is, destruction is not allowed, otherwise one would be hunted by all the strong figures of the 6 ancient countries. Returning to the residence. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to delve deeply into understanding the inheritance of fierce sun, Xianin chaos. Only 1,800,000 merits, and I am able to exchange for such a level of inheritance. My luck is truly not bad. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more significant his gains felt. The creator of the inheritance considered the fierce sun Xianin bloodline, and coupled with the chaos power's rule of evolution path, it became Fierce Sunday. By understanding Xianin, comprehensive studies of the combination and complement of the two paths were conducted. Although Fierce Sun Xianin are different from Taiyang Taiyin, they have many similarities, and the creator of the inheritance has comprehended both Chaos Intense Sun and Chaos Xianin to the 3rd level, already involving the perfect fusion of the two. Xianin. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and strands of extremely Yin power began to entangle, clashing with the surrounding environment filled with Fierce Sun's origin source. By killing Baiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, many Xianin inheritances were obtained, plus the expenditure of 1,800,000 merits exchanged for the Fierce Sun Xianin Chaos inheritance. This caused Lin Yuan's understanding on the path of Xianin to progress rapidly. I can feel it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, consciousness descending into his inner universe. The inner universe of the true body of the source world is vast, not as expansive as the chaos void, but still measured in billions of light years. And at the highest point of the inner universe, many Tao rules converge here, forming an egg-like shape, surrounded by swirling chaos qi, faintly nurturing and evolving something. After Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule reached the pinnacle of the 2nd realm, he began to attempt the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, ultimately forming the scene before his eyes. The egg enveloped by chaos qi is the final Tao fruit of Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule, while that which is being nurtured and evolved inside is the chaos yin-yang Taiji power. Understanding the path of Xianin has caused a qualitative change in my perception of the chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. The path of such chaos power can evolve within at most 10,000 years. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Prior to this, even with perception of the chaos rule at the 2nd realm, Lin Yuan could only feel it was evolving. As to when it could evolve, that remained unclear. But now, Lin Yuan felt the specific evolution timeline. 10,000 years. At most, 10,000 years to evolve the chaos yin-yang Taiji. It seems understanding Xianin and compensating on the Taiyin path was correct. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyang and Taiyin can complement each other perfectly, Taiyang transforming into Taiyin if lacking, and Taiyin transforming into Taiyang if lacking. But the Taiyin Taiyang after mutual transformations ultimately is not as good as what I truly comprehend. Lin Yuan's perception in Taiyin is not up to par with Taiyang. Next, continuing to understand Xianin will accelerate the evolution of Chaos Taiji. Lin Yuan thought, the chaotic Taiji Dao is my exclusive path, and in the chaos void, this is the distinction between an ordinary lord and a great saint. Only understanding Xianin? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Based solely on this inheritance, understanding the true Xianin Dao is still too slow. In the Fierce Sun Xianin Chaos inheritance, the exposition on the Xianin path is merely the creator's own understanding, which indeed provided significant guidance to Lin Yuan. However, utilizing this to comprehend the true Xianin Dao is still somewhat lacking. The creator of this legacy walked the path of understanding the Xianin Dao by delving into the depths of their own bloodline's Xianin roots. I can do the same. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Although he didn't possess the Xianin bloodline, within the countless beings of the ancient Xianin country, the Xianin bloodline flowed through them all. Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend his own, but couldn't he comprehend others? Ancient Xianin country Dragon Frost Domain. The Dragon Frost Domain is the fiefdom of Long Shuang, a peak great lord of the ancient Xianin country with a notable reputation, who once dominated the southwestern region of the ancient Xianin country. How should I progress further and step into the rank of the heavenly venerate? Long Shuang was in seclusion, contemplating his future path. 4 beings outside the royal family, truly becoming part of the upper echelon of the ancient country and competing with the royals and core royals for power only happens upon reaching the heavenly venerate level. For instance, in the treasuries of various ancient countries, the exchangeable rare legacies require a vast amount of merit, which the typical great lord cannot hope to accumulate. Heavenly venerates can gather merit because they usually preside over treasure grounds, receiving merit from doing so, and over a long, enduring period, they can amass a sizable amount of merit. Then suddenly, Long Shuang's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly sensed the time and space around him slightly distorted, like a lens being cut away, severing all contact with the outside world. Whoosh! A figure stepped out from the void, quietly overlooking Long Shuang below. "Greetings, my lord." Long Shuang was startled and immediately rose to bow. Being able to easily sever his time and space from the outside signifies that his life and death were now entirely in the hands of the other party, with no thought of resistance in Long Shuang's mind. "Give me 5 drops of vital blood, vital blood." Lin Yuan gazed down at Long Shuang, speaking. Long Shuang, as a peak great lord, should have a high concentration of Shenin blood within him. Lin Yuan could fully comprehend and thereby understand the true Shenin Dao. Whether it's the Shenin bloodline or the Fierce Sun bloodline, or the De Ling bloodline, all are passed down from their 13th rank ancestors, containing fragments of the true 13th rank Dao. Yes. Long Shuang was very compliant, offering no resistance and directly extracting 5 drops of vital blood. What is termed vital blood is the most important blood of a being, and even a great lord doesn't have much of it within their body. Remember, do not extinguish these 5 drops of vital blood. Lin Yuan took the vital blood, glanced at Long Shuang and said casually. At the 12th level of life, there is absolute control over every part of the body, allowing one to extinguish it with a thought. The 5 drops of vital blood that Long Shuang handed over, even if they fell into Lin Yuan's hands, could still be extinguished with a thought from Long Shuang afterward. Just like extinguishing one's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan couldn't stop it. Unless he completely destroyed the other party's mind and will, rendering the physical body into an ownerless object. All right. Long Shuang trembled inside, immediately nodding. The next moment, Long Shuang sensed the restoration of time and space, once again feeling everything external to him. Just now, Long Shuang steadied himself. Had he not lost 5 drops of vital blood, he might have thought his recent experience was a hallucination. That powerful being? Long Shuang thought of the powerful being who had appeared just before, in whose presence he had completely lost control over time and space, as if a mere ant before a giant. Heavenly Venerate, definitely of the Heavenly Venerate level. Long Shuang swallowed hard. At this moment he faintly sensed that his 5 drops of vital blood had already been taken far away, yet could not pinpoint their exact location. Why does such a powerful being need my vital blood? Long Shuang wondered within but dared not attempt to actively extinguish those 5 drops of vital blood. Indeed, he had the ability to extinguish his own vital blood, even once it had left his body. But then what? If he provoked that mysterious Heavenly Venerate, it would be no harder for the other to return and crush him than to crush an ant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192, The New Treasure Land. Please subscribe. Long Shuang Ho exhaled gently, facing the threat of a Heavenly Venerate he did not plan to resist. Although he had many life-saving methods, even a Heavenly Venerate couldn't completely kill him. But offending a Heavenly Venerate would have too many consequences. Is this a heavenly cold fruit? Long Shuang's pupils contracted upon seeing a fruit exuding a cold aura appear beside him. The heavenly cold fruit was a rare treasure at the venerable level, even of great use to a peak venerable. This heavenly cold fruit, was it left by that mysterious Heavenly Venerate? To exchange for my 5 drops of vital blood? Long Shuang put away the heavenly cold fruit, carefully examining it, feeling a strange sense of curiosity in his heart. That mysterious Heavenly Venerate, surprisingly merciful? Logically, with the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, personally arriving and asking for 5 drops of vital blood required no compensation. For a venerable, vital blood is certainly precious, but losing 5 drops would have no real impact on oneself. There was absolutely no need for a transaction. The only hidden risk of vital blood outside was it could become a medium for cause and effect, allowing other powerful beings to use it to attack through causal means. But this hidden risk has nothing to do with a Heavenly Venerate. If a Heavenly Venerate wanted to kill him, they could have done so just now without needing causal means. And causal assassination would have its power diminished. Even a strong Heavenly Venerate could only severely injure him, and only this particular physical form. That's why Long Shuang felt a bit unsettled, perceiving the earlier mysterious Heavenly Venerate as merciful. As for the rule among the 6 ancient countries that venerate level fighters are not allowed to intervene, as long as no one knows which heavenly venerate made a move, the 6 ancient countries have no grounds for investigation. Earlier, when Baiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate infiltrated the Heiyu nest, the same principle applied. 12 venerable level strongmen's vital blood has already been collected. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, although at the moment he was just an avatar, dealing with venerable level fighters was still effortless. Even so, when Lin Yuan obtained the vital blood of a venerable from the Xianin ancient country, he left behind some rare treasures as an exchange for their vital blood. It wasn't out of Lin Yuan's kindness, but such actions would minimize potential dangers. Indeed, most venerables facing the threat of a heavenly venerate would obediently hand over their vital blood, not daring to speak up afterward. But in case a minority of reckless venerables felt indignant and magnified the issue to the Xianin ancient country's royal family, this would become troublesome for Lin Yuan as well. Perhaps it could even lead to an investigation by the heavenly venerate of the Xianin ancient country. Engaging in these quasi-transactions for the vital blood from Xianin venerables was viewed by Lin Yuan as the most stable approach. Most importantly, a mere venerable level rare treasure didn't hold Lin Yuan's attention, especially after the wealth increase from the ancient heavenly venerates Jihan and Baiyin. It's a pity if I could obtain the vital blood of the Xianin royal family, it would be even better. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he was already quite satisfied with acquiring the vital blood from over 10 venerables. Life forms that have cultivated to the venerable level certainly have no diluted ancestral bloodline, even if not as pure as the royal family, it should be close enough, providing Lin Yuan ample time for future insights. Continue collecting more venerable level vital blood. Lin Yuan placed the collected vital blood with another avatar for direct insights, while this avatar continued to other domains to seek more Xianin venerables. The task of gathering Xianin venerables' vital blood came with some risks, so naturally Lin Yuan wouldn't bring the vital blood back to the Fierce Sun ancient country, but rather ponder it in the Xianin ancient country. Even if any issue arose afterward, he could eliminate the avatar in an instant, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. In the capital of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his mansion, where the avatar pondered on the vital blood of Xianin venerables, while the true self also synchronized in contemplation. Your insight is extraordinary, the unknown vital blood comprehension raises your understanding of the Xianin Dao. Lin Yuan was immersed in his enlightenment, finding the Dao within the Xianin bloodline as vast and grand as, if not surpassing, the chaos. Xianin. Taiyin, countless insights and enlightenments surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Your insight is extraordinary, understanding the Xianin Dao enhances your recognition of the Taiyin Dao. In a haze, Lin Yuan visualized a Tai Chi diagram, within which the Taiyin side stirred ripples, continuously transforming with the Taiyang side. While comprehending the Xianin Venerable's vital blood, Lin Yuan did not neglect the Chaos Mystic Pattern diagram. Until now he recognized 2 ways to hasten the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. One was to comprehend the Xianin Dao, to complement the Taiyin Dao, thus advancing the Taiji Dao. The other was to deepen his understanding of the Chaos Rule. Achieving third realm within the Chaos Rule could also advance the Taiji Dao. The 2 approaches, one internal and one external. Both were significantly beneficial to Lin Yuan, and even without the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, continued enlightenment would still yield great personal improvement. In the vast origin world, the 6 ancient countries occupied the most central and prosperous regions. Beyond the 6 ancient countries, there were also large areas, though slightly more barren compared to the 6 ancient countries, still fostering treasure lands and secret realms that many venerables explore and travel through. After all, the treasure lands contained within the 6 ancient countries have basically all been occupied, and ordinary great lords can't even get close. Rumble. In a stretch of winding mountains, a violent fluctuation of time and space suddenly erupted, and a mysterious aura began to spread in all directions. This kind of aura immediately caught the attention of the nearby passing great lords, who all looked towards the source of the time-space fluctuation, their eyes wide open. A treasure land? This is an anomaly that a treasure land has bred. Has a new treasure land been born? At least a first-class treasure land has emerged to emit such an aura, a first-class treasure land? All the great lords who witnessed this scene gulped. A first-class treasure land? Even the lofty 6 ancient countries would strive with all their might to compete for it, and now they had stumbled upon it? Currently, the number of first-class treasure lands occupied by the 6 ancient countries is extremely few and incredibly rare. Let's go and take a look. A great lord, with a surged heart, immediately moved closer to the winding mountains where the treasure land was being bred. Deling Ancient Country. Among the 6 ancient countries, Deling Ancient Country was the third to be established. It is said that the founder of Deling Ancient Country was the disciple of the initial primordial spirit ancestor. At this moment, the emperor of Deling Ancient Country and many heavenly venerates were gathered in the main hall. A new treasure land has appeared here. It should be a first-class treasure land, though the effects of its peculiar treasures are unknown. They should be related to time. Currently, any great lord approaching a certain distance from the treasure land will be forcibly pushed back to their original position by the power of time. A treasure land breeding peculiar treasures related to time, and it's a first-class treasure land? This treasure land must be seized. Indeed, it might help us take the last step to break through the cycle of time. Any peculiar treasure related to time must not be overlooked. One heavenly venerate after another from Deling Ancient Country swiftly made their decision. The peculiar treasures bred by a first-class treasure land are immensely useful to heavenly venerates and even to peak venerables, and the peculiar treasures related to time make all heavenly venerate level experts envious. So far, among the many first-class treasure lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries, only 5 are related to time. On average, there's not even 1 per ancient country. You want to seize this treasure land, and other ancient countries want to seize this treasure land as well. Sitting high on his throne, the emperor of Deling looked down and said, "Currently, this treasure land has been controlled, but its ownership will still be contested by the heavenly venerates of the ancient countries according to the old rules. If a newly born treasure land is located within the territory of a particular ancient country, then without a doubt, this treasure land belongs to that ancient country. But now the location of this treasure land is outside the 6 ancient countries, so its ownership needs to be contested by the 6 ancient countries." Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was in seclusion. At that moment, he received a message from the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. "Galaxy, come to see me immediately." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's tone was quite urgent, and Lin Yuan immediately realized something significant had happened. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. Lin Yuan saw many heavenly venerates waiting outside. These heavenly venerates glanced at Lin Yuan but said nothing more. Feeling puzzled, Lin Yuan still proceeded directly into the palace. "Galaxy." The Fierce Sun Emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "All those heavenly venerates outside want to see me, but I chose to see you first. Why is that?" Lin Yuan immediately inquired. "A new first-class treasure land has appeared, and it's outside the territories of the 6 ancient countries," the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country said succinctly. "A new first-class treasure land?" Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Given his current status, he naturally understood the importance of a first-class treasure land. The peculiar treasures bred were of immense help to heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan himself sat at 2 first-class treasure lands, so he was very clear about this. These are treasure lands that have already existed for countless ages, with the peculiar treasures bred mostly already distributed once over. But a newly emerged treasure land, and the peculiar treasures it breeds, have never appeared among the 6 ancient countries and are most able to incite the scramble among the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries. Our 6 ancient countries have long established rules that if a treasure land's ownership is unclear, then it is to be decided according to the established rules as to which ancient country it belongs to. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said, "The rule here is that each major ancient country selects 12 heavenly venerates to compete outside the treasure land. Those heavenly venerates outside all want me to choose them as part of the 12 heavenly venerates sent by my Fierce Sun Ancient Country to compete." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country paused his speech for a while and then continued, "According to the rules, even if those heavenly venerates involved in the competition fail in the end, the benefits they gain in the treasure land are still allowed to be taken out. So that's how it is." Lin Yuan suddenly understood that regardless of whether they can seize this treasure land in the end, the heavenly venerates involved in the competition are guaranteed to gain benefits. "Of course, I have the final say on which heavenly venerates can go to compete." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and smiled, "Galaxy, are you interested? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1193, / Seeking subscription? I'm definitely interested. Lin Yuan said. Exploring a newly born treasure land, especially a top-tier one, is a rare opportunity for a heavenly venerate. Currently, the 6 ancient countries together only possess a few hundred top-tier treasure lands. And these few hundred top-tier treasure lands are the result of long years of accumulation. An ordinary heavenly venerate might never experience the birth of a top-tier treasure land from birth to reaching the 13th realm. Ha ha ha. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor smiled. As an emperor, one must balance various forces. But when encountering genuine benefits, family comes first. That's why he met with Lin Yuan first, overpowering the heavenly venerates waiting outside. However, although I have the right to decide who can represent the ancient country in the competition, you will still need to demonstrate some strength later. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Otherwise, other heavenly venerates might be dissatisfied. Naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, competing for a newly born treasure land, any participating heavenly venerate can gain rewards. But undoubtedly, the ones who capture the treasure land gain the most. If forcing in a vacancy results in failing to capture the treasure land and losing to other ancient countries, even the emperor might not be able to suppress that outcome. Factional struggles must be placed behind the ancient country's interests. This is the rule of the fierce Sun Ancient Country. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, a bit surprised. He could sense Lin Yuan's confidence. Generally speaking, the strength of a heavenly venerate participating in the competition for a treasure land should at least meet the peak venerable threshold. Are you confident? The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor's tone was slightly solemn. Lin Yuan had excavated his ancestral bloodline to an unprecedented heavenly venerate level, and according to the potential of the ancestral bloodline, reaching the limit would make him stronger than the peak venerable. But that is contingent upon reaching the limit. For instance, a core royal family member at the rank of Great Lord, if not reaching their limit, cannot be considered invincible among great lords. I'll do my best, Lin Yuan said. The peak venerates of the 6 ancient countries are equivalent to the great saints of the Chaos Void. And Lin Yuan, even before breaking through the space-time rule to the 9th realm, could slightly contend with great saints. Later, as his comprehension of space-time reached the 9th realm, continuing to study the 13th realm Sky Void tripod, and his insights into fierce Sun and Shenin in this source world, Lin Yuan's true strength was a significant leap from when he previously confronted Great Saint Hunshao. Just do your best. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor nodded. Later, I will let those heavenly venerates come in and announce externally that you are included in the competition for a treasure land. If the other heavenly venerates have significant objections, select a peak venerable to duel with you. You only need to hold out for a while to prove that you have the strength of a peak venerable, and there should be no problems. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan understood. In the fierce Sun Ancient Country, the royal family can certainly receive resource preference, but the premise is they cannot be too weak. Otherwise, it's a waste of resources. Then I'll let them in. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor glanced outside the palace. Before long, one powerful presence after another entered, all the heavenly venerates of the fierce Sun Ancient Country, many of whom had been in retreat for many years but came out due to the newly born top-tier treasure land. Emperor. All the heavenly venerates slightly bowed, showing respect, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on Lin Yuan. Galaxy? Is he the royal family member who excavated his bloodline to the heavenly venerate level? The emperor met him first, so it's likely one of the 12 spots is predetermined for him. The numerous heavenly venerates stared at Lin Yuan, their thoughts fluctuating, considering there are only 12 spots available for the competition. Lin Yuan taking one means one less for them. Let me introduce. The fierce Sun Emperor smiled and said, "This is Galaxy, the first core royal family member at the heavenly venerate level of my fierce Sun Ancient Country." After introducing Lin Yuan, the fierce Sun Ancient Country began introducing the various heavenly venerates. In fact, there's no real need for an introduction. With the reputation of a heavenly venerate, Lin Yuan just needs to slightly sense their aura to know which heavenly venerate they are. Currently, 30-some heavenly venerates stood in the palace. Among them, 20 had the strength of peak venerables, and the remaining 10 or so were close to the strength of peak venerables. Of course, this doesn't mean the number of peak venerables is greater than ordinary heavenly venerates in the fierce Sun Ancient Country, but that the heavenly venerates present here are just a portion, though the most elite part. Lin Yuan looked at each heavenly venerate, nodding one by one. Among the heavenly venerates, 3 were recognized as the strongest, namely Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guanglia. These 3 are all peak venerables, and the paths of chaos power they have evolved are incredibly powerful, shaking the 6 ancient countries. Alright, I won't waste words. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at the many heavenly venerates. This time, with the appearance of a top-tier treasure land, my fierce Sun Ancient Country will have 12 spots for participation in the competition. I won't interfere with the other 11 spots, but Galaxy must take one. Does anyone have any objections? The fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor said directly. With those words, the palace fell silent. The many heavenly venerates glanced at each other, unable to help but look towards Red Flame Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guanglia. The emperor's request isn't excessive, only asking for one of the 12 spots, and they initially thought there would be more royal family members arranged. Among the royal family, there are also strong figures at the heavenly venerate level, but here the heavenly venerates refer to those who have realized the paths of chaos power evolution. Not appropriate. At this time, Red Flame Venerable suddenly spoke. With the potential of Galaxy Venerate, he is indeed worth cultivating. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan, but competing for a top-tier treasure land relies on strength, and every heavenly venerate participating must not be a burden. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194 / Request subscription. Under 2-inch I can promise that if we seize this first-class treasure land, I can allocate more of the treasure land and the rare wonders it produces to the Galaxy Venerate, but the matter of contesting the treasure land still requires sufficient strength to prove oneself. The Red Flame Venerable finally looked at the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor. I hope the Emperor prioritizes the interests of the ancient country. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor nodded and then looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, what do you think? If Lin Yuan hadn't been confident about his strength just now, the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor would definitely have rejected the Red Flame Venerable with various excuses. Then let's follow the Red Flame Venerable's suggestion. Lin Yuan said. As soon as these words were spoken, the venerables in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. He agreed so easily? The Red Flame Venerable also gave Lin Yuan an extra glance. He initially thought the Emperor would casually find an excuse to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, the Galaxy Venerate was so confident. Although the Galaxy Venerate had prior achievements against the Jihan Venerate and the Bain Venerable Sage. But that was in the Heiyu Nest with the spacetime teleportation formation to the capital nearby. The Galaxy Venerate's ability to keep those two venerables was not just due to strength but also the deterrence of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's venerables. If the two venerables had no fears in a desperate fight, they might not defeat Lin Yuan, but could at least retreat safely. I don't ask for much, just that the Galaxy Venerate can withstand 100 breaths under the Red Lotus. The Red Flame Venerable said, Red Lotus Venerable, a seasoned peak venerable, withstanding 100 breaths under Red Lotus Venerable requires at least peak venerable strength. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. He also wanted to witness the strength of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's peak venerables. Different from the unmatched great saints of the Chaos Void, the peak venerables' paths of Chaos Evolution Force have all reached the 3rd level. Then the spar between Galaxy and Red Lotus will be set in the capital's Venerate level time-space. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor said. The so-called capital's Venerate level time-space is a stable time-space developed using the power of the fierce Sun capital, capable of withstanding Venerate level battles. The spar between peak venerables, if unrestricted, can ravage an entire great domain, so to minimize the impact, it must take place in the corresponding time-space. In an exceptionally stable ruled time-space. Suddenly, figures appeared, precisely the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor and the venerable ancient sages. Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerable stood at the center of time-space, confronting each other from afar. Red Lotus Venerable's Chaos Evolution Force path is the Red Lotus Karma Fire, a terrifying flame almost disregarding most defenses, directly burning on the soul and body. Information about the Red Lotus Venerable flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Once on an ancient country battlefield, Red Lotus Venerable single-handedly burned 6 venerables of the enemy ancient country to nothingness, thus establishing his reputation as a peak venerable in one stroke. Galaxy Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan from afar. When it comes to the contest for a first-class treasure land, I won't hold back. If it were just a regular spar, Red Lotus Venerable would surely consider the royal face, but now the spar is related to the Venerate quota for the upcoming contest for a first-class treasure land. Red Lotus Venerable does not want to be dragged down by Lin Yuan in the future contest for a first-class treasure land. I won't hold back either. Lin Yuan also looked serious. Good. Red Lotus Venerable nodded, a thought in his mind, ignite. Whoosh. Red flames resembling lotuses began to burn on Lin Yuan's physical body. These flames were formless and intangible, utterly unstoppable. Red Lotus Venerable watched Lin Yuan silently. With the might of Red Lotus Karma Fire, ordinary venerables wouldn't last long. As long as the Galaxy Venerate concedes, I will immediately withdraw the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Red Lotus Venerable thought silently. Lin Yuan was not an enemy, he naturally did not intend to seriously injure him. Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire? Lin Yuan felt his body, soul, and even the internal universe burning under the Red Lotus flames. Lin Yuan hadn't even realized when these flames appeared, the time-space around him hadn't detected the burning, it just ignited directly on his physical and soul-body universe. Yet, just like being tickled, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed strange, to burn Lin Yuan's physical soul-body universe to a degree threatening his origin source, it would probably take burning for millions of years endlessly. Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly robust, his internal universe measured in trillions of light-years, even allowing the Red Lotus Karma Fire to burn held no threat to his being. It even burned away the origin source slower than it recovered. Red Lotus Venerable's methods are indeed extraordinary. Lin Yuan remarked with slight admiration. Although its power wasn't great, this peculiar ability to manifest from nothing surprised Lin Yuan. If it weren't the Red Lotus Karma Fire but a means that could threaten him, things would truly be troublesome. What? Red Lotus Venerable was startled to see Lin Yuan appearing completely unaffected by the Red Lotus Karma Fire, instead engaging with him calmly. Usually, other venerables facing the silently emerging Red Lotus Karma Fire would either drive it away with all their might or begin to retreat, but Lin Yuan just let it burn? Galaxy Venerate, unfazed by Red Lotus Karma Fire? The venerables watching from afar all displayed changed expressions. Even the strongest Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guanglie, found dealing with the peculiar Red Lotus Karma Fire quite troublesome, consuming considerable effort to expel. But Lin Yuan? He didn't care about the Red Lotus Karma Fire's burning at all. How deep is this Galaxy Venerate's foundation to disregard the Red Lotus Karma Fire? The Red Flame Venerable pondered. Originally, he had underestimated Lin Yuan, thinking how could a royal figure at the Venerate level grow without reaching the limit. They still had to be overshadowed by the peak venerables like themselves. Red Lotus Venerable, it's my turn. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, raising his right hand, using time-space as a blade, the power of his internal universe as the source, slashing toward the Red Lotus Venerable. Lin Yuan's time-space comprehension had reached the 9th realm. Among peak venerables, such comprehension wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but the power of his internal universe, indeed exponentially increased the power of Lin Yuan's strikes by an unknown magnitude. It's like having the same sword, identical in material sharpness. One wielded with a force of 100 pounds, the other with a force of 100 tons. The difference in power is naturally worlds apart. Lin Yuan was like that, his profound foundation allowed every strike to have the effect of overpowering skill with sheer strength. This? Red Lotus Venerable's pupils contracted, Lin Yuan's strike cut through layers of time-space, slashing at him. Swish. Red Lotus Venerable couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was struck by this time-space blade. Whoosh. Red Lotus Venerable transformed entirely into blossoming Red Lotus Karma Fires, eventually reforming his figure. This strike is not a path of chaos evolution force, yet why is its power so immense? Red Lotus Venerable couldn't believe it. It was just a conventional use of the spatiotemporal fusion rule, yet possessed such astonishing power. Is it the heavenly Venerate level ancestor's bloodline? Red Lotus Venerable pondered in disbelief, thinking that the bafflingly great power must come from the Galaxy Venerate's level ancestor's bloodline. It's deflected? Lin Yuan looked at the Red Lotus Venerable under the cut. Surely it won't be that easy to deal with. Fierce Sun. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of Fierce Sun emerged. Slash again. Lin Yuan activated the Divine Ability World, and in an instant, slashed 333 blades. Whoosh. A total of 333 time-space blades, entirely composed of the power of space-time, but imbued with majestic power, slashed towards the Red Lotus Venerable. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.